misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I'm your host MC Toon. Tonight I will be presenting my predictions for the trip I will be making in Antarctica and in Punta Arenas and other places for observations other than just the sun. And I will be presenting them to flat earthers and asking them if they think that the predictions I made are correct or if they have improvements on them. This will be done on a Flat Earth Discord server, and I'm jumping into it right now. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm with you, and I'm live on YouTube. How are you doing? Awesome. I'm excited to be. So now to explain what it is that I'm here for. This isn't a debate. I heard somebody talking about debating. On QWOP specifically, we've been trying to arrange something, so we'll get that going here. But hold on, they can't hear. I need to make sure they can hear you. Okay, so so when I'm going to Antarctica, the big thing is what's the sun going to do? But there's a bunch of other experiments that I'm going to be performing there, and critical to an experiment is making a prediction and then testing that prediction. So I have a list of these different things I'm going to be doing, and the globe predictions I've made, they're listed on my website. And then I've attempted to make flat earth predictions, but what I'm here for is I'm here to let you, whoever might be interested, see the flat earth predictions that I've put together. And if you think I'm wrong, then to correct me on them, and I will take notes and I'll update them and make sure that I am getting the correct predictions for flat earth. So
wouldn't a more important thing than a prediction, like if I do something and then predict unicorns or invisible unicorns, wouldn't a better thing for an experiment would be to like manipulate an independent variable so that you know the thing did cause the thing, and you're not just making shit up just because you guess something that may or may not be right? Absolutely,
yeah. The independent variable will be tested, and we can pull them out of each different experiment.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
So I posted the link there in the chat. I'll post it again so people have a reference to it. And is let's see, Jesse Gordon, Jesse Path of Light. I don't see him in here. He was maybe going to be a little busy tonight. But so I'm going to still start with the one that he had proposed to me a while ago. And the experiment then is the hypothesis of the hypothesized globe requires that when you measure distances between lines of longitude, that as you are in the northern hemisphere and increase your independent variable being the location, as you increase that, or actually decrease your latitude, that then the dependent variable, the length between the lines of longitude, will increase. That's the globe prediction. It will increase in a sine-cosine relationship, maximal at the equator, and then on the other side it will reduce again, getting smaller and smaller. And so the prediction, then the hypothesis for flat Earth, being that then each line of latitude is a circle, and lines of longitude then splay out from the center. And as you go farther south, they increase as the circle that is the line of longitude increases relative to the distance that you've moved south. And of course, again, the distance being the independent variable and the distance between the lines of longitude being the dependent variable. So I have on there a, what is it? The distance between lines of longitude. Globe prediction method is D equals R times the cosine of the latitude. And then D is the arc distance and R is the radius of the globe. And then the flat earth prediction that I put together, and if I'm wrong, please do correct me on this, would be the distance is the L, being the linear distance from the North Pole, times pi over 180 is the it's the relationship for how the distance between the lines of longitude must increase. So then I've specifically...
Is this something you're going to be doing?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. You're going to be measuring the distance between lines of longitude?
Yes. Yep. And I'll get into that in just a second. So I have specific predictions then based on each hypothesis. In Santiago, which I hope to be able to do, I'll have a long enough layover there. Globe has a prediction of 92 kilometers and flat has a prediction of 239 kilometers. Punta Arenas, which I will definitely have enough time to do, the globe prediction is 66.67 kilometers. And the flat earth prediction is 277.65 kilometers. And then in Antarctica, the globe prediction is 19.79 kilometers and flat is 329.21 kilometers. So it's a lot of numbers. If you want the numbers, you can look at the actual page. And so how will I be doing it? So I have a Bushnell brand. And
can I just real quick before, I don't know if you're doing like an intro or something, but
no,
can I just ask, when I look at a board and I tell my kid to go measure the board in the backyard, I don't need no hypotheses or nothing. He just goes and measures the board. It's just a measurement. You don't really need a hypothesis for that, do you?
Weren't you the one that was just asking about the independent variable and dependent variable stuff?
Yeah, I thought it was like a science, like cause and effect thing. Yeah, I didn't know you were just doing a measurement. I don't think that's actually like...
This is 100% science. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Right down the middle. Perfect vanilla science. Yep. You make a prediction, you have a hypothesis, you make a prediction from it, and then you test it. That's science.
So every time my wife measures the curtains and she makes a guess on how long the window is going to be, she's doing science.
I guess if you want to categorize it that way, you could definitely put it like that. But no, I have a specific prediction.
What about when kids are hitting puberty and they're like, "Yo, this looks like about 7 inches." That's not, they're doing science.
No, they haven't identified a hypothesis there. I don't know what your hypothesis was in that example, but I think that's a bit off topic for this. Right. So the essence of science is testing a testable hypothesis. And that's what I'm doing. I have a hypothesis for the globe in the distance between lines of longitude, and I have a hypothesis for flat Earth in the distance between lines of longitude. And that independent variable is the distance I am from the North Pole for flat Earth and the latitude, which is similar to the latitude for the globe. So they're testable, 100% testable, perfect, absolute science, just regular vanilla science. So I'm asking then now if I have if you agree with the method that I have provided here that I've done for the flat Earth. Does it match the flat Earth prediction, the flat Earth hypothesis that I've done, or have I gotten it wrong? And can you correct me on it if I have gotten it wrong?
I don't think measuring things is science, and I don't think you need a hypothesis to measure something. So I disagree with all of this.
Okay,
so
well,
maybe someone
thank
else
you.
Wanted to up.
Yeah. So make sure. So the rest of these are going to be similar, Jeremy. So you probably have no input for the rest of these. So, anybody else? And does anybody take umbrage with the method I've identified and they have a different method that I should use?
I mean, just very strictly speaking, in terms of the flat predictions, like everything on the globe predictions seems to be like fine. No real issue there. No issue taken with measurements, all that kind of stuff. But like in the flat Earth prediction, it's all right. It's making claims of where flat earthers predict the elevation of Polaris, and a positive claim that Polaris is 3,105 miles in elevation.
Okay, so let's do one at a time though.
Make claims.
Let's do one at a time first. So I'm specifically talking about the prediction I've made about the distance between lines of latitude or longitude. And then we can come to that other one in a bit here if you want, because it's a good one too. Okay. So the distance between lines of longitude. Anybody? I mean, it's if nothing. I mean, if silence is fine. I mean, that just tells me that you're all fine with the way that I've predicted it using flat Earth. I don't want to straw man you. I don't want to get it wrong. But
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had to disconnect and reconnect. I was speaking that whole time.
Oh no.
So
all right. Hey, Gio.
Yeah. How's it going? Oh, okay. Wow. So it hasn't come through the whole time. That's wild. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome. So yeah, I wanted to jump in here on this. I was just going to post something in the chat real quick. This is it's called the Pierce quincuncial projection. Now, I'm not saying this is exactly what the Earth is in that sense. I'm not trying to claim it as the map of the Earth. However, it's called the Pierce quincuncial projection, and there's a Wikipedia page for it. There's more info. Anyone can look that up. It's Pierce and then quincuncial. It's kind of an intense word. Quin, etc. The quincuncial, CI. So yeah, quincunx is what that originally comes from, but it's quincuncial because it has kind of it's got like a the word it comes from four because it has like kind of like there's like four sections of it. Anyway, so I posted just to show that if you lay it out in four sections like that, with the continents all coming out from the center in a planar fashion, you can have diverging latitude lines in the south if you have it in four quadrants. So that map there shows what that would be. And essentially, like if you kind of took like scissors and like cut out the middle part, you could like wrap that around a ball. So like, yeah, because each one of those, the converging and diverging latitude lines in the north, and then going, from North America down to South America, in Europe, going down to Africa, etc. There's four of those. So I'm just saying that it shows a way in which converging latitude lines in the south would actually converge, which would be actually the same prediction that you're looking to get. It would actually be the same prediction on a stationary planar type Earth in which this is occurring, in which the latitude lines are converging to four southern points. It would actually get the same result as the globe, or quite close, and it would not be exclusive in that part of it.
Well, the numbers would be similar to a globe, but being that this is a warping of the globe, the numbers won't be quite on, but I see your point there that they'll somewhat match, where they'll come to a maximal at the equator and then start reducing again. But this is a rather Pac-Man-y looking thing here, because the sun will be going over the Tropic of Capricorn a couple days after we leave, and according to this, then it's going to go on one like bottom left corner, and then it's going to magically teleport to another corner, and then magically teleport to another corner. So, I mean, you're obviously not proposing this as an actual, idea of what flat Earth might look like, because, right? I mean, you're not a Pac-Man teleporting sun Earth kind of guy, are you?
Yeah. So, well, nothing I
said.
Hold on, man. Let me respond to that. That was directed to me. So, no, I'm not referring to any type of teleporting or Pac-Man in any way, shape, or form. This is actually pretty similar to an azimuthal equidistant or a Gleason's map. It's similar in certain ways. The continents are laid out a little bit differently, but in general, the continents are laid out similarly to those maps, although it's a little bit different. This one does like split it, the quincuncial part of it. It splits it into four. So you see like the little white parts of like that's supposed to be like Antarctica kind of split into four. Because I mean, it's like already has the globe presumption into it and has the Antarctica being at all of those locations and so on. but I guess that's what you're trying to link it to, a teleporting thing, but not necessarily. I mean, that part of it is not what I'm referencing, like that outer part, the fact that they did that. This other one I'm posting, I kind of just threw a black circle on it, like generally be where like the equator would be. So yeah, I mean, if you have a sun that is circuiting around Polaris, it would just be that one sun that would be circuiting, you know, in that case, like at the equinox, right where the equator would be, kind of thing.
Do you have a could you do over the Tropic of Capricorn?
But if you're talking about like the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and all that, yeah, that whole topic, we could, I mean, that's a whole, if that's what you're saying is also problematic. I mean, the teleport thing, I don't quite know where you got that. I guess you were just thinking it would have to jump through the four corners or something.
Well, yeah. And, you know, if you're, for example, on that one, if you are on a ship and you head, you know, east from South America, then you would teleport magically from once you got to that line of latitude there. And then you would then continue east. Like you go off the bottom of that map and teleport to the right side and come up from the bottom of that map then somehow, and then go up toward Africa there. So I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that Justin Laufenberg, Awake Souls, and Ronnie James Dio, Limitless would be very much in favor of this type of idea. But
all right, dude, I'm not putting it forth like that at all. You're misrepresenting me entirely. Okay. I never said anything about a teleporting anything at all. And when I initially posted it, I said that that I'm not claiming that this is the exact layout of the Earth. I specifically said that. I said that I was posting it. I was posting it to show simply that on a planar surface you can have converging and diverging latitude and longitude lines if you split it up into four quadrants, because you have to do that in order for it to happen. Otherwise, if the longitude lines just go out and, you know, splay outwards like a dartboard and just keep going, which is the one you were showing in your thing. So I was just showing it for that, just the geometrical layout of the continents and the converging and diverging lines. The fact that this particular map happens to split it up that way, they take Antarctica and put it in corners, and then the fact that now you're extrapolating some kind of idea of the sun teleporting, that would all be side things that I would not mentioning, and I was never putting it forth for anything related to that.
Okay, so I'm just so there's really, you just as an aside to the topic, you were bringing that up.
Well, I guess, and yeah, because I mean, you were saying this isn't really like a full-blown debate kind of thing either. So like, I'm not even trying to put it forth as a whole point. I guess I really just brought it up just to mention that, because what you're, because I have your website pulled up, so I'm looking at the numbers, and you were just reading it out, and I understand where you're getting these from. The difference of, yeah, when those longitude lines, on like an AE map, if they were just to keep expanding out from the equator going south and just keep expanding in that fashion, like a dartboard sort of that's coming out from the center, then yeah, those lines are going to be much further apart in the south than they would be on a globe if they're actually converging. So all I was doing is saying that this map, this Pierce quincunxal projection, is just one example of a layout in which if you split it into four quadrants, you can have the converging in the north and diverging in the south longitude lines, which, like I said, would give a close to or very similar answer to what the globe would be. So I'm saying if you go to do this and you're like, hey, look what I did. I measured it, you know, like this one, Punta Arenas, 66 miles versus 277. That's a lot different, you know? So, I mean, if you're able to go to get the 66, I'm just saying it wouldn't necessarily be exclusive to the globe, because it also can work on a planar surface to have them converging in the south.
Okay, but you're not, you don't think that that's actually representative of anything. Okay, that's fine. So, so then back to I'm not
saying it's entirely not representative. I originally just said that I'm not putting that particular Pierce quincunxal as being what I think the entire Earth is. However, I mean, that's a whole discussion in and of itself, is like the four quadrant nature of the way the continents are laid out and the four corners of the Earth, and a lot of the ancient, like in the scriptures and a lot of ancient texts and other traditions as well, refer to the four corners in terms of the ancient cosmologies. There's usually a circle and a square in all of the ancients and all of the spiritual traditions in terms of the cosmologies of the lineage of humanity. So that map does show that, the square, the circle, the four corners. So there could be some certain resonances to cosmology with that, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that is like the exact layout of everything.
Okay, so then
can I just ask how you're going to measure them?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting into that when I got interrupted, but yeah. So I have a Bushnell brand laser rangefinder, which I'm showing on my YouTube channel right now. So this is a high quality laser rangefinder from Bushnell. Bushnell is a pretty good quality for these types of optics. And so what I'm going to do is I've also got a target that's a reflective target. And so I will get 2 points at this is at 1,500 yards, I think is its range. So I'll get it somewhere over 1,200 yards and get the distance between them precisely, and then get the latitude longitude precisely between them. And we have GPS units going there, so we'll use both phone and GPS and these GPS units as we can to get the position, and because that gives us a latitude longitude. We're going to have the two spots be on the same latitude, and of course then they'll be on different longitudes. And so that gives us then, because we vary the longitude in this measurement, then we know what percentage of the entirety of the longitude we have. So then we can just do some basic math to get the distance between lines of longitude at that particular location. So measuring the ground, what do you think of that?
Well, I think the laser rangefinder is subject to refraction now, right? Or is it not?
Not particularly going to be much of an issue there over 1,200 to 1,500 yards to measuring the length of the path between. Yeah, so I mean, you maybe could quantify that somewhat. I'd love to see some quantification of the optics affecting laser rangefinder in these types of distances. I'd love to see that.
Well, it's a laser going through the atmosphere?
Yes, indeed it is.
So obviously there would be refraction, right?
Yes, and how much will refraction affect that distance measurement?
I don't know. Are you going to have a measurement of it though, or?
No, I mean, you're the one that's apparently thinks that that's going to be a quantifiable amount. So I'd love to know how much you think that's going to make a difference. Because of course, what it would do if it were just a curving light there is it would be the difference between an arc and a chord. And what is the distance difference between an arc and a chord at say 1,500 yards? That kind of
would depend on how much. Oh, go ahead.
That trigonometry is not that difficult to put together. I'd love to see your presentation on it. You want to do that? You could send it to me, and I'll put it on the website to include it to the.
Dude, don't be snarky. Dude.
I'm sure.
I don't have a presentation on it.
Just do the trick.
Presentation on it. I'm just saying, are you going to actually have a measurement of this? Because this is supposed to be your measurement of the distance. So but it seems like once we get into it farther, you now don't have a measurement.
Oh, I do have a measurement.
You don't know which way the light's bending or by how much.
I do have a measurement, and so, but you are the one that seems to think that the refraction will cause a quantitative difference in the length measurement here, and so I would love to see your justification of that being some sort of a quantifiable distance. I do know that an arc length and a chord length do not vary dramatically. Unless it's a significant portion of the arc. And so this is not going to be a significant portion of it. So just roughly, I'm going to say this is somewhere down deeper than 8 to 9 significant figures.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know because you won't have a measurement of it. So we won't know how quantifiable it may or may not be.
Yeah. So, and if you look at the website that I have, the difference in values, we are seeing a difference of not just somewhere deep in 8 or 9 significant figures. We're seeing in Punta Arenas a difference between 66.67 kilometers and 277.65 kilometers. So this is multiple factors larger. So certainly you're not proposing that the difference in the measurement range by our laser rangefinder is going to be a factor of 3 off. Are you?
No, I'm just proposing.
Okay.
No, I'm proposing that this is supposed to be a measurement. I'm proposing that this is supposed to be a measurement. And when we dig deeper into this, I feel like it's not a measurement because you're not actually measuring.
Well,
which way the light's bending it by how much.
I am measuring, but Jeremy, thank you very much for that. And again, as you've already stated, you don't think that this is anything to do with anything at all. So I don't know why you're chiming in. It seems a little silly. But does anybody else
I'm just pointing out that you don't have it when it comes down to it. You don't actually have a
Got
tangible measurement.
Your opinion has been noted. Does anybody have any other?
Yeah, I got a question for you, man.
Specifically, this is very specific. Does anybody have any take any umbrage with the method I'm using to determine the length between lines of longitude for flat Earth?
Oh, your flat Earth. I just want to say you're using the AE map to judge your flat Earth distance for an imaginary line on the Earth.
Yeah. If it's wrong, then please correct me. I don't want to.
We don't have any accurate maps of the entire world.
That's well. I will be flying 9 different flights on the way down there, and every one of them uses a map to get to their location. Every one of them. So they must be doing something right. Somebody must have it. Anyway, so yeah, if you think it's
what a world map to chart their flights.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with. I don't know where you're going with this, Rob. But thanks, Gio. Were you jumping in there?
Well, yeah, just on the topic, I was going to ask. I mean, unless you guys wanted to, I mean, if you want to be on some of these other things, but there's other slightly different topics. But just in terms of like the measuring, what are the distance between the laser range finding points, like the nodal points between them that you'll do?
Between 1,200 and 1,500 yards is. So I think that's the range of this particular model here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go under the range of the rangefinder here. So I'm not extending past what it's rated for.
So let's say 1,500 yards, just for a number at the moment. So you're going to do 60 plus kilometers going 1,500 yards at a time, like manually?
No. We're not doing that entire distance. So because we can with a GPS, we can get to the yard, to the meter accuracy. So we can do this kind of a distance. We could do it once, or we could do 3-4 times to get to get a larger distance between the points, and then we'll just simply do the extrapolation.
Okay, I'm just trying to. Okay, so then what's the sections of the laser? What's the laser rangefinder going to be used for then? I guess maybe just to clarify.
To measure. Yeah, it's going to measure the distance between points, and we're going to have those points be known because we'll have the latitude, longitude of those points.
And then you'll verify. Like, are you going to do like? Are you saying with the laser rangefinder, you're going to like test the GPS to make sure the GPS is accurate, then extrapolate it? You're saying?
Yeah, which is all based on a globe system.
Yeah, we're not testing the.
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah. Rob, calm down. Gio and I are talking here. So we're not testing the GPS. We're just getting the GPS, using the GPS to get the coordinates of the position, so that we can then use that to extrapolate to get the circumference of the circle, the line of latitude circumference, both for globe and flat, right? So that's what we're doing.
Okay, so that's using GPS, and then the laser range finding is what is that part being used for then?
It's measuring the distance between these points. So let's say we got 1% of the longitude line measured, right? I'm just using a number just out of the air, and say, okay, so we measured the distance of 1% of between longitude 90 and 91, right? So let's then multiply that by 100, and that gives us the distance between 90 and 91 longitude at that particular latitude. So then we know the circumference of that latitude.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a measurement of the ground, right? We're not looking at the sky for this, and we're getting that right? Because sometimes people say, well, you don't look at the sky, you want to look at the ground. So yeah, okay, we'll look at the ground. So what this does is it gives us the knowledge of, we are measuring a certain percentage of the circumference of the line of latitude. And then that tells us, then we can use how far is it between lines of longitude. Of course, longitude is just 1/360th of that circumference.
Yeah, which does involve an extrapolation.
Exactly.
Which then has an
that
assumption.
That was the word I used.
Which is like pretty close to an assumption, at least, or within the range.
No, not at all.
Well, to assume that the extrapolation is consistent at the distances.
Oh yeah, well, I guess if somebody wanted to make a case that extrapolation was inconsistent, I'd love to hear that. But lacking any,
that would have to be tested though. That would have to be tested against like measuring the actual physical distance, like the tangible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'd have to convince people that was a reasonable position. But I don't know if you're going to be successful in convincing people that extrapolation isn't reasonable. Right.
I got a question when you're done with this topic.
So, all right. Well, yeah. So I'm happy to move on from this topic. Just if people are happy. If so far nobody has said here's the right way to do it. So lacking somebody saying this is the right way to do it, I'll just use this. Is everybody, at least the people here, happy with that?
Well, first of all, Essie, hold on, Essie, we can hear you. So if you want to get in, but I just want to say, from what I was more just kind of asking questions in that phase of it. I was just, I was not necessarily even contesting so much. I was more just asking what the methodology, but yeah, I'm satisfied enough with what I was asking, but to pass it, go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, it was just because I just came in. I just want some clarity. You're going to start from a certain spot and measure to another spot, right? Is that what you're saying, Toon?
Yeah, that's right.
And how are you going to find the first spot?
We'll just find a spot that looks like we have a good clear distance east or west from it to get the second spot.
So you're just going to start at any particular spot, and then how are you going to know where you are to be able to determine where the next spot is going to be?
Yeah. So yeah, good question. So we are. I know you missed the beginning, but this is measuring the distance between lines of longitude. So how are we going to do that? We're going to get our latitude and longitude at that spot. And since we have GPS on the phone and we'll be bringing GPS units with us, we'll be able to get our position to about 1 meter or better. So then we will then move to the other spot, right? The other location. So we'll have a reflector at one location and we'll have the laser rangefinder at the other location. And then we'll measure the linear distance between those two spots.
All right, got you. But how are you going to measure, like how far apart do you think they are, those two spots?
With the Bushnell brand laser rangefinder.
Gotcha. And you're going to measure 15 yards at a time?
We're going to measure the distance. I'm going to verify that we're within the tolerance.
1500, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's 1500. Yeah, we use the tolerance of the laser rangefinder. We won't go over the rated tolerance, and then we'll get that distance there. We might do just one hop. We might be doing 2 or 3, whatever we can. What makes sense logistically. Obviously, more distance gives us a more precise measurement. So we might do 4, might do 2.
But you're looking at what, 60 miles here, right?
No, it'll be much less than that.
It'll be less than that?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the range of the here, I'll pull it up. I'll get to their specific.
All right, thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask some compass things, but I don't want to hog up if anybody wants to pursue this. I want to ask you another question after.
Yeah, I'll
we'll
move on to that.
For you.
Sure.
Yeah, if you don't mind. So the only 2 people I've interacted with that well, at least I've listened to conversations like this, these interviews on this final experiment thing, would be like Duffy's like last night, right? His coming in here, and also we talked to Whitsitt about it. I talked to Wits about it, and listening to both of them, it definitely comes across to me that the most they're really putting a lot of effort into is, especially Duffy, going there and just using their eyeballs to see whether there's a 24-hour sun or not. But I know that a lot of the other people going might want to take advantage of this opportunity to put more things to the test. And I was wondering if you're more aware than I am of some of the other people going, their intentions. Do you think you could give a brief summary, as far as you know, about like the total amount of different types of tests that you think will be being done by the people that you know about, and what their intentions are for what they want to accomplish? Because it sounds like, obviously you're taking advantage of the opportunity to do more tests than just go there and look at the sun with your eyeballs, right? Do you think there's maybe like at least 10 things, or however many things you could list, that you think will be accomplished by you and others during this excursion, besides just going there to see the 24-hour sun or not?
Yep. Yeah. So I posted again the link to my webpage where I'm listing out the different experiments that I'm doing, and it's not yet complete. But another one that's not yet on there is Critical Think is bringing a very precise scale, and we're going to measure the variation in the downward acceleration at different latitudes. And so he's bringing it from Australia, and he'll measure it at different locations as we have layovers. And then I will take that same scale to where I live here in Minneapolis, and at the different layovers, I'll also be measuring that. So that's not listed on that page yet, but it will be on there. So, but yeah, then the other things, and we're going to cover some of them today. So who else is going? Yeah, just to remind you, Critical Think is an Australian. You got Whitsitt, Jaron, and then Lisbeth is the third flat earther that's going. She is active on Clubhouse, which is a social media app, not all that different from Discord. It's voice only. It doesn't have video, and the side chat, like the text chat, isn't very it's very sparse because it's mostly on mobile phones. So people are almost exclusively just talking on it. So anyway, that's the third flat earther. Of course, there's Dave McKeegan, you probably know, Will Duffy, and then Mark Herman, who is Candace Owens's producer. He's going.
Well, there's probably going to be a lot of overlap in what people go there to accomplish, but do you think you lay out, maybe, like, in your opinion, the top, say, 6 different things that people hope to get out of this? Because the commonality between everyone is you're going to go there, you're going to see if the sun sets or the sun never sets, right? 24-hour or not. And then it sounds like you're doing some latitude tests, something like that. And then maybe some people might be measuring, observing the sunspots. Just overall, what do you think the most, like, top 5 important things, besides just going there and seeing whether it's the sun sets or not? What do you think the top 5 things that people are going to get out of this are?
Well, seriously, I posted the link. You could look at that. But
right.
Line of sight to Polaris. There's a lighthouse that's about 20 miles across the water from just outside the hotel we're going to be on. So we're gonna take some views to that. We're going to do star trails. We're going to see if there are rotating star trails. If they match, because I've not seen them myself, so I will have on my P1000 a firsthand evidence of what the stars do looking south from the southern hemisphere. I'm bringing a sextant with a bubble sextant, and so I'll be doing some celestial navigation in Punta Arenas.
How about a compass? You mean a compass?
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, but yeah, good idea. So the angular width of the sun, if the sun varies dramatically in distance, then when you put a solar filter on it, then you should be able to measure the distance or the width of the sun varying or not. The magnetic field of the Earth, I have a whole page on that. I think it's currently blocked, currently privated. It's not done yet, so you can find it on there. But the magnetic field, I'm going to be doing I'm bringing a magnetic dip compass, so we can measure the angular dip of the magnetic field. For example, in Minneapolis, the dip is about 60 degrees. And that decreases. It's supposed to decrease as you move farther south. And then at the a bit south of the equator, it's claimed that it is horizontal. At least the globe claims that. And then it continues to dip more where the south end of the needle, according to the globe prediction, will continue to increase as you go farther south. But I'm anxious to hear what flat earthers think the magnetic field of the Earth will do when I measure that.
To a right person for that right now.
Well, good. Okay, so I'm almost
for you.
All right, almost there.
Interested.
Almost there. If you could just let me finish here to address Fundy's question. For myself, will be 9 different flights. I'm going to measure the dip of the horizon at each of those spots as I am able, depending on weather and what seat I'm sitting in and things like that. And then those are the big ones. I have a couple other that are not highlighted on that page that are not really, they're not making predictions, right? What's the light intensity as we're standing there? I don't know, right? And so just things we're measuring, altimeter, barometer, maybe measure the lapse rate. So anyway, Fundy, does that answer your questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it, man. I'm happy that there's some people really taking advantage of this situation to make the most of it. My only concern, and I don't want to hog away from SE getting his time in, but you don't have to answer. But I am concerned with the ability of people's use knowledge, like maybe overestimating like battery capacity. I'm not sure that, because this is such a first time experience for people that are about to try to endeavor in testing things with equipment they've never had to use for these purposes. It's like, I'm afraid someone thinking that their camera's going to last all day long and it dies like 4 hours into use or something like that. So that's just something to think about, maybe spread the word on, just making sure everyone's prepared or does some previous tests to make sure that their equipment can do what they're hoping it can do.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it's things that we've talked about. I measured the amount of time that I'm able to put a USB power brick in my freezer along with my camera and see how long it goes. I got 18 hours uninterrupted video from it, so which is more than I'm expecting I'm going to need to be able to do. So that at least is more than I was needing. I have used in the winter before the P1000 in cold weathers, so that I'm not too concerned about. And I'm not using my P1000 to do like constant rotating all day long type things. But I know that Jaron is planning to do a camera that takes a picture every couple seconds and rotate on a tripod mount thing. So I know he has been testing things. I don't know if he's put that in the freezer himself yet, but he was talking about it.
Wonderful. Yeah, there's a little bit of time left. We should definitely double check, like you've been doing. We should just get all our ducks in a row here. But I appreciate the effort you and the people you mentioned have put into making sure you can do what you hope you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
all right,
McToon.
Sure.
So however the trip turns out, are you gonna drop maybe a rap, a track about it, maybe like a diss track or something?
You want me to drop a diss track?
Well, I mean, I just don't want people to think that your rap alter ego is cowering, because I haven't really heard. I don't know. You know what I mean?
My rap counter ego. So I am quite horrible at rap, but there is a song that FDFE and I we did a battle rap last year at our 5-year anniversary, and this year we tried one at our 6-year anniversary. The 5-year one has been made into a song, so it sometimes I use it as my outro song when I do live streams.
This is a ripe opportunity to release a new hit track.
I love it. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Who do you feel confident is going to have at least like a whether it's a continuous video or say a photograph every 5 minutes or so? Who have you heard that you're expecting to be able to capture 24 hours worth of footage, whether it's incremental or continuous, from like the same device?
Yeah. So we have a total going right now 5 VR cameras. They're 360-degree VR cameras. There's 2 lenses on them that are fisheye lenses that are then stitched together in software. So we have 5 of them going. They
last 24 hours? You know what I mean?
Yes. So they are 4 of them are Insta360 brand. They are rated for cold. I think 20 below Celsius is their rating. And they have a battery in them. And then we have, I've been talking with Will. And so we have, on this one in particular, I've not talked with the others on this one yet, but we found an insulated soft-sided lunchbox that's tall enough to put the batteries in that we have. I have the Romos brand 27,000 milliamp hour battery. I have 6 of these. And Will also purchased 6 of these, and this is the one that I put in my freezer. So anyway, then in the soft-sided lunchbox will be hanging from underneath the tripod, holding up the battery. So it's going to be insulated in there, and then we have hand warmers that we'll put in there as and we got to check we don't want them too hot. So that's the plan for keeping the batteries going. We have the ability to charge them. So that's why we're bringing 6. So basically for each device that we need, we're going to have one charging and one in use. So then we'll ferry them back and forth and charge them as and swap them out as needed. So since the cameras have batteries internally, then we can swap out the bricks without a problem.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear, man. That was just one of my obvious concern, but obviously you guys have planned for that. That's great to hear.
Yeah, and best laid plans. You know what they say. So yeah, we're hoping, we're trying to put everything together ahead of time and try to take input from different people to say, well, what is it that we might run into, and try to anticipate it and fix it. So as far as Jaren's got a little more complicated setup. He's got the a motorized mount that's moving and taking pictures on a camera. The camera is not an Insta360 that's ruggedized. It's I don't know what camera it is. I can't speak to it. But typically the type of camera he might have, I wouldn't be ruggedized. I don't know if it's rated how low the temperature is, but there are people that have been to Antarctica. They have like podcasts that they do, and I've watched a couple, and they talk about cameras, and they're like, yeah, I had this camera outside for 2 years straight, and then it stopped working, and I didn't know why. I brought it inside, and then it started working again. Turns out that the oil, the grease on the internal gears had it. It was too cold, couldn't take it anymore. So it worked fine in normal temperature, but in cold it didn't. That camera didn't work anymore.
Hey, last question, guys, if you don't mind. I'll go back into the audience after this, if that's okay. If you want to stop me now, speak
sure.
up.
You've been only going for 20 minutes, but I guess another 5 will be okay.
Okay. That was sarcasm, so I don't know what to think, but I'm gonna ask it anyways then. McToon, man, I know that there's all sorts of regulations about who can film who, and contracts have been signed about whatever, but overall, do you really think that people are going to be able to like resist the temptation to make a whether you want to call it a documentary or a vlog or whatever of this, because I think it'd be a real shame if there wasn't like a highly produced sort of a, documentation video style of all this. And I don't know if you plan to, but I know that there's obstacles in the way of like contracts being signed and saying, you can't use my likeness on camera and stuff like that. So do you have plans to work around that? And do you think that this will result in any sort of show being made or movie or documentary or anything like that?
I would love something like that to happen, but my ability, I can only do what I can do, and I'm not particularly good at making that type of video. But yeah, I plan to do whatever I can that makes sense and is kind of nice for my video. I am doing this list of experiments that I noted, and so probably I'll make a response video for each of them. That's all I can really speak to for myself. Like the camera I'm bringing is an action cam, so it's not really a documentary type camera. So I don't know.
Is anybody bringing because I don't know what like the wildlife situation is, but are you guys bringing guns to maybe protect yourselves from being attacked by animals, or is that a
like polar bears maybe?
Yeah.
No, killer penguins.
So where we are going, we're flying from Punta Arenas, which is a city, so not too worried about wildlife there, to Antarctica at Union Glacier, where there is no wildlife. Yeah, and if we do see a polar bear, that would be that'd be quite notable since they're not at the south.
Well, I was just wondering, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, how are you going to feel when you see the ice wall for the first time?
It's going to be crazy. Yeah, I know. And then
any doubt in your mind where you're like, fuck, the earth is flat?
I don't have any doubts, no.
The realization that you're barred up. You know what I mean? Like you're in a cell.
I don't have any concern about that, but yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Hey, with the wildlife thing, I was just thinking because if something were to happen, I think you're not allowed to leave anything there. So like if I was going, I would want to be buried there. But obviously that they can't do that. So I was thinking it would be cool to get put inside of a canoe and then just have them light the canoe on fire and just set you adrift in the Antarctic waters.
Well,
you fall off the ice wall.
Yeah, we won't be anywhere near the water. We're quite a ways from any water, and I think they're also rather short in the canoe supply.
Okay.
Yeah. So
thanks.
All right. Essie, where did Essie go?
So getting back to an actual question on the topic was the first one that I brought up in the sense of your listing the article on your website about the flat Earth predictions versus the globe predictions.
Yes.
This is kind of a running thing in flat Earthers of just all right, we make no claims in that sense. Whereas in this, you're saying that there's a specific claim of Polaris being 3105 miles in elevation.
Yes.
Whereas that is a common thing in flat Earth circles is that at least for the past many years, the claim has always been that we don't know how high it is up, and that that might be an approximate estimation, but that's not actually a prediction of the flat Earth height.
Oh well. That number is a number that I personally measured myself. That's where I got that number from. So, like I said, if anybody wants to provide the correct number, I will happily update it here. But today, there is a video on Eric Dubé's channel that says that the sun is about 3,000 miles up. So that's in complete alignment with a flat earther. So I know you don't speak for all flat earthers. You certainly don't speak for Dubé. Dubé does agree with that number, at least.
Yeah. So it would be more accurate of saying that that is a specific person's claim.
Yeah.
Because Dubé does make he's really not in the realm of saying, "Oh, I don't know about things." Like he's very much in that sense a glober in terms of thought. Whereas the majority of flat earthers, at least today, say that they do not know the height of Polaris.
Okay. Well, and that is part of the humor of flat Earth, that you're so certain that the Earth is flat, but you can't even answer questions about flat Earth, and that you shy away from actually talking about it. So I do appreciate the humor in that. Yasuka or Noah, thank you.
Well, apparently, flat Earth is funny enough for this Duffy guy to spend $100,000, or you guys cumulatively hundreds of thousands of dollars on.
Yep.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. All right, I see Essie is back. Let's get to it, Essie. I'm anxious to hear about the magnetic field ideas that you have.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So check this out, too. I've been thinking about this for a while, right? We talked about this many times. And speaking of the magnetic field, right? It appears the compass always points north, right?
It points to magnetic north, yeah.
Magnetic north, correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And you hear stories of it behaving erratic in the north and behaving erratic in the south. I've heard various stories. But my main thing is that the compass always points to magnetic north. No matter how far south we move, right? It always points north.
But it also points south, right? It aligns with magnetic field of the Earth, right? So yeah, I mean, so sometimes people don't realize this, but the magnetic field of the Earth, or I say a compass, is a magnet. It has a north end and a south end, and it doesn't just point one direction. It aligns with the magnetic field. So a lot of people sometimes miss that.
And you're closer to. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's a lot of times people miss that. They're like, it points north. It doesn't point north. It points north and south. So
correct. It points to whichever field you're closer to. You can try that with a compass and a magnet, right?
It points to
you bring
both.
it to one end, the compass will flip and point in the other direction. So this is what I'm telling you. What I want, first of all, do you know the differences between there's different compasses, right?
Yes.
So what I suggest, I spoke with Whitson also, and he says he's going to bring some too, but I want as many people as possible, right? I don't know if you're familiar, there's a special compass that the needles are not magnetized. You have the center that's magnetized. That's the one you want to get.
Well,
Are you familiar with that?
I have 3 that I'm bringing. 3 analog compasses that I'm bringing. I'm bringing intentionally a cheap one to validate the claim that the needle will pin itself, like it'll tip too much. Yeah. So it's a northern hemisphere compass, and in the south, then will it angle? Then that's the one I'm testing. I'm bringing a cheap global compass. It claims to be a global compass, but I've kind of played with it a little bit, and I've looked at it. I'm like, I don't know how good it is, if it'll work or if it'll pin itself or not. But anyway, it's labeled as a cheap compass, but as a global compass. But the important one that I'm bringing is a dip compass, and I spent a good amount of money on this. So and it's rather large, and I'm packing it in my carry-on so that I can test it at each of the airports. So that measures not just the horizontal angle, but it also measures the vertical angle.
Well, well, usually all of them will do that, but if you have a special one, yeah. But the one I'm talking about is very important. That's like a critical one. I think Whitset is bringing one. If you can get your hands on one of those, that would be good, because try to like get what I'm saying, right? Why it's important is because the needles are not magnetized. This way you have no dip. See what I'm saying? What you're saying is very good, and we want to know that, but also we want a compass that eliminates that, and that's the one I'm telling you, because the circle in between, where like in the middle of the needles, that's what's magnetized. So it's not susceptible to dip as much as the needles are. So if you want to look into that, that would be good.
Well, if you have one that you think is would be reasonable, then you could send it to me, and I'll have a look. I'm not looking to increase my budget a whole bunch, but if it's not a silly
not
price,
that expensive, but if you send me a PO box, I'll send you one. Yeah, I think they're like $50 or something.
Oh well, dude, if you tell me it, I'll just order it myself. $50, I can do that.
Okay, so what I'll do is I will post it. I'll find it and I'll post it in Earth Awakenings.
No, I'll never find it.
I'll DM you.
There, that'll work. That works. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because I want to see, because if there's no dip there, right? I want to see where that needle's going to point. Because the excuse is, well, it doesn't point. It hits the ground and it spins, but I want to see what it's going to do with one of these compasses. Okay. So that would be very interesting for me personally.
So I unprivated the magnetic field page if people want to look at that. So this I love and Essie, I'm glad that you like this topic too. This is one of my favorite topics, is the magnetic field. So
yeah, man, because this, you know what the implications are here? There's large implications, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if as some claim, there's just one magnet and it's at the north, then as you move farther south, the inclination should change, but it should never go south end down. It should always have north end down, right? Or maybe horizontal, but never could the south end be down, right? Not if there's just a single magnet.
You're talking about a monopole now. It's called a monopole magnet.
No, not a monopole. I'm not talking about a monopole.
Impossible.
I'm not talking about a monopole. I'm talking about the hundreds of videos that I've, well, maybe not hundreds, the many videos I've seen and then seen reposted of somebody taking the AE map and putting a magnet underneath it, and then put a compass and have that compass, they show everywhere points north, right? So that's the claim that and anytime anybody says torus field, that's the same thing. Do you know anybody that ever says torus field? Earth's a torus field. That's the same thing. There's one magnet in the middle is what they're saying.
Yeah.
And
I hear that. Yeah.
You hear it all the time. One of the people going with us talks about it constantly. The torus field.
But what do you mean by south and down? Are you talking about like...
So,
magnet pointing?
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. I can grab my compass and I can show you it. It's on my YouTube, so just a second. Okay, so I'll get it out. I'll get the compass out and I'll show it on screen on my YouTube. If you want to look there. And so what it has is it's got a needle, a magnet, of course. It's got a north end and a south end, and it pivots on this as usual. But then it's got a pivot on the axis. You can actually change the axis of the compass so that rather than horizontal, then it can be vertical. So let's see here. So I'll make it. I don't know if you want to see my YouTube. I'm not trying to drive you guys there. I don't care about that. But so here is the compass. There's a red end and a blue end. The red is north. The blue is south. And so you set it up horizontal. You start with it horizontal, and then you rotate the whole body of it until the north and south end is in line with the pivot that I'm about to do. So you pivot it like this, and I know if you don't see it, you don't see. But what I've done is I've rotated the entire axis of the compass, so that now rather than the compass needle moving horizontally, it now can move vertically. And so I'll just hold this here. So when I move it, so now you can see the red end of the compass needle is down and the blue end is up. So north is down and the south end is pointing up. So the globe predicts that as you go farther south, then at some point, which is somewhere near the equator, it'll go horizontal, and you can't see it because the bar is in the way. But then the globe requires that as you go farther south, the south end of the needle will point down because it's getting closer to the south magnetic pole. So this is what the globe predicts is going to happen. And I have specific globe-based numbers at each location, and it's labeled. This is the magnetic inclination. So that's what the globe predicts, and the flat Earth, to my knowledge, would then have to predict, depending on what people think the magnetic field of the Earth is, because it's inconsistent. Some say that there's a single magnet, a torus field, and then so if that's the case, then as you get farther away, that inclination will reduce, but it'll approach zero, but never go farther than that. It won't go where the south end of that needle points down.
Right. Now, I have a question. If you were on a mountain, would that compass then point down towards the north?
On a mountain, I don't like if there's a lot of iron in the mountain, it can vary it by a bit, maybe a couple degrees, but not a lot.
Like, what about towards the magnetic north? Would that alter the way it?
Like I said, if there's a lot of iron in the mountain, it could potentially skew it a bit, but it's not a lot. And there's people have like tables that they've developed for these, but no, it won't change it much. So it'll be, for the most part, for a qualitative test, it won't be important for a qualitative test.
All right.
Yeah. So my question then, if to flat earthers then is have I gotten the flat Earth prediction correct? That as you go farther south, the inclination will reduce, but never get to south end being down. And I'll post the specific page there that I'm talking about. So, and of course, I know right now you may not be able to look at it, but if you have any corrections to it, you can send me a DM on Discord, just MCTune. So, is that? There's a YouTube video from SE Montreal. So. Once again, just to review that the flat Earth prediction that I've put together is that at Minneapolis, where I live, there will be a steep inclination with the north end down. What amount? I don't know, because to my knowledge, no flat earthers have ever done any actual quantitative work about magnetism. They've just kind of discussed it, and that's about it. Anyway, then in Atlanta, less steep inclination, and then that just continues all the way down. That always the north end is down, and you'll see that.
Besides your slight sarcasm there, I gotta compliment you for actually thinking about this, and I posted the compass there, so that's the one if you're interested.
Okay, it's the YouTube link.
The title of this video,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in there, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll save that and have a look later. I'm not don't want to play it right now live, but yeah, thank you.
Are you
yes.
saying what you predicted might not occur if there's iron in a mountain?
So, ferrous materials modify magnetic fields. So if you have a mountain with a large quantity of iron, it can slightly modify the magnetic field in the vicinity. It's not significant because it's not a magnet, right? Iron isn't a magnet. It's ferrous, and being ferrous, it will slightly modify the field.
So you're saying with that compass that you showed, as you travel south, there should be a difference because of what again?
Because farther from the single magnet that is the general claim of flat earthers. So
You mean in the north then?
Yeah.
In the north.
Yeah. So
Okay, gotcha. All right.
near the, let's see what I have here. There. If on screen again, if you're looking at my YouTube, in Minneapolis, it would be deep or steep, and then in Atlanta, and then in Santiago, and then in Punta Arenas, and then in Antarctica, the north end would remain pointing down. I'm trying to get this on screen. See there. The north end is still down. So how much, don't know, but at least it would still have to be pointing down. This seems that, we can only make a qualitative prediction about it, which is still science. Science is about qualitative predictions and quantitative predictions.
All right. At least we're not arguing. We're actually doing something.
Yeah.
This is good.
All right. Anybody else on this? If you want to come back later and send me a DM or something, I'll be open to that kind of update. Right? If I'm completely off on this, then I'd like to be corrected on it and have an actual prediction. Another thing that I'm doing with, and the reason why I was working on this is I'm working on the magnetic field strength, and I have a Arduino based magnetometer, and I'm writing the software for the magnetometer to measure the total field strength. And it's a consumer level magnetometer. It's a Bosch WM 150 is the specific one. That means something to some people. It doesn't mean anything to a lot of people, but you can look it up to see what it's about, what that meter's about. And then I'm writing software on the magnetometer here to measure the total field strength. And so I'm working on that so it's a good quality measurement and it isn't affected by nearby magnetic fields. So I'm going to have it probably wait a minute to begin reading and then read for a minute and then just stop reading and then just report the results so that I can, start it, move away from it so that I'm not near it with my phone or anything like that, and then get close to it again at the end and take a picture of the screen. So.
You just reminded me, the South Atlantic anomaly. Are you going to be flying past that by any chance?
The South Atlantic anomaly?
Anomaly, yeah.
Well, there's a big anomaly near India, which of course we won't be near.
That's gravity. That's the gravitational one. That's the biggest one.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. The South magnetic one, I think, is near South Africa. Right?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Oh, hold on a second.
But you won't be. I don't know if you'll be going that way.
No. And I've got a hankering for some tea. So maybe tea Earl Grey hot.
Oh, One more thing before you go, and Rakia just reminded me. Are you guys doing anything with a gyro?
A gyro, like we don't have anything precise enough to like a fiber optic gyro or something like that. No, we're not planning on having anything like that. I'd love to, but don't have that capability. The gyroscope that Bob Nodell had is a 3-axis gyroscope, and I had they used to have a 1-axis version of it that was reasonably priced, that you could connect to your own software, similar to the Arduino that I'm doing for the magnetometer. But their pricing has dramatically gone up, like from a couple $100 to a couple $1,000 for the single axis gyro. So it put it outside of my budget.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. I hear that. Too bad. That would be interesting, but hey, can't have everything.
Yep.
Does anybody have like a sound? Because I was thinking, like, if you could project sound, maybe you could bounce it off the dome and like have it bounce back,
Well, actually, you're not allowed to make noises there because of the wildlife or something like that.
Oh.
So I wonder if that would.
I have not seen anything in what I've read, but I know that when Metallica played in Antarctica, they did not use loudspeakers. They used headphones and then broadcast a radio signal to everybody in the little geodesic dome that they had. And the only thing that was actually loud was the drums. And so I would have, and I think in the video you see like the external view of drums and a bunch of people like singing along with the music. But that's where there's a lot wildlife, and there's no wildlife nearby. This is a glacier and there's nothing. So I haven't seen anything about them saying they don't want that happening, though the people hosting us say that there's a quiet time. They're like, yeah, don't be making noise after 10 o'clock at night because there's other people, other guests. It's a resort, it's a hotel, so they don't want us interrupting and bothering the other guests.
If you're loud enough, you could probably still irritate potential. I mean, who knows what type of wildlife? Like, I was thinking maybe you could irritate like a walrus or something, it'll come attack you guys, but who knows what's out there?
Yeah.
Yep. The cuckoo. All right.
I just wanted to jump in real quick before anyone else, because I know some of these topics get in depth. I'm a photographer from Ohio, and I was wondering if there was anything I could do without actually being in Antarctica that would help support, or something that you could compare your results to while you're there in Antarctica.
So we want to get people to photograph the sun with a solar filter because the sun has sunspots, and sunspots are a fingerprint for the sun, and they vary constantly, not super quick, fortunately, but from day to day they vary. So you can take a picture, you can say this is day whatever, the date, and then somebody somewhere else can take a picture and say this is the same day. Let's look at the two pictures and say, oh look, the sunspots line up. Or if they don't line up and they are taken on the same day, well, that tells us a whole lot. So the globe says that no matter where you are, if you photograph the sun, the sunspots should be the same, though depending on your location, they will be rotated, but they certainly will not be mirror imaged. So if somebody says, well, the sun is reflecting off of the dome, then you would be able to test that by checking to see if it's mirrored.
Is there a specific time of the day that those photos should be taken, or just any time of the day?
Any time, but most specifically when the sun is at local solar midnight in Antarctica, which is 2:30 a.m. Chile time, which is about 11:30 a.m. Central. And if you're in Ohio, you're Eastern, right? So it's going to be 12:30 your time. So you won't see the sun. So the people that need to see the sun or take photographs of the sun at the most important time, that would be Australia and then up through Asia.
Okay. Is there anything else other than like photographing the sunspots that can be done, or is that really all that someone outside of Antarctica can do?
Say that again?
So other than like photographing the sunspots, is there anything else that can be done, or is that pretty much it?
Well, that's really the biggest thing that we're looking for other people, is to take photographs of the sun. And, with the solar filter is good because some people said, well, maybe there's multiple suns. Well, if there's multiple suns, then we would identify it because unique sunspots. So it doesn't have to be that time of day exactly, because we will be potentially at different times of day taking photographs as well when we're down there. Like, I hope to get a photograph of the sun regularly. I have a logbook. I will be taking log of the of the different things I do. I have the P1000. I will be logging when I take photos of it, and so about every hour while I'm at the observing station, like working, like we're gonna do shifts because we can't be awake 24 hours a day. So when I'm there and I got my P1000, I'll be taking a photo of the sun about every hour. So if I take the picture and you take a picture, within a short amount of time of each other, then we can compare them and we can say whether or not the fingerprint of the sun matches. So do you have a solar filter?
I do have a solar filter, and I have a P1000. So perfect.
Yeah. So then the other thing would be if you have a P1000, because you're a photographer, so I'm like, I don't know if you have a P1000. Because I have one, and I
made a point to buy a P1000 for reasons.
Yeah. So yeah, then you could do a full optical zoom with the solar filter, and then we can count the pixels to get how wide it is and see if the variation in the width of the sun changes or not. Because if you vary the distance between you and the sun, then the angular size of it must also vary. That's basic perspective, right?
Yep, that's correct. And hopefully we don't see different faces of the sun or anything like that either.
Well, I mean, hey, I will accept whatever science we get. And so if we do something and we find out that we get dramatically different views of the sun at different locations, awesome. We've made some discovery that's notable and could potentially be worthwhile to the science community as a whole to know this information.
I don't think so. No, I think my prediction is that you guys are going to find everything that you assume to find in the globe model. I think you'll be 100% successful.
All right.
We gotta stay hypothetical here.
All right. I agree with you, but I'm open to being wrong about it. As I've said, I will upload a video if I'm wrong to both of my channels and delete all the other videos. And that video will state that I was wrong and that my new position. Maybe I can apply to be on Globebusters. What do you think? Will they take me?
Are you going to be a flat earther too after that?
Yeah, if the sun does not do what the globe requires, you bet 100%. I posted that video.
Right, you guys heard him.
I posted the video a couple months ago on my channel.
If it does, I want a diss track.
All right.
24-hour sun.
And I've opened it up to have the script for that video written by any of the 24 people that were on Will Duffy's original list. But nobody has sent me anything. So if anybody else wants to send me a script to read, I'll read it. I'll pre-upload it. I'll have it on my channel ready to go. And I will make it live while we're in Antarctica.
So I have a quick question if there's time.
Sure.
Yeah, so fundamentally, the flat Earth position forever on this topic of a 24-hour sun has essentially been the idea of not trusting the testimony of the people that have gone so far. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, that's generally
Trusting
been
the testimony.
Yeah, it's generally been the case. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So if people do not trust, if there are people that do not trust the testimony of people going here on this specific trip, would that not change anything for them?
Well, there is an open invitation, has been, to anybody who has a concern that they can go too. So if you are of that position or somebody else is, then let's go. Come along with. There's an open spot for you.
I'm down. I just can't afford it.
Yeah, I couldn't either, and so I crowdfunded.
Maybe SE Montreal is prepared.
Yeah. We will have so that's the thing. So, obviously we can't bring every single person that is interested. It's not feasible. But everybody that wants to go and can fund themselves is invited. We are bringing 3 flat earthers. So, up to the extent that you'll believe them, believe their testimony, believe the testimony that they give about whether or not the footage that you are given is correct or not. Because there will be footage that's made available for everybody.
And if somebody doesn't trust the testimony of those 3 individuals,
yeah, then that you're free to not do that. But of course, public perception is also a thing. If public perception of this flat earther didn't believe these 3 flat earthers who went there, brought back video, said that video was legit, and this flat earther says that's not trustworthy, is that a reasonable position? Well, I think a lot of people may have an opinion on whether or not that is a reasonable position to have.
In the case of there being no reason to distrust it, aside from just, I don't like the conclusion of this, so I'm going to auto distrust them because of that, then yes.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any chance that that girl Elizabeth can, you guys can give someone else her ticket? I mean, I don't think anyone even knows her in the flat Earth community. It's kind of a strange pick.
Well, she's definitely one of the leaders in the Clubhouse flat Earth scene. So similar to Discord, Clubhouse has their own culture, and she is one of the biggest names there. So she is the Geo of Clubhouse flat Earthers.
Yeah, I mean, that's just on her testimony. She didn't exist publicly as a flat earther on Clubhouse until November 2023, which was when this was ostensibly in planning. And then all of the other stuff about the golden ticket just being incredibly suspect. It also being a handpicked person by Will Duffy. And then so it's a person who didn't exist publicly as a flat earther until, Will Duffy was planning this.
Yeah.
It's all sorts of reasons to be a suspect.
You are free to go yourself, to propose somebody else get funded by other people, to help with crowdfunding that. I've seen no flat earthers do any crowdfunding successfully. There's a couple that have done some crowdfunding, but nobody's donated in quantity to them. There's Roger Ledwell started a crowdfund, but didn't actually describe on the crowdfund on the GoFundMe page that he was going to Antarctica, and then he didn't publicize it, so got 0 donations. That's a pretty standard way to completely fail at crowdfunding. But like I said, Yasuka, you could go. Anybody can go. If you doubt something,
I'm saying,
if you doubt something, saying "nuh-uh" isn't the reasonable response. The reasonable response is, well, let me go test it, or let's get it tested in a way that we will accept.
I'm saying Kosho got $20 on his donation on his crowdfunding page, so just putting that out there.
But is he a flat earther?
He's getting real close.
Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, Kosho is on the final experiment site.
But is he
essentially just put up one as a joke?
But he's not a flat earther even.
Is Kosho not a flat earther?
No.
No, he's not.
Oh, I see.
He's a Glober.
Is there any?
He's what do you call him? A prospect.
Platoon.
Are any
only Freemasons going? Only Freemasons.
To my knowledge, Whitsitt is not. Jaren is not. I don't know anything about Lisbeth, but I'd be quite surprised if she was. I know that Will is not. I'm pretty sure that I would be very surprised if Lisbeth was a Freemason.
We found some pretty strange symbology in Duffy's company logo. I believe. I forget what we found. It's kind of
his church, yeah,
bizarre looking. Yeah,
okay.
the church.
Well, I can tell you that Will is not a Freemason. Dave McKeegan and Critical Think and Mark Herman, I don't know. You could ask them yourself, I suppose.
Toon, what do you think the chances are a preacher out of nowhere comes up and wants to fund, like a preacher wanting to give money away? What do you think the chances of that are?
The chances? Well, it seemed like it happened, so I don't know. 100%.
Good answer. But yeah, just putting that out there. Like, how many preachers do you know that, and I have nothing against Will, right? I don't know the man, but how many preachers do you know that give away money and not ask for money?
To my knowledge, there are quite a few that give away money. But he's a bit unique in the amount that he has free. But it's not unheard of for people that are wealthy to go to a life of service like that, to choose that after they've obtained wealth. That happens a lot.
I guess. Yeah, it could happen. Yeah.
And
how
pastors are often very generous with the money that they get. Sometimes I'm like, I know a lot of pastors, and I know the kind of salary they get, and it's not particularly great. And then I see, wow, the generosity from that person in that's pretty cool. So
Yeah, the first thing that shows up when you Google Will Duffy is that he became a millionaire at 33 years old.
Okay.
Throwing that out there.
Freemason confirmed.
I'm curious, Gio, would you ever go to Antarctica?
Who wouldn't?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps someday. Yep.
I'm really sorry to distract, but SC Montreal asked for one pastor who gives away any amount of money. Look up John MacArthur and ask me about that man.
Okay, thanks, Rob. I'll look into it. I was talking in generalities, but I'm sure there's like some good ones out there. Yeah.
You just wanted one. I wanted you to know the best one.
Thanks, Rob.
One more question. Just so capturing the images, what's the best way to like deliver everything to you afterwards?
Well, email is good because I can receive decent sized emails if you need to just send them. Otherwise, upload them to a file sharing site, Dropbox, Gmail, or Google Drive, something like that, and send the link. I will be assembling my results on my webpage. And I have a large online recently. I purchased a larger online file store ability, so I can store larger things in there. Photos aren't that big, but part of it is I'm going to be getting a lot of video, so I'll be uploading a lot of the raw video to a website for people to grab.
Hey, McToon, for all the money that Duffy's investing into this, I know it's not your call. I know you're investing your own money into this, but that's different than the amount he's putting in. Do you think that I'm not trying to make you insult anyone here, but in your honest opinion, do you think someone investing this amount of money into this endeavor specifically is the best use of that money to accomplish the purpose of trying to settle this thing? Or if you had $250,000, would you have invested in a different kind of experiment than flying 5 people to Antarctica? Would you have invested the same amount of money to a different experiment that you feel would be more worthwhile or better in some way?
So Will is himself paying for 4 people. Jaron and Whitsitt and Dave McKeegan and himself. That's his. Okay. That's who he's paying for. The rest have been funded through other means. But is that the best way to address this particular topic? It depending on the amount of budget, it's probably a pretty good way to do it. Let's all get on vehicles and drive across Antarctica is a dramatically larger magnitude of money. Probably two more digits would be needed to do that type of a thing. Similarly to just simply fly across, though you could spread that out over more people potentially. A lot of people have said that a flight straight across would do it for them, but I have a feeling that they would instantly change the goalposts similar to this one if that happened.
It would be. I mean, I don't know how you get the permissions, but yeah, I'm happy you brought that up because I feel like that would be much cheaper and equally impactful for the majority of people out there, as long as the proper transparency was there. But the passengers on board would probably assure that to the amount that we trust them. But yeah, I think a flight across, I don't know if that's feasible to do that.
It's quite a bit more expensive actually, because you need an airplane you need an airplane that can handle that distance in one go, and that's a limited number of airplanes. You need to purchase the fuel. That's a lot. You need to hire the flight crew to fly the plane from wherever it lives to wherever you're going to fly from, then fly across, then fly that plane back to wherever it lives. So all of those flights need to be covered. All of that fuel needs to be covered. So
that's a good point you make. I hadn't considered returning the airplane to back where it belongs.
Yeah, and
I
the whole
guess I was
crew.
thinking about it.
Right, you need
yeah.
2 pilots at least, and then all of the support staff. And you can't go out of just some small airport. You need to go from a large enough airport to house that plane. So, and there's no shortage of those airports, but it's not just wherever you want to be.
It's not like a U-Haul truck where you can drive it from one place to another and just return it at the nearest U-Haul location. You do need to return the passenger, the crew, and the plane back to where it belongs. Yeah, that's a good point, man. So I guess that was a great response. I guess there's lots of other options, maybe not lots, but there should be some other options. Can you imagine any that you might, if I gave you $250,000 and say, hey, is taking a cruise or going to Antarctica your first choice? Have you thought about other options you might have spent that money on?
They often tend to center around Antarctica because the claims about Antarctica are so dramatic. And when people are like, oh, we're not about the AE map. Well, if you're not about the AE map, then Antarctica isn't anything special for you. But if you think that Antarctica is special, then say that you don't think the AE map has any meaning. I see right through that. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling anybody else. I'm not saying that's you. But you know,
it's very it's very impactful. I don't think anyone should downplay the impact this will have, because what it will absolutely do. I feel like I'm being very fair in saying that the 24-hour sun versus a non-24-hour sun seen in this endeavor will definitely dispel and completely remove and I will even say basically the stereotypical, and for good reason it is that case, one very specific and popular conception of how the flat earth works. Of course, flat earth in its undecided state has infinite amount of options, right? Oh, it's flat, but it works in some way we haven't figured out yet, because that's always on the table. But the definitely the one that gets passed around will have an impact on that conception specifically in a very powerful way, which I'm looking forward to seeing. And there's always a chance, that it sets, and that will be really incredible to witness if that is the case.
Yeah, that would be very notable, because all of the eyewitness testimonies going back more than a century would then be called into question. Like totally trashed. None of them were legit if the sun sets, right?
And I guess from maybe some flat earthers' perspective, it's like, well, what do you expect? Who are we dealing with here? If there's a worldwide conspiracy going on, you can't put anything past them. So yeah, it'll definitely, I definitely appreciate what's going on. As far as the money that it takes, it's only the fact that it takes so much money to travel there. It's so prohibitive, and I'm happy it's happening, but I feel like the reason it hasn't happened already is because how gosh darn expensive to make this happen.
It is pretty spendy, yeah.
In this sense, I could get the money set up to go. Like, that wouldn't be an issue procuring the funds. But if it's in my conception that no authentic people who aren't actors, clowns, agents, whatever you want to say, can go, I'm not that interested in actually trying to prove that wrong. As in, I'm not that guy in terms of being so heavily invested in this conversation of trying to prove that wrong that I'd be willing to potentially throw away a lot of money.
Well,
all right. Hey, Toon, I have a question.
Sure.
You don't have to answer, but I'm curious. Did you know Will Duffy or heard of him before this? Because I haven't. I don't think any of us here have heard of him before this testing.
No,
Did you know him, or have you heard of him?
The first, I have on my website, I posted the first email that I got from him. Let's see. There it is. It was July 17. I'll post it for everybody to see there. July 17 was the first time that I got an email from him. He said he's going to debate Austin Whitsitt next Tuesday. He said, subject was I'm debating Austin Whitsitt next Tuesday. I think it will go extremely well. You may want to check it out. Link below. Thanks, Will. And then he linked to the upcoming YouTube debate on Jaren's channel. And so I put in my response to him. So that was the first time I talked to him. Turns out we were both at the debate in Tennessee, but he was sitting front and center. I was right rear, the very back row on the right side. So we didn't meet up there. I did meet Darth there. I shook his hand. He didn't recognize me until I put my glasses on. So it's the reverse Clark Kent look, Superman look.
Funny.
Yeah.
So basically, you heard of him just like everybody else that he just contacted, like he just popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, but the January 17, so earlier than a lot of people, but he had already spoken with whoever he needed to speak with to be on Jaren's debating Austin. So maybe just Austin, or maybe both Jaren and Austin to set it up. So one of them would have been the first in the community to be able to track their lineage back to talking to him. But Will and I pretty quickly, kind of struck up a friendship, and we talked a bit, and we have similar enough backgrounds and positions on religion. So that was good, because in this community we get a large variation of that kind of stuff. So having that be in alignment somewhat was pretty cool. So I spoke.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he's a Christian. I'm a Christian. And so I spoke at his church in April after the eclipse, and I saw the eclipse in Texas, and then drove to Colorado and spoke at his church in Colorado.
So you met him in April?
That was the first time we met in person. Yep. That's the only time so far. I'll come on up here in a couple weeks. I'll be seeing him again in person.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think is possible to happen that when you go, that depending on, I don't know, any sort of amount of factors, that no one gets the results to have like a strong opinion at the end of the day? Like a certain amount of cloud coverage and the tools you bring aren't able to compensate for that, or whatever concerns might be floating through your mind, where it's like, oh boy, I hope this doesn't happen, because that might just make things just impossible to get the results that we all wanted to get. Is there anything besides cloud coverage that concerns you in that way?
Cloud is the biggest concern. 4 days of cloud is at that time of year. That location is pretty unusual, but it could happen. So that's a concern, right? Antarctica is a desert. There's very little precipitation. So we don't expect that much cloud, because there just isn't that much moisture in the air. Another concern, though not as large, would be some sort of an event that cancels flights all over the place.
An Antarctic tsunami, that it's too dangerous for you to be there, and they're like, we got to evacuate or something like that.
Well, it's super far from shore. So if a tsunami hit that portion, then I think all of North America would be underwater. So I'm not too concerned
Right.
about a tsunami. But yeah, weather is a possibility to prevent or delay. So the ALE's flight success rating, their departure rating, is 61%.
Oh, geez, that doesn't sound good.
That's not fantastic.
What?
But what it does is it delays the trip. So if they're like, well, we can't take off today, we'll try again tomorrow. What that does is that shifts everything by 1 day. So we'll get back 1 day later. So when we book our flights back, they said you need to book it no sooner than 2 days after, and you should have a flexible return flight. So that's what I did when I booked my flight.
Very good. Are you very good? Yeah, that's great planning. Yeah, that sounds like that's able to be handled in that situation. Yeah, I guess there isn't too many things that could go wrong. I mean, there's an infinite possibilities of very unlikely things, like all of you come down with a severe illness or something and it gets canceled. But I think it's very likely that it'll happen.
No, a global bird flu pandemic caused by drinking raw milk or something.
That would suck. Yeah. Definitely avoid raw milk, I guess, if that's a concern. In Minnesota, you can purchase raw milk only at the farm. Kind of dumb.
Yeah, raw milk having bird flu is the current psyop going on right now.
Ooh, I want to get some.
I'm all bird flued up. I don't need any more. So
I need more.
So cloud covered seems to be the and there. I think people Witsit at least the other day was talking about getting what is it called, guys? A FLIR camera.
Yeah, an infrared camera. Yeah, that would be good. There's so many ideas that are cool, and then yeah, let's do every single idea. Well, then you wind up bringing so much stuff and your budget gets big. And so, yeah, you have to kind of evaluate everything. So, I added recently it was the one I talked about earlier, the one from Jesse Gordon, the distance between lines of longitude. I, at his suggestion, I added. So.
You can make a lot of room. You can make a lot of room for stuff if you don't bring Elizabeth and all our giant bags of clothes and stuff.
Wow!
Yeah, come on!
Wow, dude! Everybody's bringing the same amount of clothes because they have a packing list, and that's what you wear when you're there. There's no dressing up. There's no fancy. It's all practical, 100% practical.
Have you like weighed out the equipment you're bringing to make sure it falls under like the pound?
I have
limitation?
not. Yeah, I have not yet. I was going to do that last night, but I got busy, so I'll be doing that soon to make sure it all fits. And then if it doesn't, have to see what I do. I definitely would not like to have to put additional in, but yeah, I'm not too concerned. I'm bringing the P1000, the clothing that everybody brings normally. So normally the clothing fits in with other gear. In my carry-on, I'll have, they're not weighing the carry-on, so that doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Hand warmers and foot warmers I'm going to be putting in, and those are kind of heavy. So I might have to pare back how many of those I bring.
In respect to the name, the final experiment, you've probably heard a lot of people say it's not an experiment, and it's certainly not finalizing anything. How do you feel about the name of it? Do you feel like it's a little exaggerated, or how do you reflect on that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it 100% is an experiment. We're testing a falsifiable hypothesis. That's the essence of an experiment. So, yep, we're doing that. So it is an experiment, but is it final? Well, there's marketing, of course. And calling it the final experiment is partly marketing. And so could there be a final experiment too? Right? It
That'd
does.
Be hilarious.
It does kind of tickle the anti-logic in everybody's mind, I think. But so yeah,
it'll be impactful nonetheless.
Yeah, put it up to marketing that if you want to call it final.
marketing is the key word here, because we know that in true sense of an experiment, a scientific experiment, this is not, right? But,
Wrong.
yeah,
This is
whatever.
100% a test of a falsifiable hypothesis, which is all you need to be an experiment. If you doubt that, then I would refer you to read Karl Popper, The Logic of Scientific Discovery. Specifically, if you just want to, it's a rather large book. Just spend the time on reading chapters 3 and 4. You don't need to read his treatment of logical positivism and the Vienna Circle. And so if you just read chapters 2 and 3, it's not that bad. Probably.
Can we hear your hypothesis then? I know you said you want to go, but can we hear what your hypothesis would be? Yeah.
The hypothesis, well, there's two. You've got one being the Earth is a globe, and it the angle to the sun varies seasonally based on the Earth's position in the orbit around the sun, and that in December, the angle of the Earth is inclined to the sun such that it is visible 24 hours a day on the South Pole area, and that you will see it. And so if then you go to that position on a certain date, and you begin your experiment at that time and location, right? That's your independent variable is the location and the time. So there you go. There's your independent variable if you want to be particular about that.
No, but what, hold on.
Yeah.
But didn't you just observe this, or somebody observe this, and you go from there? There's a location, right? Like in the north, right? There's a location set in the south, and this happens. Now, how does this become your hypothesis? It's just.
So I went over the hypothesis. It was a lot of words. I'm not going to repeat it. But it began with hypothesis, the Earth is a globe. That was the hypothesis part.
You just came up with that. I mean,
so then
where did you observe that?
So then the independent variable is the location and time. And then the thing that is being tested, the falsifiable portion of it, is if the sun is observed to be circling 24 hours a day.
So there you go. I just think you saw something and you're making something up, but okay. I mean, I don't want to go argue about it. I mean,
if you disagree,
know this argument inside out, right?
Yeah, if you disagree, feel free to find in, Popper is the starting place for determining what is the essence of an experiment. So
I feel like
you started off with a fallacy. You started off with the Earth is a globe.
That's not a fallacy. That's the hypothesis. There's no. This is a fallacy. That's not science. Science isn't arguing about a fallacy. That's debate. So the hypothesis is hypothesizing that the Earth is a globe, and then there's conclusions from that. You compute the consequences of that, and one of the consequences is that at a certain location on a certain date, you must see the sun doing a certain thing. Right. And that's the test. And so then the flat Earth has a similar hypothesis, essentially that the sun will not do that. And there's a couple different ideas about what the sun might do if you actually apply geometry to the Earth with the flat Earth claims. Then the sun could never set. So, but flat Earthers don't tend to apply geometry for some reason to what you see about the sun.
Come on.
So, well, if you have geometry for the sun setting, I'd love to see it. I've never seen it.
Can I maybe address that real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, Rob.
Well, when I say geometry, I'm doing Earth measurements. I don't consider any light in the sky to be an Earth measurable object.
Okay, so when I say geometry, I use the definition that I use, not the definition that you use. So geometry to me,
understood.
Geometry to me being applying measurements and not Earth measuring, not geo being Earth and metry being measurement. That's not what I mean by geometry, right?
Well,
yeah.
Okay,
so
cool.
Yeah, it's triangles and circles and angles and distances and things like that. That's geometry. So when we apply geometry, when a flat earther says the entire Earth is flat and that the sun is above it, then
that's stupid.
Then that's I know it is that, but flat earthers claim it all the time still. So I'm with you on that. But
yeah, let's not stoop to that level right now. It's
I have
pretty good conversation.
I have a question. Have you, in your guys's, as in the globe sphere, have you guys seen this video on the Joseph Hanvey channel that has a demonstration about it? You guys gone over that?
I have seen that.
Okay.
And he has proposed things for which there is no evidence, but it is an interesting thing. So he has, people haven't seen, he has 2 domes over the Earth, and he has a large one and a small one, and the small one he moves for each observer. So the geometry of that is it doesn't quite work when he does it still, but he also has this mandatory thing of having a dome of some sort being out, and the sun being outside that dome, and then a second physical dome that's unique for each observer, which is ridiculous on its face. So I don't know why he's proposing that. It's not a good look. It's kind of ridiculous looking, but
can I maybe explain a little bit of why that would be? Because when we look like along the Earth and we see, like, say for example, the horizon, that's telling us that we have a limit to our vision. Like, we can only see so far, right? But then we look up in the sky,
but hold on,
think we can see forever.
But you can see things past the horizon. You can see a building past the horizon with the bottom missing.
I understand
so
that,
it's not about the limit of how far we can see.
I think you're missing my point. I'm sorry, McToon. I think you're missing my point. When we look along the surface of the Earth, there is a limit to our vision. But when we look up at the sky, we think we can see forever. Thank you.
I got a comment to make, unless you want to respond to that first.
Nope, I'll just leave that out there all on its own. It's all it needs.
All right. Well, I think this is very similar to the whole concept of, like, you're very familiar with, like, the strict adherence to the scientific method that people will say in the conversation on, like, weight change with latitude change, right? And where, like, the globers on here that we've interacted with, right? They'll say that what's being scientifically, like, verified is, like, the centrifugal force of Earth's rotation with latitude change, detected by the change of weight, right?
Yeah.
And you know how, like, strictly we adhere to the scientific method in I'll say the correct way, but you might be like, in your own flat earther way. I understand different ways we feel about it. But, I would say that when it comes to straight up the science of it is that, the independent variable would be latitude change and the dependent variable would be weight change, right? And I won't go into, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson going back on that. We don't need to bring that up right now, but he did. That was weird. But so I'd say you're not proving centrifugal force. That's not even part of the science. I understand how someone might want to associate with that, and they might even be correct to, but they also might be incorrect to associate that. But the science itself would just be the test that does latitude change result in weight change, and so then applying that same standard to the final experiment, I feel like I agree with you. There is a scientific test being done, but it has to be framed correctly from our perspective. And does latitude change result in a longer duration of visible sun?
Well, that's a qualitative way to put it, of course. Yeah.
There's implications, of course.
Yeah.
But
And
as far as the science, as far as
we
the
can do
strict
better
scientific goes,
we can do better though, because qualitative tests are great, but quantitative tests are even better because you can isolate things out too. If you do qualitative testing. So to go back to the latitude one, For the globe, it doesn't just propose that the weight will decrease as you approach the equator. It proposes that it decreases by a certain amount relative to the latitude and elevation. So we can test those things in particular, and so we can have an even better test.
You know, Tyson said that that's not true now in one of his recent Star Talk podcasts, right?
I care nothing about his opinion on any of these things.
That's fair. that's fair. And then at least we have to ask, like, okay, who do we listen to then? An expert in the field, or this person or that person?
I would go to the experts in the very particular vertical that you're talking about. So if you're talking about variation of weight in relation to latitude, I would look at the people that deal with IGSN 71 measurements. There's a large number of people in that topic. See, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just a science communicator. He's not the one at the forefront of these fields. So that's why I don't care anything about what he says. He teaches, and he teaches at an 8th grade level. That's great. People need to learn at an 8th grade level.
But does it mean nothing that, the lead director of the Hayden Planetarium or whatever he is, he blatantly says, right? He makes a public service statement. He's like, hey guys, I want to admit I'm very embarrassed, and this is his words, right? I'm very embarrassed for the past 15 years, I've been telling people that there's a weight change of objects from the North Pole to the equator and anywhere in between. But I want to correct all of my previous statements and say that there's actually two compensating forces at work that actually make it so that everything weighs the same amount, no matter where you are on the globe, because it all evens out at the end of the day. And it's like, if he is that much of a fool, how is he that dumb, and how would he correct his previous understanding and make such a big deal about it? Make an announcement and be that I understand that he doesn't speak for you, but what do you just think about that as a phenomena?
Well, and I haven't heard him. I haven't heard him say anything about what you're saying. I'd love to, maybe send me a link, but I can tell you for certain whatever those words were, whether he said them or not, is incorrect, because I have seen the actual data from the ISGN 71 measurements, and the weight does vary with latitude and elevation. In fact, my $10,000 gravity challenge was based on that. And I can, using the radius of the Earth, the elevation, the orbital, the rotational velocity of the Earth, I can determine the weight variation to better than 1/10%. So,
well, I get that you haven't heard him say that, but I have, and so putting yourself in my shoes, it's like, what the hell is going on? You know,
I don't. Is he the only exposure you have to science communication? Broaden your horizons, dude. There's so much more out there.
I didn't answer your question. Yes, so don't get carried away here.
Yeah, and it's a sarcastic question, but
it's not like he's nobody, man.
But
you can't underplay who he is, his credentials, and the weight behind the things he says. This is one of our cultural, figureheads that has this duty that I believe he takes pretty seriously. Unless you call him just a complete buffoon.
No, but before I pontificate on what he said, I want to actually hear what he said myself, right? And this may not be the venue to review it live, right? So if you could send me, or if somebody could send me the link to that particular thing, I'd review it and. Some other, and we could talk about it some other time. I'd love to.
Absolutely. So, I understand you've already said he doesn't speak for me, and you're completely fine with saying he's potentially saying things that aren't true that you don't align with.
He's gotten things wrong in the past. So, and everybody's gotten things wrong in the past. So that,
right.
should
speak for yourself.
everyone should be able to speak for themselves. You know? And that's fair. It's just.
But you know what? I will boldly speak for everybody and say that everybody's gotten something wrong in the past.
No, I haven't.
I've never been wrong.
I was definitely not wrong about feces maxing. Just to throw that out there.
All right.
All right. So you have. I'll post the. Hold on. Let me just say here.
Sorry.
Just to open things up. You have the link there. I will be expanding that and putting more numbers in there before we head out. One that I would like people to review, if they would, is the dip of the horizon, because that goes all the way back to Rowbottom. That was experiment number 15 that he did from the top of the hotel in Brighton, UK. And he made very specific claims about that. Dubé still has that on his, it's claim number 2 from him. There's no shortage of flat earthers that constantly post the claim that the horizon rises to eye level. So it is a right now, today, people posting constantly claiming that the horizon rises to eye level. So I will be
no ammo today, though.
I will be bringing my cell phone, which has the Theodolite app installed on it, and I hope that other people can measure the dip of the horizon as well. So I have the predictions for the globe. The globe predictions are based on the elevation, and I have both the refraction and the no refraction values for the globe. And then I have a table that has the flat Earth predictions down at the bottom of it, because that's based on the elevation and the latitude and the direction you're looking. So if you're at 40 degrees north latitude, looking due south, that's the shortest distance to the Gleason map edge. And if you're looking due north, that looks over the North Pole toward the Gleason map edge on the opposite edge of it. So I've done the computations for all of those for flat Earth and globe.
So I was talking to a concave earther the other day, and he actually provided me some footage that I found extremely fun to look at. And what he did is the footage he showed me was a camera. It was a P1000 being held about 4 inches above the surface of the water, and zooming into 2 boats, a little small boat, and then a very large, almost like cruise ship behind it, and he could see water. And so he could see water. He could see the water between the smaller boat and the larger boat, maybe a mile or 2 further away from it. And obviously, just in the first place, you shouldn't be able to see water behind an object in the distance that's taller than the height of the lens. You see what I'm saying?
On no Atmos day, that would be the case. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you have any sort of way to just quickly summarize what you think is going on when you can see water behind a ship that is taller than the camera?
Yes, that would be the highest variation in the coefficient of refraction is immediately above water, and it's exaggerated on sunny days. And it's higher when the temperature between the water and the air is dramatically different. So these things are all completely understandable in these short kind of distances that they're looking at these very low elevations. So nothing surprising about those at all. So, but none of these things were quantified or dealt with, and you're maximizing these effects. They found the conditions where they're maximized. What you want to do, if you're not going to account for them, is you want to find a condition where they're a position where they're minimized. So don't do it over water that has a dramatic difference in temperature between the air. Don't do it on a sunny day. Do it on an overcast day. Things like that.
I hear you. However, the amount of refraction that's like necessary to be involved
What about a frozen lake?
would be less on a flat Earth than a globe, right? To be able to see that water behind the ship, if the water behind the boat in the foreground was flat, that would require less refraction than the greater amount of refraction it would take. If the water was dipping, around a corner, right?
Well, what was the total length of this? You're talking half a mile, Max?
Right. Just in principle,
you're talking nominal.
It would require less.
You're talking a nominal distance where in a mile on the surface of the Earth, there is of the globe, there is 1/70th of a degree of curve. So, how much actual bottom up obstruction you expect over a mile when you're looking at 2 inches high? Who knows?
One of those fits into both buckets.
Yeah, it's a both
scenarios.
bucket because there's so little curvature in there that it's a problem for everything. If you assume zero refraction is happening, obviously refraction is messing around with it. But now somebody jumped in with another question. I think it was a good one. Who was that?
It was me. I just jumped in with, what about a frozen lake? Because isn't that water?
Yeah, so I live in Minnesota, so I have access to frozen lakes often, and I have a NIST certified thermometer, which the certification means that it's accurate to within a certain margin, guaranteed, and it's been calibrated to do that. So I measured the vertical temperature change on a frozen lake, and I'm bringing that same one with, and I'm going to measure it in Antarctica. But a 1 degree Celsius change in temperature over 10 meters causes light to bend in an arc of 6,371 kilometers radius. And I measured over a frozen lake. Sorry, got some coughing to do when I'm done. I measured a 1 degree Celsius change in 1.5 meters. So a significantly more change in temperature in 1.5 meters versus 10 meters. So it will cause the arc of the radius of the arc to be significantly smaller than 6,371 kilometers. So it'll bend much more than the radius of what we say the Earth is. So a frozen lake is actually one of the worst places to do it because right next to the surface is a dramatic variation in temperature. And if you think about how the first law of thermodynamics applies, when you have that ice that's sublimating all day long, it can't sublimate much because there isn't enough heat. But when it does sublimate, it draws any heat out of the ice possible, which then cools the air immediately above it pretty aggressively. If you've ever ice fished and you didn't have the right boots on, you know what I'm talking about.
How much time you got left tonight, man?
I don't have an end time here.
Okay.
So, but to go back to the specific question I have to people is, I'm going to be doing these experiments, and I'm soliciting input from flat earthers to provide correction to my predictions, and because if I get them wrong, and I've asked. You can't come back later and say, oh, it was you did it all wrong. But of course you can, and I can say, okay, well, let's get the corrected ones and compare them to what we did observe. Right? So
I predict you won't be able to explore freely around Antarctica. You have to stay in that area where they picked.
Well, that's obvious. No one's allowed to go too far away from where they,
Yeah, ALE does not want to, have us wandering around and then they get sued because of it, because we didn't do something and we got hurt or whatever. But if you are interested, if any of you are interested in freely exploring Antarctica, you absolutely can do it. There are 3 people right now solo crossing Antarctica. Nobody with them. They are 100% independent. They can go wherever the hell they want. And nobody can stop them because there's nobody near them at all. So you 100% can freely explore Antarctica. Just go do it.
Assuming those are authentic people.
Prove it wrong. Go do it yourself.
Right.
Right? Incredulity and assuming they're authentic people, that goes nowhere. That is a meaningless, useless claim. If you think it's not correct, go do it yourself.
I mean, I have reasons to think that they're not authentic people, but that's outside of the scope of this conversation.
Yeah, I have reasons to not give a damn at all about your opinion, because if you don't think it's right, go prove them wrong. The door is open.
I guess that goes back. I guess that goes both ways.
Yeah, you know what I'm doing?
In this
I'm going to Antarctica and you're not. So I don't care about. I don't
play that card.
I don't know. I'm doing it. That's the thing. You're like, oh, I don't believe it. No. I'm going. I'm the one that stepped forward and said, I'm doing it. You're not. So all of your incredulity about it goes nowhere. I crowdfunded the money. I'm putting my own time on the line. I put my own money up. I had to take 2 weeks of vacation at work. My wife has to sacrifice doing all the things that I would normally do in the 2 weeks before Christmas. All of these things I've sacrificed. And for somebody to say, well, I just know, like, I don't care. I don't give a damn at all. Do it yourself.
When it's crowdfunded, it doesn't sound like too much of a sacrifice, but still.
Did you miss that? The other things I noted, right? It is.
I might have.
My finances are impacted by this. Absolutely.
I heard Witsit talk about how he's going to be impacted by it. What are you missing out on, man? I'm just curious.
I'm burning 2 weeks of vacation at work. So I won't do 2 weeks of vacationing with my family elsewhere that I otherwise would have. Every year I use all my vacation within about a week. So I can only roll a week over. So I use all of it, but that's slop time. That's it. So I can't do that. My wife is sacrificing a whole lot of time. She funded a whole bunch of things herself by selling, commissioning some different projects that she did for family and friends. Right.
But in the sense of the specific question you had, nobody seems to be disagreeing with the idea of the measurements that you're taking. The only thing would be that, like, the specific claims that you're saying is the flat Earth position when it's just, an Eric Dubai position, which that doesn't actually change the data or the data method procurements.
That's true. Yeah. So
data procurement methods.
If somebody comes along later and says, this is the actual way that the flat Earth predicts it, well, super. We've got the measurements. We can compare.
I got one to throw out there for you, man. I don't know if you've heard this before, but in a very strange defense of the AE model, right? How would you determine? How would you distinctly recognize the difference between a globe Earth and a flat Earth that exponentially from the north, right? That exponentially spatially dilates the further south you go. Latitudinally wise, right?
Exponentially spatially dilates.
Yes, but only latitudinally, right? A latitudinal exponentially growing spatial dilation. I know those are a lot of multiple syllable. Fuck, you know what I'm trying to say, right? There's some big words, but I hope that's the best way I can put it, right?
Are you suggesting maybe that space warps as you go farther south, so that while things appear
like a ripple in a pond,
so that things do appear and measure to get smaller, and that in reality it's getting bigger? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, how could one put to the test whether it's a globe or a plane if the plane is exponentially spatially dilating latitudinally, the further south you go, the same way that like you throw a rock into a pond and the ripple that starts at if we were gonna compare it at like 10 degrees latitude, eventually that same ripple, you know what I mean, goes further and further out from the point where the rock is thrown into the pond. It's the same thing, but what does it do? It doesn't ever grow in height, you know what I mean? It only grows in circumference, and so that'd be like a latitudinal spatial dilation. The same way that the AE map sort of does things, right? Because Australia isn't longitudinally dilated, right? It's only latitudinally dilated. But what if the AE map is completely correct, and that it's only that reality actually does, in a sort of emanation style way from the center, latitudinally dilate the same way a ripple coming from a body of water with a rock thrown into it dilates in its ripples.
Wow. I'll leave that one for everybody to just ponder on. How about that?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I feel like they result in the same perception aside from one thing, and that would be like long distance, like laser tests or flatness tests, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, I feel like everything else would line up except for flatness tests. It'd be like traveled upon the same, a lot of observations would be the same, but it would still measure flat. It'd just be the latitudinal spatial dilation that would happen the further south you go.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Don't treat me like that when Gio was talking about quadruple magnetic ether fields and stuff like that. I feel like this one is way more on point.
I don't know if you're serious or not, but
I'm completely serious. Globers talk about space and time dilation and contraction. You got to allow for flat earthers to involve space and time dilation on their model too. It's only fair.
So let me hypothesize a couple things then, right? So Dasnez, Darren Nesbitt, he's a flat earther that proposed several years ago at a flat Earth convention in England that the Earth was a diamond shape, that the that Antarctica was at the bottom of this diamond shape, and then the North Pole's at the top, and then it got super wide, and so the equator was straight, unlike Awake Souls and Limitless's wavy equator nonsense. And then that the sun teleports back and forth, right? It's a Pac-Man sun again. So I'm I looked at
anything like
that. No. So I'm not saying you are, but I looked at that. And I'm like, well, all right, so that's still dramatically warping the surface of the Earth, which certainly things are warped and don't match reality. So you could identify that quickly. But then I'm like, well, if you're going to say that Pac-Manning is fine, why not? Why one Pac-Man? Why not more Pac-Mans? Why not slice the Earth in a? Have you seen that kind of accordion-looking?
Don't compare
projection?
what I just said to that.
No. This is cool. You take an accordion-looking projection where you have these slices that are like maybe 10 of them from east to west, but not 10. That's not enough because you still get some warping that you'd identify. How about 100? How about 1,000? How about infinite warpings?
I believe this is an ad hoc.
No. This is another.
Are we moved into fantasy land now? Or
This is
another.
Well, yes, they're both fantasy land, but that now you have the warping north and warping south being dealt with by having the teleportation lines north and south, right? Which isn't all that different than just saying what if space is actually somehow warped horizontally, longitudinally.
That's not at all what I'm saying. Why are you comparing me to this, man?
I was just proposing another kind of similar idea where.
Yeah, but I want your response to what I was saying.
Well, the response to what you're saying is, how would we identify a difference in that? Well, we could still I rely on reciprocal zenith angles and things like that. a dip that I'm measuring the dip of the horizon, and so that would then be different north south than east west. I suppose in that idea, wouldn't it?
I think maybe you need to take some time to think it over, but I think that latitudinally dilating space, like the dilation of space, the further south you go away from the center, it definitely have to be exponentially increasing in degree. But it's basically just it's just basically like a flat Earth emanationist perspective where the source is the center, and it would still be a spherical realm around that center, but that space would dilate exponentially the further away you go from that center, which to a certain degree would match every experience you'd have on a globe, but on a flat Earth, if you can allow for flat Earthers to use the same tactics that globers use, where space and time can dilate. The only difference would be that long distance measurements would still be flat. There would be no curvature detected. It'd just be space dilating that would allow for the southern, just as presented in the AE map, to be because the whole thing, right, with the AE map is that the same meter scale of distance, right? It doesn't hold. You have to have an infinite amount of meter scales.
Yeah. Well, let me say this. People have crossed Antarctica. Many people, thousands of people, and so you would still need some sort of a teleportation device in this model, where you have the
space is dilated. It's much more. It's much less land than it appears to be. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but you still need the teleport to happen, because as you get to 90 degrees south, then from one edge, right? You start in South America and you go due south there, and then you continue past the pole, and if you went straight, you'd wind up somewhere near South Africa or Australia coming out. So there would still be a teleport that you'd have to have, right?
I guess if you're crossing entirely,
but just one teleportation, not lots like mine was.
I'm not familiar with anyone who actually crosses the entirety of Antarctica. Most of the examples I've seen of people like hiking or bicycling across Antarctica is usually just like a few hundred miles across one side of a peninsula or something.
1979, the Transglobe expedition did it. They went from September 2 of 1979 until August 29 of 1982, and they crossed directly across the entire Antarctic continent. They came. Flight? They were on snowmobiles, and they followed the 180 degree. They followed the international date line south to the pole, and then from the pole north they followed zero line latitude or longitude line straight up from there. It was as straight as possible, right across on the surface.
Well, I don't know about that one. You're saying it's just a 180 degree line they crossed and just right over the South Pole?
Yeah, so they started on the international date line, which is, opposite of Greenwich, which is on zero. And they went from there to the South Pole, and then they continued on from the South Pole on the zero longitude line. The name of it is the Transglobe Expedition. So crew you had Rana Fiennes, Oliver Shepard, and Charles R. Burton.
All right, I'll have to look into that.
So, and there's like I said, there's currently 3 people that are doing it independently, all alone, nobody with them at all except for themselves.
Across the whole diameter of the continent, though?
Yeah, they're not. So this is more about freely exploring. I think one of them is starting at the coast and continuing on to the other coast. So,
Well, the one you mentioned a second ago, I never heard about that, so I'll definitely look into that. But most of the times when there's articles about people crossing Antarctica, it's usually just like a very small segment of crossing one side of the peninsula to the other. But the one you mentioned previously, I never heard about that, so I'll check that out. Thank you.
I mean, in this sense, if there's a bunch of people claim to have gone on the ISS or gone into space, and if the position is that those people are also fake, then it wouldn't be hard to do the same thing for somebody crossing Antarctica.
Yeah, plus you probably think they're all Freemasons too, and they're probably all
absolutely.
They're all male to female and female to male people. Therefore, all that stuff. Thanks a lot, Noah. You're awesome.
And reptilians, don't
that
forget
too.
that.
Yep, shapeshifters.
Yeah, no, I don't know why you keep calling me Noah. I am not Noah.
You're not Noah? Okay, sorry. Yes,
no
Suka.
capacity am I Noah.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to make a point. So, talking about like the ISS point, you can make the claim that nobody is actually going to the ISS and it's not possible to go to space or whatever. But just like Antarctica, the only thing stopping yourself from going is money. So if you can raise the money and crowdfund it, you can literally pay a private space company such as SpaceX, and you can go up yourself if you want to.
Yeah, it's just a larger price tag.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's stopping.
Yeah.
Just
there are
you can find a way to raise the money.
There are 8 people that have done it. Give me a second.
One person from my local area, actually, Larry Connor, a billionaire from Dayton, Ohio, he actually took a trip up to the International Space Station. Can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but Larry Connor, he's also talking about taking a sub down to the Titanic after the whole Titan incident. Or that's the name of the sub, right? But anyways, yeah. If you have the money, you can pay to take a trip up there if you want.
Yeah.
It's the
easy mechanism.
The Olympic is down there, not the Titanic. The Olympic sister ship.
Easy analogy to understand. The point with that is that in New York, it's technically not illegal to own a fully automatic machine gun, and that is something that you can do. And but there's all these permits and everything that you have to go through, and they can just deny you for pretty much any reason. They don't even have to give a reason. There's no obligation to say, oh, hey, I'm going to you can just get the runaround the entire time. And in the same sense of with other things that you would have to get a permit for, of Antarctica, or with what you're saying of spending a bunch of money to pay for a space charter or something, could be in the exact same sense.
That's definitely a possibility, but has anyone tried it is the question.
Yeah. Saying it could happen is useless. Show me the application that was rejected and why they said it was rejected. That would be interesting. The hypothetical, they could reject it. I don't care. So I posted a link
on the gun point.
On
there has been cases of that happening.
On space tourism, I just posted a link there to the 8. It's actually 7 people because Richard Garriott went twice. So 7 people. And this, I haven't updated this for a little while. I think there's a few since then that have gone. So, I didn't put Richard Garriott on twice. So it is 8 different people. There you go. And they're paying $20 million to $35 million.
Garriott?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the guy who made Ultima Online?
Lord British, yes.
Yeah. Yep.
He's the one that did the little magic trick with the card. Remember that card? He had the hammer and the card, and the hammer was floating. The card flew off screen. Yeah. He showed how he did that. It's actually a magic trick. It's got a little spring with a.
So he's already in the line of work of doing these kinds of tricks and illusions.
Yeah. Therefore, everything's fake that you don't like. Got it. Do it yourself. Quit bitching. I don't know. ISS. I'm not serious about that. That's a pretty specialty thing. But
switch me for Elizabeth, dude. I want to go to Antarctica.
I would be curious to know what the flat Earth response would be like if the final experiment was something completely different, and Will Duffy happened to have the money to offer a space flight to 2 people. I wonder what the response would have been. Well,
it'd be the same thing from the people that have a religious belief about the shape of the Earth. they would say, "No, that person's not good enough. They're faking it. I don't trust that person." All the same nonsense that we're hearing right now wouldn't be any different.
To be clear, that is also a heavy. It's a heavy minority position to deny the testimony. The overwhelming majority of flat earthers, one, will never hear of this because the majority of flat earthers don't actually interact in these kind of spaces. It's like maybe 1% actually interact in like public engagements. But the majority of people would either go into the sky doesn't match the globe or the earth or whatever, or the most common position will be trying to find other models to explain it. The position of denying it in totality is very, very small minority of people that actually hold that position.
Yeah, and that's good because it's not an honest position. Yeah.
Is the idea of there potentially being COINTELPRO people dishonest for some reason? Is that not something that is done ever?
Yeah, I think your position is very dishonest. Yeah, go do it yourself. That's the honest position. If you doubt it, sack up. Right? Just blanket. Go ahead.
Sorry, do you happen to have the names of the people that are exploring Antarctica right now?
I don't know them offhand, but Will
has made a video on each of them.
Yeah,
just like his channel.
Thanks for answering for me.
He has videos on his channel.
Okay. And then the other thing, you said they can explore anywhere, but so from my understanding of how the DS4143 application works is that you have to actually give them the exact location, where you're going to be, where you plan to go, the route you're going to take, because there are many restricted zones that you can't pass through, and so you have to work around that.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Is there a map of these restricted zones? Because I'm not aware of them.
Yeah.
There's some documentation on the zones, and they like, for example, there's
usually wildlife reserves.
There's a really small one. It's a shack that has been, it was explorers that died in it or used it, and so they're like, well, don't go there and mess things up. But if you really want to go there and look at it, you can actually go there. So it's not prohibited to go there. It's you need to justify why you want to go there. So if you want to go there, then have a reason to go there and go there. I want to go see the inside of that shack because I'm going to document it for history. Awesome, go do it.
Right, but my point is that like it's not like they can just walk wherever they want. They have a predetermined itinerary that they have to follow.
No, you can walk wherever you want. Just tell them where it's going to be, so you can freely explore. Where do you want to go? Is your act? Let's just be honest here, flat earthers. Is it your position that if you just go straight south at some point, you'll get to the wall or to the other lands or to some barrier or whatever it is, right? Whatever that is. Flat out that route. Take that route. Say, this is what I want to do. And then use the globe map and say, and I'm going to come out on the other side of that. And then I'm going to go and do all this stuff, right? Do that. Totally do that. Set up all the stuff to go do that and see if it happens. And if you get to the edge of where you think something else is going to happen and you find out that there's a wall or there's a door or there's a dome and you can go tap on it or whatever it is that you think, then wow, you have just done something amazing, and tell everybody about it.
Well, we
go ahead.
I wasn't talking
Whit
about.
Doesn't even want to walk around. I asked Whitsett if he was going to walk around. He says he's not going to even walk around. Like, he's going to be in Antarctica and he doesn't want to walk around. It's just weird.
I'll do it if you want to ask your community to crowdfund the.
Ask your community to crowdfund. I asked my community to crowdfund. You asked your community to crowdfund.
You're an extension of the community. You're supposed
Awesome.
to be here to help.
Awesome. Do the crowdfund. Put it together. Be serious about it.
However,
I'm completely serious. Everybody crowdfund me to cross Antarctica and have a boat for me on the other side, supposedly, for me to sail in a straight line.
The 3 people doing it right now, they crowdfunded. And they got, it's a lot bigger bill to do what they're doing.
I'll go with you, Fundy.
Let's do it, man. McToon, can you
guys
help
gonna
me
hold
out?
hands?
Can we combine communities? Because I'll fucking
We have
do it.
McToon's word that he's going to crowdfund for us. Thank you, McToon.
Put your stuff
And all that.
together.
You wouldn't have to worry about leaving fecal matter anywhere. You know, be good.
I'll shit in a bag. I'll carry it all the way through.
I'm not eating funky shit.
And from Antarctica so fast.
Imagine convincing the whole world there's a place where you can't go because of penguins and you got to bring your poop back and your pee back. And everyone's saying, oh, yeah, that's cool. That's normal.
Bro,
Really is that? We've succumbed
There's
to that.
not even any penguins there. Like, it's all on the coast.
Me and Fundy are gonna hunt those penguins for food.
The early expeditions did have to do that. They got trapped. Shackleton was stuck there for 6 months. Some of the others were they brought sled dogs with the plan of eating them. Right? When you go, you have two choices. You pack enough food so that you bring more dogs to carry all the food, or you pack less food and you eat the dogs. I would choose the former, but one group chose the latter. Yeah,
that was Amundsen.
Chihuahua, you can eat it. But
that was Amundsen, and Amundsen treated the dogs like livestock. So yeah, he had 100 dogs, and he only needed 25 dogs to do the work. 75 dogs were food on the hoof.
There you go. On the paw.
My hero. Wow, what a role model.
Well, he also got there first.
Yeah. Yeah, like it or not, it was successful.
So, gentlemen, since we have a large audience, right now in the world, there's multiple locations which man is ready to kill the other man for a spot where there's oil, right? I can name you some places. But yet, we have a whole continent full of riches, and everybody has agreed not to go there. You guys are buying this. Everyone's buying this.
Yeah.
Or the penguins.
Who's going to be the first one to say when ice melts, it doesn't actually raise the water level? Who's going to be the first?
What?
No, but knowing the greed of man, right? We'll kill each other for a parcel of land, but we have a whole continent of riches that we're not exploring.
Yeah.
That's okay with everybody.
Yeah, incredulity isn't doing anything for me here, buddy.
Like the incredulity ain't going to cut it for this one. It's going to cut it for what you said before, but not for this one, Toon. I mean,
yeah, it's not doing anything for me.
Well, pick up a book, history, world wars, and then tell me that we're protecting this piece of land because of penguins.
Yeah, I'm going there and you're not.
You surely can't be that gullible. Toon.
I'm going there and you're not. Don't care.
Well, yeah,
sack up, Montreal. Sack up. Sack up. You can go next year. Crowdfund for next year. Do a expedition across the entirety of it. Right? You're Canada.
I couldn't get the money to go. That money is not the issue.
Awesome. Then go. Then go.
So that's your answer for everything now, too. Just go.
No, my answer is I care nothing about your incredulity. If you if you think people have, if you think the people,
forum,
no,
made a statement
people have crossed it before, and you say nuh-uh.
You're choosing to do ad homs, but hey, that's fine. It's your time,
dude. People have crossed before, and your answer to them is nuh-uh. They're all lying because I don't like it. That's incredulity.
That's not what I said. Did I question anybody crossing? What did I say? I said.
Do you believe that people have crossed? Do you believe that people have crossed straight across Antarctica?
I have no reason to doubt them, but that's not my point. You're choosing to change the subject, which is fine. You can do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you don't doubt that, then I appreciate that.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked, how is it conceivable that we can believe as a people that we're fighting for minuscule parcels, right? Taiwan, Ukraine, Israel. They fight for little parcels of oil anywhere, but we have a whole continent full of riches, and everybody agreed not to go there and explore it and take the minerals. I find that highly suspicious.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you've said that several times, and I've already given my answer. And my answer hasn't changed.
Answer.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean really anything. You're just another dude with your answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Would you expect that there should be a war going on over this unowned? I mean, I know it's like collectively owned or whatever they say, but are you saying like shouldn't there be a war being waged right now over who owns Antarctica, just as it's been done for several islands and things like that? Especially for the strategic, location.
It's a terrible strategic location. It's a terrible strategic location.
Talking about.
Yeah, it's no good for a strategic location because the majority of the world's population live in the north. The majority of the land mass is in the north, and it's not particularly close to anything except for South America. It's not close to Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand, South Africa. It's a good hike for all of those. So there's not a whole lot of strategy in that. You can't do a whole lot of, if you want to eavesdrop on your enemies, it is closer to have a satellite, right? If you want to do radio communication, eavesdropping or something like that, less distance for a satellite orbiting the Earth. So
I think that if you had all your shit set up and stationed in Antarctica and we're making the most of it, that would be one of the most strategic locations anyone could claim as their own.
I mean, let's just say that like there is actually like an oil crisis or something potentially going to happen in the future. Strategically, you would want Antarctica that has at least 511 billion barrels of oil just on the peninsula alone. That's not even inland. Anybody who controlled that would have massive resources at their disposal.
Yeah, and we have countries that have oil right now that don't leverage the oil that they currently have. So I suppose at some point, if we do hit the part where there isn't oil to be gotten cheaply in those other places, then maybe that will be more contentious, right? But at this point, it seems we're not at that point yet because the major powers currently have on their own soil trillions and trillions of dollars worth of assets already. So when those are extinguished, then I suppose it would be more of an issue. But the claims that have been staked about Antarctica have been staked. And when the treaty is dissolved, then those claims will then be contested, and probably the countries involved will begin with the stakes that they've already made, right?
I'm heading out, guys. It was a great conversation. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Fundy.
Have a good night.
Later, Fundy.
I had a question.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's I clicked in late, so maybe it's already been addressed. But as I understand it, quite a significant percentage of flat earthers are convinced that there will be a sunset.
Yes.
Given that they, maybe it's a little difficult to predict the azimuth of sunset, maybe they can predict the length of night. Has that been addressed? I mean, is it going to be dark for 5 hours, 12 hours?
Well, and that is, I didn't even really put it on my list because I know it's futile to even ask such a basic question of flat earthers. Flat earthers
Don't be like that.
No, I'll elaborate. I've used it several times on Modern Day Debate. The time that the sun will set for any location is predicted using geometry of the globe. I can tell you tell me the location, I'll tell you what time the sun will set. Flat Earth can't do that. You can't tell the time the sun will set. Flat Earth can't either tell the direction, east-west, the azimuth direction that the sun will set. Right? Not at all. It's not close. So those two things, the geometry of the globe predicts accurately, and flat Earth can't even begin to touch. So when I say it was, I wasn't saying it flippantly. I was saying it emphatically. Flat Earthers cannot predict basic things.
But flat earthers deny flat earthers deny a sunset happens anywhere. But it's going to happen. But they're convinced it's going to happen in Antarctica.
Yeah, they play word games with that.
As a straw man.
These last two comments were ridiculous.
Well, prove me wrong.
The worst straw man I've ever heard in my life.
Prove me wrong.
This
is super easy. Super easy to prove me wrong. What time will the sun set tomorrow in Minneapolis based on flat Earth geometry?
I got that in the back of my head. Hold on.
So you proved me right. No flat earther can predict using geometry of flat Earth what time or angle the sun will set. But I can do it using the globe. What does that that tells everybody looking on from the outside one dramatically huge thing.
That I can't do math.
That's a simple enough formula that I have it keyed into my HP 41. I can just key in a latitude, longitude, date, and it'll tell me all that shit with just a couple of formulae that I got from obvious NGS.
The globe model was like set up based on things we observe. Like we don't expect you guys to have like all these things that don't work. Like they set this all up already for you. Like you can't brag about something.
Every one of them is confirmation of the globe. We apply the geometry of the globe and it works. We apply geometry of flat Earth and it doesn't work. That falsifies flat Earth.
Yeah, he pointed out it does work.
And you agreed. Awesome. Earth's a globe. That's the conclusion that people make from that. That is 100% how it works.
Built off those observations, McToon.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Let's see the flat Earth math.
Yes, it was. There you go.
Because the Earth is a globe. That's why it works.
It would work either way, though, right? Because the globe was built off these
can't work either way. You can't apply geometry to two dramatically different models but when reality can only be one or none of them.
That's not what I said, and you're still wrong.
Then tell me what time the sun will set. I'm 100% right. Every day of the year, the sun sets, falsifying flat Earth for 8 billion observers.
I can't talk. I can't.
You ask him a question, and then you're talking over him. Give him a chance.
So what I said was whether the globe was made from these observations, which it was, or whether it was just a lucky guess and they tested and everything was right, it would still be the same. So what I'm saying is it's not impressive that you're counting your predictive power of your model when it was built, reverse engineered by these observations, which you just admitted to.
So
kind of weird.
Well, why didn't you reverse engineer the flat Earth model then? Go ahead, do it.
And instead of reverse engineer,
nobody's working on it.
Instead of reverse engineer, I'd like to use the phrase "figured it out."
Yeah, that's really what it was. People,
have you guys heard of the Antikythera mechanism?
The Antikythera mechanism is great. I love it. It's just it's a repeating numerical pattern. It's fantastic. It's not a geometrical pattern though.
Well, it's an observation of what they saw in the sky, right? And they were able to make certain predictions that you're talking about. So
not based on geometry.
When you claim explosivity, right? They done it like 3,000 years ago. So,
but they didn't do it using geometry. They did it based on repeating patterns. That's it.
Like everybody else that looked up in the sky, it's repeating patterns. What we see in the sky is like a clockwork, like a clock in the sky, and they figured it out thousands of years ago. So there's that.
Essie, I asked Vika Drazeev how the Antikythera mechanism predicted the path of totality for the April 8th eclipse, and he did not have an answer to it. And you just said it's same thing as he says, that it's a repeating pattern. Well, the thing is that the path of totality from April 8th was not repeated ever before, and it will never repeat again. So the Antikythera mechanism can't touch that. For that, you need to.
You're wrong. No, you're wrong. They did predict. I'll find you and I'll show you the most recent one. I think they predicted was the 2012. Anyways, I'll find it and I'll get it to you. They most absolutely predicted one using the Antarctica mechanism.
Let me make sure that you heard me right. Path of totality.
Yes, the path of totality. Yes,
all right.
Correct.
I look forward to that.
And by the way, the last path of totality, they got it wrong and they had to change it at the last moment. You are aware of that, right?
I am aware of exactly that they did not get it wrong. I know exactly what they did.
Well, they got it wrong
because
I know I was set up.
They did not get it wrong.
To go to a certain spot. Well, let me finish. I don't take long. I was set up to go to a certain spot and I had to change my location. So yeah, they got it wrong, bro.
So the path of totality was completely correct for this one particular eclipse predictions. Other eclipse, hold on, let me finish here. The other ones weren't affected by this, and what they had done is they had used a diameter of the sun that was updated from the other, from a different earlier measurement of the diameter of the sun. Other measurements of the path of totality weren't affected by it. This one particular one, I think they were in Ohio is where this group was. And so the only thing that was changed, it was just one thing for this one group of people that made the prediction, was the width of the shadow.
Okay, so I was right. They did get it wrong. Hey, it happens. I mean, you know.
The width, not the center line.
Yeah, the center line's the same spot.
The center line was predicted. And by the way, on the Antarctica machine, there's no output for the path. So how could the Antarctica machine have predicted a path, yet the Antarctica machine has no output for the path?
I mean, that's why I asked him to send it.
I'll post you the stuff I have on it.
Knowing
okay?
knowing full well that he won't have it. He full well. There's no chance. There's no chance that the Antarctica mechanism outputted the path. It doesn't have that capability. It's not in there.
Calling me a liar. You're either calling me a liar, or I dreamt that up and I didn't see it.
Probably dreamt it up.
Well, you may have found something which indicates that, but that's unsupported.
Like I said, I'm gonna find what I have, and then your incredulity is noted. But I'm gonna find what I have and I'm gonna post it. Okay.
That's great. That's great. We'd all appreciate to see it, so we could see its source.
Anybody betting any millions and billions of dollars would win against SC Montreal posting this. Ever. He has
this
nothing.
Stuff has been done thousands of years ago, and for you guys to claim exclusivity on this.
Yeah, you're gonna have to support. You're gonna have to support it first instead of just claiming it.
Yeah, Google the Antarctica mechanism.
I've looked it up. I know what it does. I know what it does.
Do it on your own. No, you don't. Obviously, you don't know this.
I know that it does not output the path.
Well, the Eclipse, the Eclipse, like all eclipses, and I believe McToon has one of these, is a ink on paper catalog that was printed years ago. And any revision to it would be at the minutia.
So the way they predict it with the Antarctica mechanism is using a Saros dial, which has 4 turn spirals that display glyphs representing the eclipses based on a 223 lunar month Saros cycle. It essentially marks when an eclipse would occur within a specific time frame by indicating the month and type of eclipse with specific symbols. This allows the user to predict both solar and lunar eclipses with a high degree of accuracy.
Yeah, just the day.
It does. I didn't find anything about the path. So that would be based upon previous eclipses, but knowing when those eclipses transverse that specific area. That's how you would know like the path of it. But it wouldn't be. It would really be. I don't see a way you could predict the path of totality for any location, like just at a whim using that device. It's just based upon previous ones.
Well, it says an ancient Greek astronomical device could predict not only the timing of eclipses, but also certain characteristics about them, including the degree of obscuration, the moon's angular diameter during the eclipse, and its position at the time, essentially allowing for a prediction of the path of an eclipse to some extent, making it remarkable a feat for its time.
Oh, there you go.
No, that's not the path of totality. You're not going to make a trip to a location and set up, knowing that little bit of information there. That's not what it does. I've looked into it. I know what it outputs. That's not what it doesn't output the path. It doesn't have the geometry in it. That's the thing.
Well, obviously you don't know everything because I read it and I'm going to find it and I'm going to post it.
I look forward to that.
I mean, we don't even have to talk about like specifically solar eclipse geometry either. I mean, just the geometry of like the exact location of everything in the sky. I would like to see the flat Earth predict the exact spot that everything's going to be at every single day or every single night. The sun,
They're on a repeating
stars.
cycle. That's how people figured it out, because it repeats.
But they don't repeat. There are things that don't repeat that are predicted.
Like what?
Like when Venus will transit the sun.
What?
Yeah, when a new Saros cycles begins, that's not a repeating. It's when it starts isn't predicted by Saros cycles. Once you know the beginning of a Saros cycles, then you can identify the day of future eclipses, but you don't know the first one based on Saros cycles. What
do you mean?
The path.
You don't know the first what?
In a Saros cycle. So there are multiple overlapping simultaneous Saros cycles that are separated by a certain amount of time. And
yeah.
So when people are like, well, here's Saros number something, there's a number for each Saros. They'll say, this eclipse is part of Saros cycle number. And so each Saros cycle has a number 1 in it. And that number 1 isn't predicted by other Saros cycles. It's independent of all of the others. So once you know the first one, then you know future dates, but you don't know that first one.
So you're saying the first one just pops up out of nowhere?
Yeah.
The sun, it's not on the cycle? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they're not repeating patterns. Not everything is a repeating pattern.
So the transit of Venus occurs very rarely, following a pattern where 2 transits happen 8 years apart, and then there's a long gap of over a century before another pair occurs, making the full cycle repeat roughly every 243 years.
Yeah, roughly. Now, do that to the minute using roughly. You're not going to get that with roughly, but the precise
it can't.
Yeah,
it just said it's roughly.
Yeah, roughly. So you can't get the minute with roughly. Roughly isn't to the minute.
So you can't either.
But we can.
You can't.
You
just said it.
Oh my gosh. Using an ephemeris.
Roughly.
Using an ephemeris.
Not roughly. It's every 88,756 days.
Awesome.
Doesn't sound like roughly to me.
To the minute. I said to the minute, didn't I? Did I say to the minute?
Find the minute and then find to the second.
Yeah. So the ephemeris.
And then second.
VSOP 87 or other ephemerides can predict to the minute these types of events.
So your point is that
it is a repeating cycle?
My point is that you don't get accurate predictions based on just saying, oh, it's a repeating cycle. So like I said, I gave
over a period of approximately 80,000 years, the transit dates will migrate forward 1 complete cycle.
There you go. How was that determined?
Good question.
With an ephemeris.
Well, somebody was back 88,000 years to know that it happened then?
Yes, they have not 88,000, but they do have documentation of celestial positioning going back centuries, and back farther than that, but the precision drops off.
But your overall point is that you guys can predict these things and we cannot, right?
Yeah, we can predict the non-repeating patterns, and it's not. It's more than that. There is no flat Earth geometry at all that touches this. Nothing. There is heliocentric, barycentric, whatever patterns, not patterns, ephemerides that do identify these things precisely. So there's one thing to say, oh, look, there's a repeating pattern. Sorrow cycles, for an example. That has nothing to do with geometry. It just has to do identifying a repeating pattern, which anybody can do just by identifying that. You don't need to apply any geometry. But to be precise and to identify non-repeating patterns, you need to have more information than that. You need to apply the geometry. So, and there is the exclusive position of the globe that can produce the geometry to predict these things.
But like when you say predict, are you specifically talking about like down to the minute?
Yeah.
Down to the second.
As far as I know, the eclipses are known by the sorrow cycle. We know them out infinitely because they're a repeating cycle.
The sorrow cycles give you the approximate day. That's it. That's all you get.
Okay.
You don't get to the minute. You don't, and sorrow cycles don't give you the path. They don't tell you anything about location. Right? There are other patterns that you can identify to get, a little more information about position and a little bit more about totality, whether it's a total eclipse or an annular eclipse. Those types of things you can identify, but the when I went to Texas, I had to the second prediction of when each of the 4 contact points happened, and they were correct. The first contact point, when the moon first enters the sun, sits in front of the sun, was identified and called out. I had an app that was saying it and had my GPS location, and it said, well, here's the time, and it gave me a countdown. So we were looking at the sun with our solar glasses on, and to the second, the moon entered into the sun at that second. That was
because they're tracking those solar bodies, and they know how fast they're moving.
Yes, exactly. They know
solar eclipse.
They know to the second where all this happens because they know where in 3-dimensional space all of these objects are.
Dude, it was off by like 3 minutes where I am in Pennsylvania.
It was to the second.
Do you have a catalog of the ephemerides? And what's the publishing date on it? I mean, a catalog of the eclipses.
Yeah.
Because the revision on it, look at it. It was published years ago.
Yep. All right, I got it. Eclipse Almanac 2021 to 2030. Obviously, it had to be published before 2021. This is published October of 2020. So let me get this up here on the big screen.
And the values in there have this. Can you compare that to the app?
This doesn't give as much detail as the app did, but these things have been published on the EclipseWise website, and you can download the data from there. And you can only trust what is in the past as much as you can trust it. But of course, you can pull up stuff from the future and look at it. So here's the looking at the April 8 one right here, the one where I was in Texas. So this path, this path of totality right here is different from all these other paths of totalities. None of these are repeating. The paths are independent every time.
Are you claiming that the exact path of totality is known in advance?
Yes. Yeah, centuries in
why
advance.
Does it narrow down its accuracy as it gets closer?
It doesn't.
It doesn't need to.
Last time. It did this last time.
No, it didn't. What happened was one group of people, not this group of people, not the people that published the book that I'm holding, and not the people responsible for EclipseWise, but the people that were in Ohio. I forgot their name. They had a diameter of the sun that was different
Yeah,
then
I heard you say that.
was it.
But
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying,
it wasn't narrowed down. They didn't narrow down anything. All they did was adjust the size of the sun. Other groups that had used it, the correct size of the sun. So
Nah, Nictern, it was going over Erie, Pennsylvania when I first saw it like 3 weeks before. And then leading up to it, it was directly total eclipse, like directly over my head. And I'm on the other side of the state.
I have no idea what you're talking about because I had been watching it for months ahead of time and it never changed. I picked my location months ahead and it didn't move.
You're talking about the one that just happened, right?
It's just more nitpicking. Like, well, what is this going to do for flat Earth?
Nothing. Yeah, flat Earth can't do anything still. This is coping. This is all copium.
Dude, I don't understand why you expect us to be able to know this.
To know what? I expect flat earthers to have answers about flat Earth. Everybody expects it. If you're out there saying, dude, you have nothing. You can't predict that the sun will set ever. Flat Earth demands that the sun never set. That's how the geometry must happen. You can't even tell me the angle at all. I'll give you 10 degrees. Tell me what angle will the sun set. You can't even do that.
Hey, Toon, you know exactly what we say sunsets are. So why are you acting like this? This is so bizarre.
What you say sunsets are? What do you mean? What are sunsets then?
You know exactly what we call sunsets, what we say the phenomenon is. You know
Please
that.
state it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't know why you're acting
Go ahead.
like we
Make it clear for all 538 people that are watching right now. What are sunsets in flat Earth? Give me the science behind how sun sets for flat Earth.
And I've heard several different descriptions. So which one are you purveying?
Guys, are you seriously being this cocky right now?
Go ahead.
Like, holy shit.
You
know what it is.
You have an opportunity and you haven't.
Hey,
you know what
I'll
it
take
is,
that
though.
opportunity to address your audience.
Why am I just going to say it and then you're just going to make fun of me? I don't understand what's happening here. This is really bizarre and kind of
small local sun. Small local sun. Small area of influence, rotating over the flat Earth, taking its local light with it.
Well,
all right. So what time will the sun set?
Bro, the same time it does now.
Okay.
Like what?
Okay.
Cope.
In Glacier Bay, in Union Glacier, in Union Glacier next month, how long will the night be?
There's not going to be night when the sun sets. Do you not know that?
The sun will not set though. But the sun's going to be up.
We'll see.
The whole time.
We'll see. Yes. It's not going to be according to you. Again, this thing you're doing is really weird where you're like pretending not to know our views on things. I don't know why you're doing that.
No, I want all 553 people to hear it.
Yeah, they've already heard that.
Are you embarrassed to say it? Do you think all 500?
To say what?
Do you think all 553 people will think that it's ridiculous when you say it?
When I say that I think the sun's going to set in Antarctica?
No.
No, but
what causes the suns to set? That's the thing.
Perspective. It goes away from us.
Yeah. Well, how does that work?
Gonna laugh at me now?
How far away is too far away? How far away? Give me the miles.
When it reaches the vanishing point, bro.
How many miles is that?
Converges.
How many miles is that?
It's different. According to you guys, it's an apparent horizon.
No, don't say according to us guys. I'm asking for the flat Earth because you were mocking me for not knowing the flat Earth. You were mocking me for not knowing the flat Earth answer. So the flat Earth answer must include how far away. How far away is it too far to see?
No.
How
I've
far?
been extremely cordial and haven't mocked you at all.
Okay, well then tell me.
You are pretending to not know.
How far away? Oh no, I know the claims. I know you say these things, but they're nonsense. They are nonsense because how far away? You can't answer how far. We say it goes too far away. How far is too far? And why is too far different for every location? That makes no sense.
Jesus, dude.
Because you can look at the sun coverage for flat Earth on the equinoxes, and you can say, well, why do people in Punta Arenas who are really far from the sun, why are they seeing it when it's significantly farther away from them than people that are in the northern hemisphere, but it's dark for them. Why? Because it doesn't make any sense. Because for some people, it's closer and they don't see it than people that are farther. So you can't say too far away because that doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't match reality. That's why you don't have an answer. When I can freely say you don't explain sunsets because that makes no sense at all.
Okay, Neptune. Why is twilight so much quicker in the southern hemisphere summer?
It's not. It's the same amount of time for twilight in the north as in the south.
Oh, yeah?
At a given season.
Yep, 6 months opposite.
Yeah, at the given season.
Sure about that.
Because of latitude.
100% serious. You show me the measurements. You show me the measurements of the amount of light at opposite latitudes at opposite times of year. Go ahead.
So United States versus Australia, essentially same latitude, right?
Not essentially. I don't. Essentially isn't going to cut it here. I need to see something that's within 1 degree.
Wow.
Okay, 5 degrees.
There's cities that are 1 degree latitude, the same north and south. Easy. Try Sydney, Australia. What's the latitude for Sydney?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm not playing this game down to 1 degree. I don't understand what you're doing right now. This is beyond weird.
I'm showing that flat Earth doesn't have any answers for anything. So,
but you're saying I'm mocking you though when I'm being
Sydney
cordial,
34 degrees, 34 degrees south,
like you do with most stuff.
34 degrees south in Sydney. Let's see, what do we got on the United States here?
Look it up.
Yeah, all right. Los Angeles is 34 degrees north. So there you go. Sydney and Los Angeles, millions of people. Millions of people in both places. So you've said,
so you can't do it, right?
Hold on. You've asserted that you think. How about you think that there is a dramatic difference in the amount of twilight time at opposite latitudes, 6 months apart, right? So I would love to see the difference. I'd love to see difference. Cool. I'd love to see the empirical measurement difference of that.
Yeah, well, I'm also not talking about what you're going to find on a computer. I'm talking about like actually being there.
Yeah, I didn't ask for that. I asked for empirical measurements. So no, and I'm asking them knowing they don't exist. So, but you're the one that said, how come the twilights are so much different north and south? And I'll say,
yeah, I thought you've heard.
Show me.
You've heard that.
Show me. I've heard people say that, but I've never seen empirical measurements. So I can be very bold and confident.
Who are globers
I can be very confident saying I've not seen any empirical measurements and challenge you to present these empirical measurements. I know you don't have any.
Damn, man, you're being so cocky and weird.
I get to be because I can tell you what time the sun will set using the geometry of the globe, and you can't do anything at all using the geometry of flat Earth. Not one thing. So I get to be cocky.
Congrats, and
I earned it.
This makes me feel good. You definitely earned it.
I mean, did. Whoa. Thank you.
Yeah,
this is so weird.
You came in a room and you're bragging about a model that was made by the observations.
Yes,
saying,
everything works.
These observations,
100%.
Because the model I have was made by them.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That is profound.
You've just described science. Nailed it. That's what we do. We see an observation and we build a model based on the observation. That's how you do it. And then to see if your observation, if your model is right, yes, it is. Then you predict future events using that model.
For the 556 people watching, no, it's not.
Oh, it's super interesting, and it's very powerful that you can make future predictions based on your model. If you can make future predictions based on your model, that's amazing. That tells you that your model is very accurate. Now, if you can't make even a single prediction based on your what you say, that means that your model, your idea, your proposition is probably not even close to accurate at all. If you've been,
we came out with a model that you could just tear apart right now.
Every model that every flat earther has ever proposed has been torn apart.
Yeah, no, we
every
don't
single
really
one. We
have a
just
model,
it's
and you
easy.
all
Yeah.
seem to have a problem with it, which is kind of weird too.
No, it's not weird at all.
I think all
It's
Globers are
100%
just, like,
expected. It's a
weird
mandatory
narcissists.
requirement. You don't get to play with the big boys if you don't have a model. So get a model,
Well, I'm gonna
put
go
it forward.
I'm gonna go sit at the kids' table,
And
I guess.
Yes, you will. That's what Flat Earth is people sitting at the kids' table that think that they're big boys, but they're not.
Dude, I hope you're proud of yourself, man. You're really.
It's
you're
not
really
about
coming in
him,
hard
bro.
here.
It's not about him. If we step outside of our beliefs and look at it for what it is, the globe does have the predictions and FE doesn't. It's not
Oh
about
shit, because it was made off the observations. That's
You
not
just
impressive
described science.
at
That's
all.
Thanks. That's what you do.
I know that.
You
We've been
completely
through
do
this,
that.
and I said it's not impressive.
And so then at the end of it, you say, this is reality. The model that we've developed matches reality. Look at that. We've got a great understanding of reality.
McToon, how many observations for like how long did they take to build this model? Like for like how many years of human history do you think they've been building up all these observations, which they
Millennia. Yeah. But to be fair, Globers have had less time. To be fair, Globers have.
The globe was even taught.
Let me say this. Globers have had less time than flat earthers to develop a model, because you will say, flat earthers like to say, all ancient civilizations thought the earth was flat. So you've all had longer than we have to put together a model, yet you can't.
But you literally just admitted that it wasn't just Globers that put together this model, right? So this model was put together by the ancient humans, and before this whole globe model was taught, and they just made it into the globe model, which could have been made into anything, right? The observations, you can put it through computer, make all the data conform to any model you want. You know, it's just a visual.
Then do it.
Visual thing.
If you can make the data fit any model, then do it.
Software to do that, dude.
Go ahead,
we're
do
not
it.
Government, bro.
We don't have most of the things.
I'm not a geek like that.
Most of the things that people figured out were figured out by hobbyists. The important things that we're all talking about today were done by hobbyists.
But what does it matter? Like if we take all these, like if we could have all this data on a computer, right? And we had like some type of modeling software that can make a model. It doesn't really make the model real. It just means we have a model now, and you can confirm some of it, but doesn't really confirm it's true. It just confirms that it works.
If you can make future predictions with it, then that gives confidence to the accuracy of that model. But there is no flat earth model that can make accurate predictions about things.
Nicktoon, do you expect there to be one?
Yes, there must be. It's a mandatory requirement.
There must
yeah.
be. For us to disagree with
there are 100
with the globe model.
There are
we would have to
100,000
replace
commercial flights every day, and 100,000 of those 100,000 commercial flights use the globe to determine the distances and to set their flight paths.
Okay. So again, you expect us to have a model. Since we don't, we can't even doubt the globe because we have to replace it before we can doubt it.
Doubt it all you want, but your doubts come to nothing if you can't do anything at all. And it shows that you have an irrational position to continue to hold that position when it's shown over and over again that the globe absolutely works, because all 100,000 of those flights uses the globe, and they have to get it right, because you won't get to where you're going if you use the wrong azimuth angle, the wrong heading. And if you don't know the distance between your start and stop point, you're going to have the wrong amount of gas in your plane, and people will tend to crash those planes when they, right? But 100,000 flights,
kind of a silly statement.
100,000 flights a day know how much fuel to put into those planes ahead of time based on the globe. This isn't weird at all. This is what big boys do. How far do we need to go in this plane? What's the distance? Let's put the right amount of fuel in so that people don't die. It's pretty important.
Listen, big boys, when they train those pilots to fly you around, not to kill people, you know what they train them on? Big boy.
They train them on a globe.
On a flat surface.
No, I have
They don't train them to fly upside down on balls.
No, they don't train. No, they don't train to fly upside down. Of course not. That's silly. Well, it's
We
in,
know
it's
silly.
packed. So
we know it's very silly.
so I have.
Globe can't answer a lot of stuff.
They
too, so
they
it's just
absolutely
so
do
weird.
train on a globe, because 100% of the flight charts use a globe. So if you're going to get a distance, you're using the globe. So yes, they
Nope,
train on a
they're not
globe.
They're not using any globe. Any sensible person knows how a plane flies and knows that a plane cannot possibly fly around a globe. That's just an idea you have in your mind. It's been put in your mind, and you think you can come here and just tout it around. It's not going to work, buddy.
How far is it from Perth to Sydney? That's a necessity.
When they train a pilot, when they train a pilot, how is he trained, Toon?
He's trained
What surface is he trained to fly
He's trained to use the globe to determine the distance between those 2 points. Because if he doesn't use
on a computer screen, incorrect. You're wrong.
No, you can do it without a computer. And prior to computer-based navigation, people were doing it on flight charts using the globe-based flight charts. People were determining distances between points using the globe. So you can't do any flights without using the globe. You don't know how much fuel.
Start from one spot. Are you done, or are you going to keep talking?
You tell me how they knew how much fuel to put in.
Because they know from this point to that point, you need that much fuel. It's been done before. And every pilot that has ever flown has always not been trained around the ball. That's ridiculous, right? Nobody has ever
not
been
being
trained
a
to
pilot
fly except on
means
a
nothing.
level surface.
Means nothing, you being a not pilot. Contradicting the actual documentation from pilots.
Fly upside down. If you think you can come here and tout your ball, it's not going to work, bro. Because I'm going to tell you 100
I get
reasons why.
to all day long because I can answer every question and you can't. How far is it between Sydney and Perth?
You tell me how it's possible for a plane to be flying, right, level and straight, but yet in your ball it's going around a globe and nobody notices. You go on. You explain that to everybeverybody.
It's not hard at all because I was in the middle of it. All right. So the dynamics of flight, there's multiple forces at play. You've got gravity pulling the plane down. You've got lift from the wings, and you've got thrust, and you've got resistance. There's other forces at play there too. And as the plane varies its location, the downward vector of gravity changes, and the plane automatically varies its pitch based on that to always be consistently varying relative to the downward vector of gravity. So that's how it works to vary its angle, its orientation. And the lift is handled by the amount of thrust and resistance, of course, is part of it. So as the plane is traveling, it stays at the same elevation because the thrust and lift are in balance with the resistance and downward gravity. That's how it works, right. And that's in the flight. So, that's in the flight manuals.
You want to keep going? You want another 2 minutes, or are you going to stop?
All right, that's good enough. There you go.
Okay, so now what you explain now is how you think a plane works. Now let's go to reality, right? Let's go to reality. Everybody that's ever been on a plane has always experienced straight and level flight. The only time there's a difference in a takeoff and landing. Now, you big boy, you've been convinced that that plane you're on goes around the ball. That's on you, sir. Don't try to come here and claim that that is what is going on, because everybody knows in reality they ain't flying around no ball.
Right. Do you have any evidence to support your claim there?
Yes. Everybody that has ever experienced a plane flight experienced what I said.
Okay. Do you have any evidence, though?
Please don't. I know you're triggered. Please don't interrupt. It's not polite. The nose goes up during takeoff. The plane levels off. You have your glass of water there. It's completely level with your wine. You're having your meal. And then it noses down. That's the only time you're not experiencing level flight.
Yeah. All right. So how did you quantify that?
What do you mean? How do I quantify that?
You made quantifiable claims. How did you quantify that?
Everybody that has ever taken a plane knows exactly what I mean. Now you go and explain to everybody how level goes around the curve. Go ahead. I want to hear you say it. Don't be afraid.
No,
Say it.
I'm asking you right now to quantify your claims, to provide the evidence for your claims. You've made claims.
Listen to my answer.
It's on you to support your claims, not me.
Yeah, okay, now stop talking. Every person that has taken a plane ride can relate with the statement I'm going to say right now. When your plane takes off, that's the only time you notice your nose going up, right? They tell you, close your thing so your water doesn't spill. Then you experience level flight. The light goes on. You can take your thing down. You can eat. Then when the plane goes down, that's the only time we don't experience level flight. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
The answer I just gave you?
Yeah. And level is a curved surface as defined by the dictionary. So
Beautiful.
level flight.
I was waiting for you to say that. Okay. So level is a curve to you in your world, right? And you came here to ridicule us.
In reality, it is a curve. Yeah. In reality, level is a curve.
Okay, so now, Mr. Toon, big boy, we go to Home Depot, right? And we get some spirit levels. You know what a spirit level is? A 6-foot spirit level.
Yeah.
You know what that is? Okay. We take that and we make it perfectly level, right? Now we get a couple of hundred or 1,000 other spirit levels, right? And we put them side by side. What happens in your world, Toon? What happens to that? Is it a straight line?
No, it's a curve. Yeah, it's a curve.
Tell everybody.
It's a curve.
Everybody heard that?
Well,
everybody heard that. You go to Home Depot, you buy a level, you level it.
Gosh.
You put other levels next to it, and it becomes a curve. You still feel like a big boy, Toon.
Yeah, 100%. That's a curve.
I rest my case. Spirit levels side by side in Toon world, big boy world, becomes a circle, a curve. Thank you, Toon.
Well, if you put 1,000 carpenter levels side by side, you really haven't learned anything about the shape of the earth.
No, you've made a fool of yourself, that's for sure.
However, pursuant of this very same question, I put 3 such instruments on a ridge at 1,960 feet and looked through the crosshairs, and they were looking right over the top of a distant radio antenna. And the radio antenna by elevation was 430 feet higher in elevation.
I'm muted right now.
But the level
He's
at the
so
instruments
dumb.
went right
Do you
over the
hear
top
how
of that
smug he
antenna.
was? Oh my gosh, he's
so
dumb.
You agree with Toon that spirit levels side by side, they make a circle? You agree with him?
Yes, 100%, of course, because they're not perfectly aligned with each other.
I love it. Thank you, guys. I love it.
How dumb you can be.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how dumb you can be,
Oh my
bro.
gosh.
You just told people that levels next to each other
Yes.
make a circle.
Yes, because they're not
keep
perfectly
saying
in
it,
line with
brother.
each other. Nobody thinks that's funny.
Dude, during the summer solstice, the length of twilight is significantly longer in the northern hemisphere compared to the southern hemisphere's summer. So
I looked that up.
Yeah, let's see it. Post it.
I looked it up, okay? In Sacramento, on the equinox, twilight is 30 minutes long, daylight is 14 hours and 52 minutes long. At Melbourne, Australia, the daylight is 14 hours and 48 minutes, only 4 minutes different, and twilight is still 30 minutes on December 21st. Keeping in mind that in December, we're at perihelion, or near perihelion, and in June, we're near aphelion. But the twilight, and in the evening twilight, was 30 minutes in both locations, and the length of day was only different by 4 minutes.
Sweet, that matches.
So, longer twilight in the northern summer. In the northern hemisphere during summer, the sun's path across the sky is higher, leading to longer periods of twilight, especially at higher latitudes. Shorter twilight in the southern summer. Conversely, in the southern hemisphere during summer, the sun's path is lower, resulting in shorter twilight periods.
Except on equinox, at each location, which is 6 months apart, and they're both 38.5 degrees of latitude, the evening twilight was exactly the same.
Okay. So back to my point. Why is it different?
Oh my gosh.
It's 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes at the June equinox in Sacramento.
Dude, I heard you, bro. I heard.
Okay,
you.
then I don't know what you mean by they're longer as opposed to exactly the same.
Because of what I just read. But you know,
all right, well, post it. Post the numbers.
Are you referring to June 21st in Sacramento and June 21st in Melbourne? Because I indicated 6 months apart.
You clearly didn't listen at all to what I said.
You're right. Because I must have missed it, because what I thought I heard was quite clear, but apparently I am way the fuck off. So please restate your position, because I'm in error. I brought forth what I thought you had put forth.
Sure, if you want to listen again. During the summer solstice, the length of twilight is significantly longer in the northern hemisphere, northern summer, compared to the southern hemisphere during its southern summer, especially at higher latitudes where twilight can last nearly the entire night due to the sun's shallow angle below the horizon. This is because northern hemisphere is tilted toward the sun, blah, blah, blah. In the northern hemisphere, during summer, the sun's path across the sky is higher, leading to longer periods of twilight, especially at higher latitudes. Conversely, in the southern hemisphere during summer, the sun's path is lower, resulting in shorter twilight periods.
During which summer, though? During the northern hemisphere's summer?
It literally says it. Are you not listening? I said it 3 times.
I was asking for clarification, and it was unclear in the wording.
Sure. Longer twilight in northern summer. In the northern hemisphere during summer, the sun's path across the sky is higher, leading to longer periods of twilight, especially at higher latitudes. Shorter twilight in southern summer. Conversely, in the southern hemisphere during summer, the sun's path is lower, resulting in shorter twilight periods.
The problem is,
I was right.
yeah, just post the source.
Is that ChatGPT?
Okay, now we're posting sources because
of course you're always posting sources. Always, it's just a default. Always cite your sources. Why would you not? Are you ashamed of it? Are you scared that it might contradict your claim?
No, it's Astronomy Stack Exchange. I can post
Sweet,
it.
post it.
I just don't feel like doing what you're
Oh,
telling
I don't
me to
feel
do
like
because you're
posting
being
it.
a jerk.
Got it. Oh, I'm being a jerk. He's being a jerk. I don't want to post
There's a lot
it.
of bad energy in this room right now. I think we should do a cleanse together really quick.
Oh my
Cleanse
gosh.
this bad energy and come
That's
back.
a good idea.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
All right, well, post that. I'll look at it. And SC is going to post the path of totality using the anti-Thayer mechanism. That's going to be good.
You won't look at it. You won't look at it.
He won't post
I
it.
hope everybody
he won't
heard
be.
what Magnetometer said, right? That spirit levels side
Oh
by
my
side
God! Say
make
it
a
again.
circle around the
Yes.
globe. I hope everybody heard that.
We'll talk about force align next. That'll be good.
You hear him chuckling? He thinks it's funny. He said that spirit levels side by side.
Yes.
Put side by side.
100%.
Make a
Say it
circle
again.
around the globe, and he's
Say it
laughing.
again. Only the fourth
You
time
should
this
be
time.
laughing, sir. You should be laughing.
Oh,
Does
585
anybody else
people.
want to comment on that?
That's
I'm
awesome.
curious. Does anybody else find that
Oh,
funny?
all right. Do you want me to read some of the? All right. Does anybody have any responses to SC Montreal in the YouTube live chat? I'll read them off to him.
No. To you, no, that's not what I asked. I asked a response to your statement.
To my statement.
That spirit levels make a circle around the globe. That's
Yeah.
what I asked. If you want
Response
read
to my
something else,
statement.
go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, response to your statement. Yeah, I'm really curious.
All right. Let's see. Yes, he's an effing spest. Oh no, that's not what he was. You answered the wrong question there, Kango 44. All right, let's see. Max says I sent SC Montreal a video of the iPad pilots use for navigation. Stephen Baker says I agree. Spastic. No, wrong question you're answering. Let's see. Totally correct says I'm totally correct says the Poom. Grum Alcom says it's only level at 1 point.
At 1 point, yeah, I know that one.
Each
2023.
What is still true. It doesn't matter what year it is. It's still true. A spirit level. A spirit level is level at only 1 point.
Or can we speak? You just want to ramble on. So one single point geometry. That's correct with you guys. You could only have level at 1 point. Level and horizontal only at 1 point. Is that correct? According to your
a spirit level identifies a horizontal that's tangent at 1 point. I just posted it in there. It's page 70.
1 point. Okay.
It's
page. Another question?
It's page 74 of Elementary Surveying: An Introduction to Geomatics, 13th edition. It's the textbook used for the surveying class at the University of Alaska Anchorage.
Right, perfect. Now, let me ask you a question. According to that and your experts, your spirit level, are you saying that it's only level at 1 point, sir?
How many times do I need to say the same thing?
No, if you're afraid to answer the question, I understand.
All right, fine. I'll answer it again. I'll answer it again. A spirit level identifies a horizontal tangent at only 1 point.
1 point. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. According to him, and that's not even him talking, the big boy. He's reading it from a book. So he believes that a spirit level that you buy at Home Depot is only level at 1 point. In other words, when you level your shelf,
it's only horizontal.
It's only level at 1 point.
It's horizontal at that 1 point. Level is a curve. Level
1 point.
Level is a curve.
This is the smart man telling us this.
This isn't just me. This is all the entire field of surveying. All millions and millions of people that are surveyors.
Right. Millions of people told him that his bookshelf is only horizontal at 1 point. I hope everybody's listening. The 535 people that follow this man.
Well, given that it's only 2 or 3 feet long, there's like no difference. It's not worth talking about. And I just posted a couple graphics from textbooks pointing out the point of tangency being horizontal at a singular point and level being the 39 60-mile radius of the geoid of Earth.
Beautiful. You keep on believing that and telling that to people. You're going to wake up.
It also matches.
Thank you.
It also matches my field experience.
Right. If you want to believe that your shelf is only level at 1 point or horizontal at 1 point, that's free for you to imagine.
But that's what measurements match, though, too.
At 3 feet long, it's a non sequitur.
No problem. You can believe that, sir. That's up to you.
3 feet long. Yeah, I'll give you that. Now, back to another point, if I may.
Hold on, No, the same point, please. I'd like to, McToon, if you could explain, because as he's kind of he's responding with incredulity, and it honestly doesn't make sense to me either. Are you saying that the level in its entirety is level, but where the water is and where the bubble is, that 1 point establishes a horizontal, but the whole thing is level? Is that what you're saying?
A spirit level, as precise as it is, it's not perfectly straight. Nothing is perfect in meat space, but a spirit level identifies a horizontal plane at 1 point on the surface of the Earth only. And it diverges from the surface of the Earth as you get farther away.
Who's responding with incredulity? Did you think that a spirit level is only level at 1 point?
No, that's what I'm trying to get from him. He's saying it's horizontal at 1 point, but I think he's saying that it's curved level throughout. Is that right?
Yeah. Level is a curved surface, and I'm posting multiple citations here. This is what the field of surveying uses as their work and their regular daily business.
Where are you posting?
In the live stream text on Discord.
And I'm guessing you're saying it's a horizontal right where the bubble is, right?
Yep, right where that bubble is the point of tangency.
Of the spirit. Yes, you're saying that the ends of these spirit levels are a little bit below the horizontal established in the center. Is that correct?
No.
I thought a nanometer.
Yeah,
maybe the diameter of a proton.
Yeah, it's very small at that sort of a distance. But I posted a whole bunch of citations. Yeah. Yeah, at multiple miles away, it diverges a lot.
At 27 miles, it diverges by 400 feet.
Yeah, measured, not guessed, not just asserted, not reified, not presumed, actually measured.
Okay, let's say the spirit level was manufactured. Let's say it was manufactured vertically, like, you know, according to Plum.
Yeah.
And it was manufactured to be absolutely straight, you know, and vertical. Are you saying then that if you hold it sideways, the slight curvature bend to make it like a curved level is from gravity? Is that what?
No, the level did not deflect. It did, the level being a tangent at one point departs from the constant elevation of level, and in the length of a carpenter's level, that would be about the diameter of a proton or something so insignificant that it's really outside, you know, this discussion.
Yeah, so if you look at the one I just posted,
I don't think you heard my question. Hold on, I don't think you ever heard my question. My question was, if the spirit level was manufactured, like, you know, Plum was manufactured for completely vertical, that would make the entire spirit level, you know, straight, right? Now if we hold it sideways,
yeah,
then are you saying then that it curves naturally because of gravity, that the ends will fall down a little bit and curve because of gravity?
Well, let's presume that it's perfectly rigid. Yeah, and let's say it's 2 miles. It's 2 miles long. Let's make it 2 miles long.
Or in my case, 27 miles.
Yeah. And so if you look at that, what I just posted there, I don't know if you can see this in the chat. It's page, you know the one I'm looking at because it says 71 or 74 leveling theory methods and equipment. Figure 4.1 leveling terms. If you look at that, you can see the horizontal plane there, and then at point A, and then there's that level surface. That's the curving surface that starts at point A and goes over to the right. Right. So this is the definition.
No, let me finish explaining.
This is the definition in surveying. This is what they use as their in their industry for how the Earth is shaped. And so these are the terms that they use and the definitions for the terms that they use. So if you disagree with it, then that's fine. You can disagree with it and you can say, well, I don't want level to have that definition. But for them, when they talk about it, when airplane pilots say level, they mean the same thing. It's a curved surface. So you can assert that level and flat are the same, but in this industry they're not. So
I have a question.
It identifies just a second.
Figure 4.1. Hold up, this figure right here, where it says vertical line, and that's meeting A. You see that?
Yep.
Let's say we have a mold, okay, a metal mold to fashion these spirit levels, and it is hanging vertical. It's plumb.
Yeah.
Right. It's perfectly straight. And that's how we fashion the spirit level. And then after it's fashioned and it's all cooled down and everything like that, then we take it out from its, like, you know, plum mold and we hold it sideways.
Yeah.
At that point, are you saying because it's not completely rigid and because of gravity that the sides will hang a little bit and it'll become curved level while the center bubble still establishes a horizontal? Is that what you're?
Well, I don't know why we're talking about whether or not it's rigid or not, because obviously everything in that we would ever build is not going to be rigid enough to not flex over the course of however long it needs to flex. It's going to flex significantly more than the surface of the Earth curves.
But in this discussion, let's call it rigid. It's so close to rigid, let's make it rigid. That in this discussion, it is still a tangent line, tangent at the middle, and level being a constant elevation, being the arc of the radius of the Earth, does depart from the tangent in the length of a few feet, an insignificant, nearly immeasurable dimension by the subatomic.
Oh, so to prove that it goes in a circle, we go to Home Depot, get the little bubble thing, and we launch it into space and goes around, and we have a little drone watch it. And if the bubble moves, it's a circle.
I posted my measurement. That's what I'm talking about. I put up a spirit level, and I was at 1,960 feet, and that level was looking over the top of a radio tower, which is 400 feet higher. That's what I got.
Is this the
Okay, if we hang
Hagerstown
that spirit
Airport?
level sideways. If we hang that spirit level sideways vertically, right? Is it then going to be still curved?
Why are you asking?
Absolutely straight.
Who cares if the particular thing that you manufactured droops because of gravity? Of course, it's going to droop. How much is it going to droop? We don't know how much it's going to.
You can put a strain gauge on
all
it.
these spirit levels have all these spirit levels have more than one bubble. They have a bubble horizontally and vertically, right?
Yeah.
At least a huge majority of them do.
And on either end.
If you were to hang it up vertically and it's perfectly at the center, and now you're saying so that means it's absolutely straight. The entirety of this frame of this spirit level is straight. And then you hang it horizontally, and you're saying now it's actually drooping. It's a curved level. You have to have you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either it's curved while it's vertical, or it's straight while it's vertical, and then and it's also straight when it's horizontal.
A 3-foot level is so rigid, we're going to call it not drooping.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's generous of you.
So for reference,
then it's going to be horizontal.
let me give you a reference here. So how much droop would happen over 100 meters, right? So a football field, from one end to the other, at the rate that the Earth curves, you will have a bulge of 0.2, just under 0.2 millimeters at the center of a football field. That's how much the Earth curves. Earth curve causes a bulge in the center of it. So if you have a 100, a football field long level, and you put it right in the middle, then on either end, if it's a perfectly rigid level, then on either end of that football field, the level surface of the Earth will have departed from it by 0.2 of a millimeter.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. So there's a hump. Okay. Now we're talking.
So now, here's the challenge. Is there such a device that you could build that's rigid enough to, over the course of 50 meters either direction, not flex 0.2 of a millimeter? Right? Good luck on that.
This argument would be done. It would be done a long time.
Yeah, but in reality, that type of material doesn't exist. So we need to use other things to measure.
Do you question my measurement where I put up a spirit level at 27 miles from a radio tower? Is that in doubt?
What did you do with that spirit level? What do you mean? How did you measure with a spirit level 27 miles? I don't get it.
I didn't measure the distance with a spirit level. I had the distance acquired by other means. But if you look up to where I posted my field observation, where I showed the instrument and I made a diagram of the observation.
Is this the Hagerstown to Waynesboro one?
Yeah, the from the Cove Mountains to the Appalachian Mountains. It's at 48 minutes after.
So you're saying you use the spirit level to level off your instrument? Is that what you're saying?
The instrument is a level. That's its only job.
Okay. And then you shot 27 miles, right?
I looked through the telescope to a radio tower 27 miles away, which was 400 feet higher in elevation. And I was looking straight over the top of it by many feet.
And you figured that's because of the Earth curve?
Yes.
Yeah. It would have to be the other direction if the Earth were flat. Mandatory.
And I supported it with the diagram and the maths. So you want to take issue with it, come on out to Western Maryland. I'll walk you through it. You can use my equipment or you can bring your own.
I'm not doubting what you're saying. It's just that I can't wrap my head around how you guys could think a spirit level could wrap itself around the Earth. Like
he can't wrap his head around it because he's too
Benny
stupid.
Hill stuff.
Well, why you change the topic? You change the topic because you're cornered here. Obviously, he has a real world measurement that you don't want to address. You can't address. It contradicts your position, and you don't want to talk about it. We get it. We know why.
No, I told him kudos. I mean, if he did what he did, I have no reason to doubt him or believe him or not believe him. I mean, okay, he did what he did.
Okay, and what does that say about the surface of the Earth? What does that say about level?
Well, to me, it doesn't say much because I've seen other people do this. And what I've seen, if you look at an auto level, right, and as you go, as things move in the distance, they appear to get lower. And not necessarily because the ground is getting lower. It's just a visual effect. So the limited stuff that I've seen, that's the conclusion I come to.
What is the name of that fallacy that you just did there? Let me see if I have it.
I'm telling you
It's
what I've
called.
seen. You wanna do what you wanna do.
The
Go ahead.
name of the fallacy is called special pleading. You just said things go down when you look through it all just because. Special pleading.
I didn't say just because.
Oh, what
Who said
causes
just
it?
because?
What causes
I
it?
said they appear because the surface that the person was doing it, the surface didn't go down. So it's an appearance. It's
But why
the
did
way
it
your
appear?
eye works.
It's the way your
Can you
eyes work.
stop
Okay,
and
special
let
pleading. Awesome. Special pleading.
Stop.
That's what
You
it
know
is.
what?
Special pleading. That's the way your eyes work is special pleading.
Go play your games on your channel, bro. I'm not gonna play your game. So
No,
if you
yeah,
want to
I mean-
talk rationally, okay. If you want to do
Dude,
ad homs, go
you-
somewhere else.
It's not an ad hom to identify that you've just used a special pleading fallacy. You said that's the way our eyes work without providing any plausible mechanism for it. That is textbook special
Can we
pleading.
go back to the spirit level for?
Sure.
So for the spirit level, you have like the short. You're saying that they're going to be flush, end to end, with each other, and still.
He's trying to get away from that topic.
A 3 foot level is not worth the discussion.
But no, let's go through it. I think
Hold on.
I think I know where he's going.
Let's say like
It's a
each
good
level is perfectly flush
exercise.
with the next one, right?
Yes.
If I take this level, one level, and I hold it sideways, right, where the short ends like on the top, I'm holding it vertically. It still has like a bubble in the center, and I can still level it out. The ends are going to be. You're saying it's a curved level. Obviously, there's going to be even less deviation than if it were sideways because it's an even shorter distance now. But still, you're saying that it's going to be this little short end of it is going to be curved, right? And now it would be convex. Now, if I'm holding it flush with the other one, right, it's either not going to be perfectly flush. There are going to be two convex ends going together, according to you, or they're going to be perfectly flush and flat together. Which one is?
And can anyone hear me?
No, we can't.
Did you understand what I'm saying?
I don't. You're talking about these levels and they're flexing now, right? Or not flexing?
So, for instance, I think I see Spin 55 minutes after the hour. He posted a picture of a spirit level. Look at that. Look at that picture. On the left side, you have the short side, right? The short side of the spirit level, right? Now, if you were to hold that on top, that's facing up. It would be it's a very short distance, but still you'd expect right at the center, you're establishing the horizontal, but on the sides, it's going to be marginally, negligibly lower than the center, and it'll be a curved level. The entire length of that short end is going to be curved, right?
Look,
this is a non sequitur.
Yeah, it's too silly.
Can you just keep up? No, it's not silly at all.
They can't figure it out for percentage, but
it's gonna be convex. That short end is gonna be convex because it's a curved level, according to you guys, right? Now, if I hold it to the next,
why is the level curved?
The next level.
Why is that? Why are you curving that level? No. When I say level is curved, I don't mean that thing sitting on top of the washing machine. That's not the level that I'm talking about. Level is not a device. In this context, level is equidistant from the center of the Earth.
Yes, but you're saying from the spirit level, only the bubble establishes the horizontal. The rest of the spirit level is going to be curved. You said the ends would be falling a little bit marginally away from the center.
Yeah, not in the spirit level. In the level being equidistant from the center of the Earth. Yes.
Yeah, the spirit level is a tangent, and the constant elevation of Earth is the arc. And in the course of 3 feet, that arc will have, divert or separated from the tangent an nearly immeasurable amount in 3 feet. subatomic sort of dimension.
I can tell you how many millimeters.
Yes, but these nearly immeasurable amounts will add up if you're doing it across the entirety of the freaking Earth.
Yeah,
Very good. That's why I did 27. That's why I showed the 27 miles.
Yeah. So if you had a spirit level that was rigid, the physical device spirit level that was perfectly rigid, and then put that across many miles, then it would diverge. Yes.
No, it wouldn't. Really?
Yes, it really
You'd
would.
be having a LIGO tube.
McToon, the level, if it's perfectly rectangular and you butt them up next to each other, is going to make a straight line. It's just the bubble would be off after a while.
Yeah, and they'll diverge from the
big boy now.
They'll diverge from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that's like the rectilineator.
Yeah.
That was so bad. And you're in here making fun of us. Jesus.
Yeah, I get to. I earned it.
No, you don't. Not anymore. Not after saying if you line up all the levels, they're going to wrap around the world. You line them up touching. The level's made square. So it's going to be a straight line going off into space.
What's the margin of error?
The bubble is going to change.
When SE said take 1,000 levels and put them right next to each other, I didn't know he meant make a chain. I thought he was just saying set them up right next to each other.
Oh, come on. We've had this discussion.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't back out now, bro.
So did McToon percentage. He's just realizing now that it was stupid.
Exactly.
I pointed it out. I need to send the kids.
So just say, so instead of saying getting a whole bunch of spirit levels, why don't you say a perfectly rigid piece of metal? Just say that and make it and put a level at the middle of it, a spirit level at the middle, right? That will diverge on either end from the surface of the Earth. But if you have a whole bunch of independent levels and you aren't somehow affixing them to each other and ensuring that they are all in a perfectly straight line, then they will diverge from each other because they're not perfectly straight with each other, and they will curve around the surface of the Earth.
The reason why I said that is because I wanted your 535 listeners that you keep mentioning to put this into perspective that everybody could understand. That's why I went to Home Depot and got the spirit levels. And thank you very much for that, McToon. Much appreciated.
And when you asked that question,
they verge. What do you mean when you said
when you asked that question and said put them right next to each other? I did not know you meant chain them together. I thought they were all going to be like set up in the same parking lot.
Chain them together.
That's why it's so silly that he's going to get a whole. What he says in his hypothetical here.
Together.
I mean,
put them right next to each other.
This is
to me that means touch them all up in the same location.
This is just him not understanding how to communicate effectively. That's perfectly fine.
No,
That's
McToon,
great.
You said it earlier. So McToon, if you put them all next to each other like that, they asked you if it would wrap around the Earth. You said yes.
Yes.
This is on tape, McToon.
Yes.
You can't walk this back.
Yes.
You can take a mulligan if you want.
All right.
You can
I'll answer. You're going to have to shut your face, though, Montreal. If you don't,
already said it.
But if you chain them together,
if
you chain them together and center the bubble
Let
on
him
each
answer,
one,
please.
if you chain them together and center the bubble on each one, you would replicate the radius of Earth.
Thanks. Can I have McToon answer for the fourth time that I've been asked a question?
Okay, so there's two possible scenarios here that weren't well described. So one being that each of the levels is just sitting there and they're not somehow related to each other. They're just butted end to end, and each of them is then set level to the Earth at its point. Then yes, they will go around the Earth. If on the other hand you have a bunch of levels, and they are all somehow perfectly affixed to each other to create a straight line, then that will diverge from the surface of the Earth.
Just like LIGO, and I'm posting the scientific paper for the construction of LIGO. LIGO is straight, but it's not level. So if you do the chain of levels side by side and you wanted to make it straight, it will be just a tangent line at the point of true level, but it will deviate from the curve of the Earth. And I just gave you a scientific paper on.
Thank you, Max.
On the construction of LIGO. And you can go one last sentence, and I'll shut up. You can go to the location of LIGO and verify this by yourself.
Understood. But isn't level a circle, curved surface on your guy's model? Yes or no?
She has to, like a child, you have to tell him over and over again. Yes, it is. It's a curve. It's a surface. It's a circle.
Why must you add hum? Can you not converse like a gentleman?
Because you act like a child. You constantly re-ask the same question.
Oh, okay.
Well, how is it that you've been in this discussion for this many years and you don't know the actual definition of level? Yes, yes, Essie. This is hilarious that you don't understand these basic topics. It's hilarious. I love it.
I posted it again from a textbook. This is our model. And in the geodetic world, level is a constant elevation, and a constant elevation is a constant radius.
Okay, so then you disagree with the spirit level.
No.
The spirit level to you is an anomaly, right?
No.
That's what I want to drive. That's the point I want to drive through.
In the diagram I posted,
you're going to interrupt every time I speak?
He's just a child. It's just he's got the mind of a child.
And I'm at home.
Oh my gosh.
That's not good, man, Maktoon. Come on.
A spirit level measures whether or not the object is level right where the bubble is.
Just at that one point.
Just at
one point. In the diagram I posted, the tangent line at the top of that arc is the spirit level.
Okay. So it's just at one point. I'm going to keep driving that point through so everybody can understand it. Level for you is just at one point.
No,
yes,
a spirit level identifies horizontal at just one point. I said it before. I didn't change it from this time. The diagram that I keep posting shows that same thing.
So horizontal for you, Maktoon, is at one point.
My God. I just said it.
Isn't
You absolute child.
The same thing a million times. We've been talking about
Exactly.
the fucking bubble for like an hour. Why are we talking about bubbles?
Yeah, I don't know. Because he can't comprehend it. He's not bright enough.
Well, it's not, okay, first of all, it's not that he's not bright enough. You've been talking about the fucking bubble for an hour too. I think it's stupid. Just move on.
I'm happy to move on, but Essie, he's like a child. He has to keep repeating the same thing.
Well, that's great. Then just move on, and if he wants to keep talking about it, shut him up.
Okay, moving on. In Melbourne, on the 21st of June, the sun will reach a maximum elevation angle of 74 degrees and 55 minutes. That's 38.5 degrees south latitude. At 38.5 degrees north latitude, on 21st of June, the sun will reach 74 degrees and 56 minutes.
Same amount?
So the angle of the sun on the solstice in the equinox in the northern hemisphere at 38.5 is the same elevation angle as the equinox in December in Melbourne.
Is this an answer to my question earlier?
I think so.
Yeah, the elevation angle is the same. The elevation angle is the same. The length of twilight is the same, and the length of daylight is the same. At 38.5 north.
I didn't ask anything about the equinoxes. I asked about the northern summer.
I had to affix a date.
Summer.
I had to affix a date.
You didn't.
So I made a
you
date
just
certain.
looked it up like I did.
Did you post it yet?
Because obviously on the equinoxes it's going to be the same. So
did you post it yet? Regis?
That's not what you were saying. You were saying that the twilights are notably longer in the southern hemisphere, but not on a date 6 months apart, and it's the same latitude north and the same latitude south.
Yes, I did. I said that. I said 6 months apart, but I did not say a specific day. I said during the summers. That's what I said. That's what I looked up and found out that was right.
And any date and a subsequent date 6 months apart, the sun will have the same elevation angle at the same latitude north versus south.
Pretty sure it's not true there, guy. You're forgetting about the celestial plane. But it's cool, man.
Forgetting about the celestial plane. Post it.
2 new dates.
Post
We'll
it.
pick 2 new dates.
Why can't you post it? Come on.
I don't play your games, McToon.
Yeah, I know
You're
because
cocky bastard.
because
I
it's
don't
gonna
know what
be
your problem
it's
is.
gonna confirm the first law. I love it.
Dude, I don't know why you think it's so impressive that you were given a model on a plate, and then you think you can come in here and make fun of people and mock them, and then accuse us of doing the same thing.
I get to do that because the model's right.
You don't get to do that.
Yeah.
We're all
Can I
human.
ask a question? Can I ask a dumb question? What could someone explain? What is the celestial plane? Is it like the plane of the ecliptic, or something else? I've heard of the celestial sphere.
I don't know. He's talking about it.
Yeah, I've never heard of the celestial plane before.
I've heard of the galactic plane.
It's
you have the
off
galactic
from
plane.
There's 2 different ones.
What
Like astronomy is all about planes.
Because the
Like
Earth's tilted,
every
you got
orbit,
the-
every planet has its own plane, and they intersect at angles, and they have nodes. And
Yeah, there's a trillion.
Well, almost all the planets are on the same plane except like one.
Okay, that's the ecliptic plane.
they're all a little different, but most of them are pretty close, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the celestial one.
So that would be the ecliptic plane.
No.
Which is the historical zodiac.
Yeah, most planets.
Except it's drifted.
You'll find exist on the ecliptic. They're very close to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except one's a couple degrees off.
Well, they're all a couple degrees off.
Not from what I see. They look like they say they're on the same.
It's
but I
Neptune,
imagine they
right?
are a little
Neptune is really crazy, and it rotates to the opposite direction as well.
Well, the 8 planets orbit in pretty much the same plane. None of them are like perfectly in line with each other, though.
I mean, it's very hard to get 2 planes perfectly in line by accident. So if we can measure things precisely, they're going to be tilted a little bit, but
yeah. But if you look at the line of the ecliptic in like stellarium or something, you'll see that the planets always follow really close to it. They're just never perfectly on it, or very rarely perfectly on it.
Why is it that flat earthers can never just give a decent citations? SE posts this one. It's a terrible screenshot and not just a URL. Just post the URL.
It's beautiful. No, read what it says. Read everybody, your 500 readers, what it says. Go ahead.
I'm going to the URL. I'm attempting to go to the URL, and your citation URL has a space in it that I don't think is going to be correct. I have to manually type it because you didn't actually type the URL.
I think
all his
and it
535
doesn't work.
listeners, he's afraid to read this to you.
I'm working on pulling up the source of the citation. That's what I do. I pull up the entire source. Oh my gosh.
But anybody could go to Earth Awakening site and read it for yourselves.
All right,
it says that. You want to read it, Maktoon? Go ahead.
Oh, here, hold on. I've already got the whole thing. All right, I'll post the URL for everybody since SE couldn't do it. All right, let's see here. This is probably one of the 44 that I have on my website already. So,
are you trying to find another part to read, or
no? I'm finding the source. I'm finding the source document, not the cherry picked part that you read that has ... in front of a non-rotating Earth, because it's very obviously that you have cherry picked something. So I'm going to page 8.
You think?
Of course you cherry pick. That's what you have to do. That's what all of these NASA says claims all do. They're all cherry picking.
Does NASA say it or not?
All
Whether
right,
I
let's see.
cherry-picked it or I blueprinted it.
Cherry picking
Does it
is
say it?
lying. Cherry picking is lying.
Cherry picking is lying? This is a new one. Oh my God, McToon, you're losing it, bro.
Cherry picking is lying. All right, I'm looking for in the document. Well, it's not coming up with anything when I search for it, for the text you're talking about.
I mean, it's only lying if it's done like with the intention of erasing the, like, acknowledging the previous context and trying to erase it. But if a person doesn't understand the context and they take it out of context, then it's not intentionally lying.
Well, it's right there. I mean, and everybody can read it.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up here, looking for it. So page 8 doesn't appear to have it. I'm looking at page 8 of the PDF, but maybe it's here. It's all text on that page, so I have to scan it quickly here.
What is this document?
So it's called document is called Predicted Performance of a Thrust-Enhanced SR-71 Aircraft with an External Payload. So this is one of his citations that all pilots are trained something, something, something. So apparently all pilots use this document.
SR-71 with an external payload, just in case.
So, all right. Let's see.
And see how he's straw manning me all and this and that.
No, I'm gonna.
This is a NASA document.
I'll read it.
Don't interrupt me, McToon. This is a NASA document showing that SR-71 is flying over a non-rotating Earth, and the one above says a flat Earth. I mean, that's NASA. It's up to you to believe it or not.
Here we go. All right, I got it.
Send that one. I want to see that
Here we
one.
go. The DPS equations of motion use 4 assumptions that simplify the program while maintaining its fidelity for most maneuvers and applications. Point mass modeling. So are you saying that the SR-71 is just a point mass? Because if these 4 assumptions are true, then all 4 of them need to be true, right? That makes sense. Anyway, a point mass modeling, non-turbulent atmosphere. So of course, this is assuming that there is no such thing as wind. 0 side forces. Again, there is no such thing as wind, and side forces would maybe happen while banking. And then a non-rotating Earth. So those are the 4 assumptions. Are all 4 of those assumptions correct assumptions? Are those 4 all true?
You tell me. It's NASA, bro. You tell me.
All right.
Tell me.
I will happily tell you, because being an engineer, I can speak to this. Being you're not an engineer, it makes you look a little silly. But anyway, it says it uses these. It uses these.
I need a pen and paper.
It uses these 4 assumptions that simplify the program. So that's what it is. These are assumptions that simplify the program. So in order to simplify the program, they did not include the rotation of the Earth. That's it. They also did not include the fact that wind exists. Oh, gotcha. Did you get me that wind no longer exists? Is the existence of wind a conspiracy? It's not a conspiracy. Wind does exist, but they simplified the modeling to not include the effects of wind. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And so the reason why they list these things in here is so that future engineers coming along that need to include things like wind or rotation of the Earth know that they need to do that when they're using this program.
And so no one can get mad at them later as if they left something else by accident.
Yes.
That's what a good engineer does, and a mathematician or scientist. You state the assumptions up front. If they actually believe that the Earth was flat, they wouldn't feel like they had to need to state it so clearly up front. There's a million NASA documents that don't say, well, the Earth is a sphere. We're assuming that the Earth is a sphere.
There's other such documents. That's not the only one, but I'm sure you guys are right.
And they all say the same thing. Now, this one you proposed as a thing for flat, which of course isn't noted here, but that's fine. I get that this is part of the first one might have. American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Let's have a look to see if that one also has the same feature. That it is making an assumption about things in its modeling. So
yeah, someone posted the link in chat, and the only place where it says flat is under just talking about general equations for motion. It says rigid body equations of motion, reference to an arbitrary fixed point on the body. So again, it's just talking about the equations assume a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Why would they do that? And by the way, I posted another one.
We already covered why they would do that. The fact that you don't understand our answer is embarrassing for you, not a problem for us.
I understand. I'm loving this, bro. I'm enjoying this immensely.
Dude, this isn't an ad hom. It's not an ad hom. When your teacher in class gives you an F on your grade, it's not an ad hom. It's an evaluation of your ability. You don't understand this topic. That's not an ad hom. That's a statement of fact.
There's several. If it makes you feel better to degrade another human being, that's okay.
This isn't degrading. This is informing you of something that you should have been informed of while growing up. Essie, it's obvious that you have not been informed that you have these particular things that you don't understand. And it's something that would be very good for you to have an understanding of so that you understand your limitations. I don't know how to crochet, and it's not an insult to tell me that I don't know how to crochet. It's a statement of fact. You don't understand engineering documents. That's not an insult. It's a statement of fact.
Right.
So here we go. Rigid body.
See how long you let me speak before you
I will read your citation. This is your citation. There are several approaches that can be used to develop the general equations of motion. The one.
Matuna, are you okay? Do we have to mute you?
I am reading your citation, Montreal. This is at your request. I'm reading your citation, so let's get through it, and then we can read it here.
Yeah, but you started reading while I was speaking. That's pretty rude.
Okay, well, let me finish it. The one selected here starts with Newton's laws applied to a collection of particles defining a rigid body. Any number of dynamics or physics books can serve as references. For example, reference 2. In this paper, the rigid body equations of motion over a flat, non-rotating Earth are developed that are not necessarily referenced to the body's center of mass. Such equations will be used in the next section when a body loses a portion of its mass and its desired track to the motion of the body's previous center of mass reference frame now that the mass center has moved to a new position. This isn't saying that the Earth is flat or non-rotating. It's saying that these are the equations that they use so that people coming along later know that what was done in the calculations.
Right. So you think I can speak now without you interrupting me? Let's try. So do you think an SR-71 is a rigid body? Number one.
No.
And number two, you don't think SR-71 is when they use the SR-71 in this test, they're not referring to the SR-71 or the other planes. They're referring to some mythical thing, is what you're trying to say.
Airplanes are not rigid. They flex.
So why are they talking about the SR-71 and other planes when they're talking about this?
That's a good question.
Yeah, why are they assuming that they're rigid in their computations here when they're not actually rigid? Because it's a simplifying assumption. That's why.
It's a simple assumption to assume something about a rigid body while talking about the SR-7.
Yeah, simplifying.
You're good. You're really good.
Simplifying assumption.
The assumptions they're making make the equations, make the math infinitely easier to calculate without sacrificing a huge portion of accuracy. Because you can think, like, assuming that a plane is a perfectly rigid body, even though it isn't, is not going to sacrifice a whole lot of accuracy from reality.
But they do assume that planes are rigid bodies when they talk about this stuff. Do we agree?
Yeah. That's the point.
Yeah, even though they're not.
In this particular document, they are stating this assumption up front. For the reasons people said, it makes the math simpler. It may make the math possible in some cases. But it invites this question, which I think is a very good question, which is this a good assumption? How much accuracy do we lose? how fast do you have to be flying before the curve of the Earth matters? Is what it comes down to.
Matters.
And SR-71 is one of those planes where it might actually start to matter.
Yeah, but don't you think they'd be making calculations over a curved surface?
That's probably the next
Wouldn't
paper.
that be logical?
Honestly, yes, but not in this document. Like the guy may have written that paper the next week. Picking up on my earlier work where we assumed it, now we're going to analyze it on a rotating Earth, for example. One step at a time.
Well, this particular one is dealing with the plane being damaged. So they're talking about the plane losing a part of its body, and then they're dealing with the computations for that. So the rotation of the Earth isn't that important in this particular one because they're in the same reference frame as the rotation. It's not affecting the computations of it.
That's the least of the pilot's worries.
Yeah, and it also these things all they're not including wind because how do you ahead of time compute wind? You don't know the wind. You don't know the wind for 10 years from now when they're flying.
Are they seriously analyzing a damaged SR-71 as his paper?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he thinks, and he also thinks that all pilots use this particular thing as their training manuals. This isn't a training manual for a pilot. This is an engineering document for people that are designing things.
So doesn't it kind of take special training to be able to read these catchphrases that they leave in these documents and understand the context of how and why that came to be written in there?
I would say you definitely would want to have somebody that's got a degree in mechanical engineering or some sort of engineering like that and several years of experience in the field. That's who the target is for.
When you were at over not posting a link, right?
What's that?
Like, well, you were saying like
Jerry Springer antics are not going to work here, so keep that in mind.
Go ahead, Marsh.
Well, you were saying he didn't post a link, and I was thinking, I blame Facebook for that. Like, most people are not trained to, make citations in their line of business. And Facebook seemed to be the genesis, in my mind, of when everybody started posting images with text on them and like screenshots of conversations and stuff. It probably started earlier, but it seemed like Facebook encouraged this idea of just constantly new information with no culture of respect for a link to a primary source so that somebody who's really interested in digging deeper could go track down the primary source, find it and the things that it cites, etc. It was just like screenshot, repost, onto the next thing.
Yep. So here's just to contrast. When I cited them, and I just posted it again now, the mc2.net/govdocs, that second one that Montreal there posted was item number 8 on that page. So I read this one, dealt with, consumed it, understood it years ago, and identified that it's what I've just said now. I didn't recall looking at it because I don't recall all of these. The other one, predicted. Let's see. There it is, and it's number 9. The other one that he posted is number 9 on my list. So all of these by the way, when an engineer decides to include notation for rotation of the Earth and flat non-rotating Earth type things, this is because these are important things for other engineers to include. This is an acknowledgement that the Earth is not flat and indeed rotating. That's why they included this list of simplifying assumptions, because the other engineers need to know that.
I just posted another one for your audience.
Super.
From
It's,
NASA.
I'm certain it's one that I've already read.
Yeah,
of course.
First one he read about
And there's oh my gosh, this is the worst quality. It's all blurry. You can't read hardly anything. What in the world? This is.
And again, you read the red part?
Give me the link. Yeah, it's a simplifying assumption.
Right. This one says this report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass.
Oh my gosh.
Flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
How do you not see a problem there?
Those are all the assumptions.
Why are they obsessed with flat, non-rotating Earth, NASA? I don't get it. Why are they obsessed with that?
Because
they know the Earth is not flat.
Because it's not flat and it is rotating. So they're telling future engineers that they did not include it so that they can if they need to. It also completely contradicts everything here. This is the same thing. It says rigid aircraft, constant mass. Do you think that aircraft are rigid? They are not. Do you think that aircraft has constant mass? They do not. They burn fuel and way less after they've burned fuel. Neither of these things are correct. These are simplifying assumptions that are not true, and they're informing future engineers that they are not true so that they take them into account. This contradicts flat Earth. The derivation makes no assumptions of reference trajectory or vehicle symmetry. It also doesn't include, so airplanes, it doesn't include anything about symmetry. Well, there might be things you need to include.
They're talking about the assumptions, the first two sentences.
It's not an ad hom to identify that you don't understand these topics, SC Montreal. You posted a third one showing that again.
Yes, Jerry Springer. Keep it up, bro. Tell me. Keep doing it.
Here, I'll give you 44 of them. Right there. 44 of them all say the same types of things. You can cherry pick out the things that are simplifying assumptions, but it doesn't change that every one of them confirm that the Earth is both rotating and spherical.
Well, everybody could see what I posted. They don't have to listen to me or you. You can go check for yourself. It's ntrs.nasa.gov archives. You can check for yourself and see.
Yeah, I'll give you a link you can actually use, mctoon.net/govdocs. I have the full PDFs. If the links don't work, you can download the PDF right from the page there. So nothing to hide and he doesn't want to show it. Nope. I'm happy to show it. Every single one of them confirm that the Earth is a globe and that it rotates. But do bring them up, SE Montreal. Do bring them up.
I do and I did. And I will. Thank you, McToon.
Okay, I picked two other random dates.
First law of Flerf.
The March 1st and 182 days later. And the vertical angle of the local solar noon in Melbourne is 1.5 degrees higher. But the length of twilight and the length of daylight is the same.
I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick.
The flat, non-rotating bathroom?
Back in two, I've gone for a poo.
Oh yeah, they get really triggered when I show them those NASA things. They don't like that, bro.
I would really hope that his bathroom.
Who's triggered?
No,
well, not you. You're pretty calm, but McToon, I don't know how many names he called me tonight, but it's okay.
Yeah. What is the things that you're posting, the things talking about flat, non-rotating Earth are listed along with the assumptions that are being made to make the calculations easier. If the Earth were flat and non-rotating, they wouldn't have to include them in the list of assumptions, because the list of assumptions are what make the model inaccurate to reality. So assuming that the airplane is rigid, assuming that it never changes mass, assuming that the Earth is flat and non-rotating, those are all things that will make the mathematical model not accurate to reality 100%, but also don't sacrifice a whole bunch. So you can take those things away while still keeping it a very accurate model. That's why
I'm trying to think of an example that like non-engineers might relate to.
Well,
like,
if you were talking,
not being rigid.
Like if you were doing like a mathematical model of a car's gas mileage, you might have to assume that the car is traveling along a perfectly smooth, horizontal, non-sloping road. Because if it were traveling along a sloping road, like up a mountain with twists and turns, you'd be braking and turning and going uphill, and the gas mileage would fluctuate because of that.
Right.
So in your model of gas mileage, you might say in your assumptions that the car is traveling at a constant speed, traveling in one direction, and the road is perfectly horizontal.
Yeah, if you live in a mountainous terrain, you'll never get the posted fuel mileage.
But if you would write that up front, that's not a sign that you believe the Earth is flat and are secretly leaking it out through your job as a government bureaucrat. That's a sign of you crossing your T's and dotting your I's like they train you to as an engineer or a lawyer, anybody who writes stuff that other people are going to bet lives and money on.
Could it be that they're saying that because there's no way they can test their plane in that rotating
No, that's not it.
non-stationary thing? Could
That's
that,
not it.
that be the reason? I'm just saying.
No, it could not be the reason.
I think you touched on a point there.
Mocking you.
I think you're saying it because if you assume a spherical rotating Earth with wind and all that crap, it would add so much unnecessary complexity to the calculations that will only increase the accuracy by a marginal amount.
Right. And because the Earth's not a globe, they don't really want to go out of their way to do that. So they'd rather assume that it's a non-rotating stationary Earth because then it saves them a bunch of trouble that they know they don't really want to go through anyway.
So if we can find a paper by NASA engineers discussing how spacecraft and aircraft perform over a globe non-rotating or rotating Earth, would you say that's evidence of a globe?
No.
Ah, there you go. The dishonesty shows up. Yeah, both ways.
I don't like to call it dishonesty. I think it's just inconsistency. I don't know this person, but like it's so easy for anybody to fall into a trap of cherry picking. We all do it to some degree. It most might be by accident. You accept it as evidence against the globe when NASA engineers say we're assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth, but you don't accept it as evidence for the globe if we were to find a paper where NASA analyzes aircraft performance over a rotating globe.
Well, I mean, that's not true. I never said it was evidence against the globe. I just said it's more likely that they put it there because they're mocking you. Because chances are, if they knew it was a globe, then they wouldn't, or I mean, because they know it's flat, they're not going to want to go out of their way to do the calculations anyway. So it just saves them trouble. And plus, they have relativity to claim that it's not rotating and save their ass from all of that anyway. So why would they even have to include it? It's like their default assumption is that the Earth operates like a flat, non-rotating Earth. Then why would they have to include it unless they were trying to mock you?
It's not their default, though. You found some instances. You didn't find all of them and catalog all of them, though, right? So you can't say it's their default.
What do you mean?
Well, you said it was their default position was to treat it as flat, non-rotating, which suggests that all or the large majority do that. But NASA has many millions of documentations or publications that you didn't catalog, so you don't know what's the default.
What about ARL? They have documents of similar nature.
ARL.
Yeah, Army Research Lab.
Whether or not it's the default position, as you've expressed several times over and over again, it's the position that makes all the math easier.
Okay. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'm not stating like that either are proof for anything. I mean, like if you present a bunch of globe math because you wanted to fake a globe, then you would have to produce that math anyway to be like, yeah, well, look, we have math for this, even though we don't really have to calculate it when we're doing anything because it doesn't exist. Like they would obviously want to do that. However,
do you think NASA has math for the globe somewhere?
They might, but people have obviously contested
maybe a little
whether it gets used in places like what the hell is it called again? Surveying, building like things like bridges, all train tracks, stuff like that.
Yeah, they'll use the globe there, right?
We just had Shubil here describing how it's used in surveying.
I think it's disingenuous.
If you want to lay train tracks, he's your guy.
He reckons he worked on the dam as well, but I don't believe that for 1 minute.
So incredulity, that's not evidence. That's just I don't believe.
I asked him, if you worked on such a project, produce one document. Name who you worked for. Oh, I'm not talking to myself. Well, come on. If someone else said something and I made that claim, I could produce the document. I'd want to clarify.
I don't know how private it is. I think it's not fair play to ask someone to dox themselves.
He named the project.
Okay.
I don't think he's, look, to be honest, even just his age and the project that he said he worked on, I doubt it very much. He's the wrong age. He's just out of the, unless he was a T-boy, possible.
What year was this project?
1992.
You're not that old, Shubil. You were working in 1992? That's ancient history, man.
Old people.
Who's the main contractor?
I'm ancient history. I'm retired.
How old are you?
10.
Old enough to retire? That should give you a good relative amount.
Dude, Batman's been retired for like 30 years. That guy's old.
Shubil, do you feel like it's a fair question to ask if you have any documentation to back up your claims?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But, I didn't keep work drawings and didn't have the finished documents. I was in the field. I was in the field executing the survey, and I was in the office producing results that moved on to the other departments that went to the client.
You sound very triggered to be called out on such a minor issue.
No, he always talks like
the
that.
The Seven Oaks Dam, Redlands, California.
Who were the main surveyors?
My company.
Off the bat. So you were the main company. I think you need to go and research.
The company I worked for. It was not my company. It's the company that you said it's the company I worked for.
Go and research. So who's the company? Simple question.
All right. Well, let me just say this.
You actually know. I think you don't actually know, and you need to go and research that project.
Oh my gosh! All right. Let me say this.
Then it might just dawn on you.
Yeah. All right. While you're
have a little think about it. Have a little think.
Could you pause it for a second? Could you just pause it for a second?
It's very obvious. It's what's just happened. Dude, so we just leave it at that. Yeah.
All right. Could you pause it for a second? I'm gonna step out here. But I'll two things. First of all, if anybody has any interest in actually giving me some input and maybe correcting me on any of the things that I am using Flat Earth for.
I have a question.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me finish this. But yeah, no. I'll have a look. I'll have a look at Schlitzie. Is that right? And then, and anybody else, I'll have a look at that. And then that's number one. Number two, Gio, thank you very much for this. And then I appreciate that you had me on. And then, yes, you have a question insane, violent, autistic female.
Okay, my question is, what happened to make you wear Batman shirt at age 85? That is question. Thank you.
I love Batman. Batman's awesome.
No. Do you have a husband?
I have a wife.
Really?
Yeah, I've got.
Okay, that's all of my questions.
Got wife and kids. We went out to. We had some nice Mexican food last night.
Oh,
Batman's cool.
We went. Yeah, we had a date last night. It was awesome.
You know you're talking about seafoam. You're a liberal commie.
I don't know what that has to do with the responding to Batman, but Batman's awesome. In fact, I've got a Batman mug that my daughter delivered to me, tea Earl Grey hot earlier tonight, but it's all that's in it is a little bit of tea and it's not hot.
Do you wear a Batman costume when you have sex with your wife?
I haven't yet. Do you think it would be fun?
I think you should try it. I think next time you come on here, you should start off with just how well that went.
Women love it when you surprise them with stuff like that. Just saying.
Whatever you do, don't bring Boy Wonder with it.
Oh, no, not a fan.
I'm Nicktoon.
Not a fan.
I'm here to bring justice to the bedroom.
Yeah, well, thank you. I do like Batman a lot. I don't know what's your thing. Insane, violent, autistic female. Oh, she's out. Let her back in.
Yeah, justice for.
Let her back in.
Yeah.
All right.
Justice for me.
What's your favorite? You know, if you don't like Batman, then what is it for you that you like?
Well, I like Bill Hader, and I like kitty cats.
Like Stefan.
And I like Stefan. That's what I named my lizard Stefan, and then he died in like 10 days because we got a sick one from Petco, and then I never talked about Stefan ever again.
Okay. Well, good.
Yeah. But I'm also not like 80 years old. But you know.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 13. Totally 13.
Yeah.
Okay, this is getting weird for me. I don't like this.
Yeah, I like Spider-Man. I think
I'm 13 years old too. Come to my house. No, this is weird. I don't like you,
Batman
McCoon,
would
anymore.
probably beat Spider-Man though.
All right. Well, yeah. My live chat is wondering if you like Spice Girls. My Little Pony.
I don't know what that is.
My Little Pony. Yeah, I thought Spice Girls was a little too old for you. My Little Pony. Are you a fan of that?
No.
Garanimals. Powerpuff Girls.
No.
What? Deadpool.
No, that shit is gay. Why are you talking about gay stuff? I like cool stuff. Okay.
Deadpool is cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it isn't. Ryan Reynolds is a homosexual. He's charming homosexual.
I never got the idea that Deadpool was into other dudes. But okay, how about Sesame Street?
Sesame Street. No, dude, because Elmo was voiced by that black guy who's a pedophile. So I'm not into that stuff.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, there you go.
I like Owen Benjamin.
Oh, Owen's terrible. He's horrible.
I love Owen.
No, he's
Why
terrible.
Don't you like Owen Benjamin?
Oh, he's an anti-Semite.
How is he terrible?
He's an anti-Semite.
Well, who
Plus,
gives a fuck?
oh my. All right. Well, anyway, thank you everybody. Thank you, Gio. I appreciate it, and we'll talk to you all a little bit. And all right. Oh my gosh. She definitely was not 100% there. Got some super chats to read here. Thank you, everybody. Here, how many we got here? They are nuts. Those people, like, it was 2019 when Nathan Roberts posted that list of 44 documents, and SE Montreal is posting it today, having apparently never discovered that it is absolutely evidence for the globe. He this is an evaluation of SE Montreal. SE Montreal is dumb. That's not an ad hom. That's a statement of truth. Nobody's surprised at that at all. Anyway, Astrokate Sathix says they know Earth is a globe. They are desperately trying to find explanations for the 24-hour sun, which they know we'll see. Flerfs have no conviction. We just saw that. And that's what, and it's interesting, you get different communities of Flerfs that have different kind of groupthink, right? The Discord Flerfs, their whole thing is never making a claim. That's not our model. We don't have a model, but then they talk about their model. You talk about Antarctica and they're suddenly like, oh, well, that's fake. That's fake. That's fake. That's fake. Well, hold on a second. You don't have a model? You don't think that the AE map is correct. Why would you be bothered by anything with Antarctica? You shouldn't be, because you don't have a problem with it, right? But of course, they do have a problem with it. Tells us all we need to know. Arnold said, how dare you imply he had something ridiculous? He was doing very serious, arbitrary conjecturization. That was... man. Darkstar 4400 says, I brought a gallon of ranch dressing for the stream's word salad bar. Oh, we got a little bit of it. I mean, there wasn't Witsit quality, but there was a little bit. The guy that thought that maybe space expands more as you go farther south, arbitrarily, special pleading. Why? Because he wants it to be flat. Right? Once you start doing things like that, you're doing these justifications, right? Like, well, okay, this evidence doesn't match flat Earth, but what about this escape mechanism to explain away the contradiction? I'll just invent something to explain away the contradiction. Oh, it's all a simulation. That's another one, right? It's a simulation. Wait a second. What you're saying is that inside the simulation, it looks like a globe, it acts like a globe, everything is like a globe, but outside the simulation, it's actually flat. But no, wait, but it's all a simulation. So if it's all a simulation, then it's not anything, right? When you do that escape mechanism, it shows that you've got nothing. It's just a white flag of defeat. Oh no, it's Andy says, SE got so triggered when you dared to challenge him. Oh yeah, because in there, nobody challenges him. Think about it. He's been in there like how long? And he doesn't understand the concept of level. He doesn't understand that those documents that he posted are evidence for the Earth being a globe. Right? He thinks it's a gotcha to say, what if you put a whole bunch of levels next to each other? Will it make a circle? Of course it'll make a circle. If each one is allowed to be set level at its point, yes. What if you connect them rigidly end to end in a perfectly straight line? Well, no, then they'll diverge from the surface of the Earth. But he doesn't understand that, and he couldn't comprehend how to even word that well. Yeah. Nobody corrects it. No, people do correct him though. I've experienced where people argue, other flat earthers argue against him to correct him because he's so dumb, and the others are like, no, this is the. I say this often. Like, why do other flat earthers not call up flat earthers that make them look bad? Because it's ridiculous looking, right? For a fellow flat earther to say something so incredibly stupid. Why don't they pull him up on that? Well, sometimes they do. Sometimes they pull up SE Montreal and tell him how dumb he is. But the problem is they're kind of belligerent, and even getting pulled up by other flat earthers, they won't take it. Jaron has often said that he went to Effie Banjo to say that several of his flight paths that he thinks, the emergency landings that he thinks are a problem for the globe, Jaron has said, they're not a problem. Why are you bringing them up? And Banjo won't drop them, right? So I get that they don't bring each other up, pull each other up and challenge them, because maybe there's a history of them just being belligerent jerk faces and refusing to look at it. Could be that none of them have the conviction to do it either. So, Sea Lion Prime says, why be a slacker with 4 south poles? Let's go big. 33 south poles. And that was funny. He showed that projection map. It's a projection that has 4 south poles. He's like, well, it could be this. You know, I'm just showing you something where they do converge as you go farther south. Okay, are you proposing that is the actual shape of the Earth? Well, no, I'm not proposing that. Okay, so there's no point then, is there? There's no point in you proposing that, because that's a projection anyway. So it's warped. Right. So the only way that you would present that is if you wanted somebody to think that it was not a projection, that it was actually shaped that way. Yana Shtaka says shadow length predictions with refraction. Check DM. Okay, so that's another thing that's not on here yet, but I'm working with Janusz to produce a piece of paper that has basically a sundial prediction. So when I get there, I can lay out on the ice a way to draw out the predicted length of the shadow around the clock using what? Well, his first one was like, here's a 11 by 17 piece of paper you can print out and then have a 2-inch stick on it. I'm like, well, I can't get an 11 by 17 piece of paper there unfolded. I'd have to fold it up. So that makes it a little impractical because I'd have to pull it all out and kind of try to flatten out all of the folds. I said, what if we just use what we have there? We'll have a whole bunch of cameras on tripods. So what if we use a camera tripod as the gnomon? And so he did the math for that. And so I'm going to bring, I might print it out and then put it in my journal here. And then tape it in or something like that, or just write it down in there. So anyway, I haven't shown this yet, have I? This is the journal I'm bringing right here. It's leather bound. And so each of the different things I'm going to write down in there. So I was doing a little bit of math for for this particular stream here, and the dip of the horizon I was calculating there. So anyway, yes. Did you get the chick? She loves Owen Benjamin. Barf. Yeah. Barf. Anyway, so I think that's a really cool idea he had. And so I'll just use and set the thing to the camera, the tripod to a certain height, and then we'll know. So hold on. I got this tape measure. So I've had for years, where is it? I've had for years my grandpa was a carpenter. And so growing up, I had like some of his old folding rulers. They were the rigid folding rulers. They were wood. And for some reason, I've had at work for years a plastic folding ruler. I don't know why I had it. And I just use it as my fidget at work. I'll just fold and unfold it. Well, I wanted to get bring along something to like a tape measure to use there, but a tape measure with gloves, and they're not rigid, so it's a little bit difficult sometimes. So I got another one of these, but this is metric. I wanted metric because I'm doing science. You should do it in metric. So yeah, and how rigid is it? Well, this is this is bending more than the curvature of the Earth already. So anyway, so I will set the height of the top of the camera, one of the cameras, to be a certain height that we've prearranged, and then from there lay this out on the ground to measure out the length of the shadows for different times of the day. So, and it's actually kind of long, so 165 was it centimeters. And when the sun is 13 degrees in elevation, that's like 700 centimeters long. So I'm going to have to make this use it multiple times end to end to get to where the mark needs to go. And one of the challenges was how do I draw on the ground ahead of time where the shadow will be? Can't write on chalk on the ice or snow. I don't know if it's ice or snow either. Right at this spot, if it's just ice, like rigid ice, like can't do a whole lot there. Anyway, I should get one made of wood. The plastic is brittle and cold. The problem is you can't get these made of wood. Right? New ones, they don't make of wood. They're all plastic. So I could potentially get an old one like my grandpa had. They're long gone, broken, it's thrown away long ago. I don't know. Maybe there is a wooden one and somebody wants to find it. Wooden metric one. I could bring it. Don't eat the yellow snow. You're not supposed to pee on the snow. You're not supposed to. Okay. So anyway, Janish, I will. Thank you for that. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, can't watch live tonight. Mikey is live right now. Let's all say hi and see what happens. Mikey Smith? Oh, he's so funny. He's so funny. He always deletes his streams though. Monkey Cat Pat Pat said that. Okay. Darkstar 4400 says there are plans with the camera. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is going to be good. I used it today in the video that I published on my Conspiracy Tunes channel was with that camera, Darkstar. It was a like a vlog kind of thing. I'm going to do one every day on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. Be sure to go check that out so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to maybe tomorrow try on all the gear. Like I've already tried it on, but showing the camera, putting on all the layers of the gear. Alyssum says, we pray to the technology gods to bless all equipment on this journey with protection against the cold. Thank you for that, Alyssum. I was thinking about it today. So like I went into work, it was 22, 23 degrees Fahrenheit. I go in, I'm like, cold. And my coworker's like, yeah, we're just like feeling cold. And of course in the room where we were at, like the thermostat in the room sucks. So it's like 65 degrees in the room. And then in the afternoon, it's 75 degrees. We're like, please be consistent. But, and so he's like, how are you going to handle it in Antarctica? I go, I don't know. And I'm going to be outside for so many hours straight. But anyway, this is one of the insulating coats, one of the layers. Alyssum says the only thing interesting about this is to see how honest Flerfs can be after the event. That's true. And I think that a lot of them are going to be dishonest. Yeah, the existing ones, the longer they've been in, I think the harder it is for them to admit. But I think it's not going to be deniable. They aren't going to be able to say, you all faked it, right? You have to be severely mentally challenged to do it. So that Yasuka guy, yeah, that's him, right? He thinks that just everything that he doesn't like is wrong, right? He starts with his conclusion and everybody else is evil. That's it. Amazon does Darkstar? Okay. Can you link it to me? I might get it. And then we've got Jacko Bester or Yako Bester for $100. Thank you very much for that. Bester, Jacko Bester. Says MC Toon, don't know if this will help. Of course it will. Google grid navigation. Skyberry Aviation will come up and will explain how we use it to fly to the South Pole. Same use to the North. Enjoy your trip. Okay. Skyberry Aviation. I'm gonna add this to my document here. That's not it. There it is. Okay. Evernote. There we go. From $20. Okay. So yeah, when you do, so navigation near the poles is different because latitude, longitude aren't quite as useful, and you can't do things like there aren't as many things to look at. So you can't do visual flight stuff as easily. If it's everything is just white everywhere, it's different. So yeah, when you do aviation, when you do navigation at the poles, it's different. And so their charts tend to be different too. So like these charts here that I have on the wall, these particular charts don't go to the South Pole and North Pole with the same type of map. They're not the Lambert conformal conic projection. It's a different projection on some of them. So, all right. Thank you for that, Echo. And so Skyberry Aviation will come up and explain how we use it to fly to the South Pole. So is that somebody, is that like a person or a YouTube channel or something? Okay. Yeah, if that's, I would, it'd be, if what I'm getting at is that somebody offering to come on and explain it, I'd love it. Send me an email, mc2@mc2.net. Darkstar 4400 said, I took a compass into a Faraday cage and it broke down crying. Compasses work the same in a Faraday cage, though. Darkstar 4400 again says you can lead a flerf to the truth, but you can't change their mind. You also can't get a flerf to predict anything using flat Earth. That's what's so telling. Right? I mean, I put them in a corner. I said, look, all of these things that I've predicted, if I did them wrong, you tell me. And they know. They all know these will not match flat Earth. So flat Earthers, take note. You have an opportunity to declare that this was wrong. Lacking a response, you don't get to say, well, it was wrong. If it's wrong, you had a chance. So, Jay Donashi says, if sun don't set, how big is flat Earth? The sun is a star. The sun goes so far it would appear as star after 3 to 4 billion miles just above the horizon. Then another sun would appear in the east. Yeah, I mean, you're applying geometry, right? They didn't like it when he was talking about the sunset and he was trying to get on me about not knowing what they say about sunset. Like, I don't care what you say. I don't care about your word salad. What time will the sun set? What's the geometry for it? Well, it just gets too far away. How far? And why is this too far away different for different observers at different locations on different days? What governs that? Magic? It's special pleading. Copper in quarter says, I wonder if Adam would have the cojones to debate MC2 Live on the shape of the Earth. Probably not. Is Adam in the chat here? I'm looking for Adam. There it is. There, Adam says, a softer heart, empathy for others, and the willingness to give Jesus Christ your heart. Okay, I mean, super. I'm a Christian. I'm fine with that, but I don't know what you're doing here talking about that. Like, are you talking flat Earth stuff? Because I'd rather you didn't do both of those, right? I think the people that are whatever religion or position somebody holds other than religion, any position, we don't want flat earthers matching our position, right? We don't, because you're wrong. It's super easy to show that you're wrong. All right, Burnham says, I'm planning on using my scope to get sunspot photos while you're down there. Could you make a video on how folks can participate / help from home? Good idea. So I will, I'm trying to do a video every day between now and when I hit the ice. I'll cover that in one of the days there. So let me write this down in my journal. Wrong side there. That's a good idea. And it's important. Solar filters are not automatic. Typically you want to zoom in because you can put a solar filter on and still overexpose. If you don't see the sunspots, it's not exposed right. There we go, daily vlog. How to take sunspots. All right. Awesome. Good idea. Nick N says, Fundy's 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place. I didn't mind Fundy. Fundy was okay. SC Montreal, different story. Kango 44 says, I'm having dog for dinner. When you look at it from a non-emotional position, right? If you take your emotions, dogs are pets. We love our dogs. Take that emotion out, right? And then say, well, what is the difference? We have a hard time quantifying that, don't we? We have a hard time qualifying that. So, I'm 100% not saying go eat dogs, but oh my gosh. I reviewed Matthew Hakim's book. And somebody found it helpful. So there it is. From where'd it go? Who posted that? Icy Spin. It was Icy Spin. Posted this. This is the book that Matthew Hakim wrote. Absolute rubbish. If you are misfortunate enough to have received this book, place it directly into the garbage. 4 people found it helpful. I love it. Thank you for marking that helpful. Just don't eat their livers. Oh, Zoomer says, just don't eat their livers, dog livers. Mawson and his team found out firsthand. I would not eat the livers anyway. Dude, if I was... Liver's terrible. Oh my gosh, I can't believe people eat... Ugh. Ugh. My mom growing up, she's like, it's healthy, you need to eat. I'm like, nope, I don't care. I do not care. I'm not eating liver. Do not give me asparagus either, because not a chance. So yes, could somebody post a link to that? Because other people might want to give reviews for it as well. So, okay. Calder Vasald says, I have a website for one guy that's crossing now. Must be crossing the Antarctica. The Antarctica. So, yes, there are 3 people currently crossing right now, and they have GPS trackers. Like, you can't do that independently and explore it. Like, of course you can, you idiot. That's what 3 people are doing. Well, they're all alone. That's them independently doing it. This is the excuses. But they're lying. Really? That's all you have. Get off your butt. Go there and do it yourself then. When you get to that position, like Yasuka was, everybody's lying that I don't like. Okay, prove it. Or shut up. You are just a pathetic person if your only position is everybody I don't like is lying. Go do it then. If you will not accept any evidence from anyone, then it's on you to be the one person who goes and does all of that evidence. You think something's wrong, go prove it wrong. All right, we've got Clive posted something here. Where's Clive? Was it Clive? Somebody said it was maybe my channel. All right. Oh yeah. Those are the things I've reviewed. A lot of books by flat earthers. Flat Earth is nonsense. Nonsensical woo. This is incorrect. More flat Earth nonsense. There you go. That is totally it. You're on to me. You're on to me, people. That's it. Okay. JSS Tiger says, how does Venus transit the flat Earth sun? Of course it can't. They're like, it's just a repeating pattern. And my point was there are things that we can identify that are not repeating patterns, and we can identify things that while they are repeating patterns, we can predict them with more precision than the repeating pattern can. Like the number of days between Earth or Venus transit. We can predict the day with patterns. You can't predict to the minute with patterns. And solar, the eclipse to the second. He's like, it was a minute and a half off. Really? I'm not buying it. Because my firsthand experience that I was there, so right? If you don't believe it, go do it yourself. My firsthand experience, my butt on the ground, I moved my butt from Minnesota to Texas to see the eclipse to the second accuracy. It was 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, first contact. It went in front of the sun. And then full coverage, contact 2, where the entire moon, the entire sun is blocked, to the second. And then we had totality for over 4 minutes. 4 minutes of totality. How was that predicted using the Antikythera mechanism? It was not. The only thing that could predict the quantity of time of the eclipse is you need to know how big the sun is. You need to know how big the moon is. You need to know how far away they are from you. Then you can predict the amount of time. And they're like, oh, well, they had to change it running up to it, and it was off by like. Do you think that actually supports your position? Do you think that getting a more accurate prediction using the globe somehow doesn't help the globe? It helps the globe. The fact that no flat Earth prediction exists tells us that flat Earth is wrong. And the globe exists. Now, the globe one does exist, right? Oh, but you just did it by observing stuff in the sky. That's called science. We built a model based on observations. Then we determined that the model was correct by using it to make future predictions. Oh, that's not impressive. It's damn impressive. But I don't have the budget. Well, the people that did much of the work that we're talking about, they just did it for fun in their free time, like Astronomy Live did. He determined the path of totality of an eclipse using a spreadsheet. He did it in a spreadsheet in his spare time. JSS Tiger, why are flat earthers content with not having a model? Because it's a religion. It's, you know, they've been indoctrinated into the flat earth cult religion, and they've been told by their other cult leaders that they don't need to have a model. And they pat themselves in the back for being so woke. They sit in their echo chambers and compliment each other on how woke they are. Oh, good job. Good job, SE Montreal. You really stuck it to him today by not answering a damn thing. By not being able to provide anything at all for Flat Earth. You really did it. Good job. No, you didn't. You failed again. JSS Tiger, explain to us how level is curved. Holy effing crap, the stupidity. I love having SE Montreal on here. He is so dumb, and he is so pompous about it. When you point out that he's dumb, oh, it's an ad hom. No, it's not. Getting an F on your assignment isn't an ad hom. It's an assessment of your ability. You're not smart enough to have done this test correctly, or you didn't draw a picture of your house correctly. Instead, you ate all the crayons. You get an F on the assignment. That's not an ad hom. Zoomeray says, ask him, does a plane need to dip the nose to land? It actually doesn't. Generally, planes, instead of being 2 degrees up, will decrease it from 2 degrees to less than 2 degrees, but it's still tipped up. Not absolute, depending on plane, depending on a lot of things. Brenda Creates for $10 says, ask SE, can a skateboard roll downhill both ways? What? Can a skateboard roll downhill both ways? I don't know what that even means, Brenda, but that sounds funny. That's funny. Adam, hey Adam, read the room. Read the room. I don't think you're doing what you hope you're doing here. Just saying. Adam, are you a flatty? Do you think that the Earth is a space pizza? Jeez. Anyway, okay. I don't know what you mean by that, Brenda. Because SE Montreal says some wacky things, and so maybe he's said that in the past, and Brenda's just bringing that up to poke at him. But I don't see Brenda mentioning anything in the chat here, so I think Brenda's not here at the moment. So, PhD Tony says, don't try thinking, SE. It's bad for the team, and Toon totally correct in his statement. Thanks, Tony. Kango44 says, can I ask, does the shelter SE Montreal live in allow him to work? If so, what does he do? To my knowledge, I don't think he's employed. But somebody had mentioned something about being in construction or something like that. I don't know. I have no idea on the background. So Copper and Quarter says, Adam said he would debate me. Really? Has anyone, Mr. E-Man, has anyone designed my Caustic Coffee Cup t-shirt yet? No, I ordered the 3. I made 3 shirts. I ordered the 3. If anybody who does want to like make a shirt, it's not too late, but it needs to be really big, very high resin, and you can just go to fourthwall.com and like create it there and make sure, because it'll tell you whether or not it's high res enough. Try that. Send it to me and I'll put it together. Probably need to order it by next Monday at the latest, but even that might be a little tight because like I leave the week after, so I don't know. It might be a bit tricky to order anything now. Frisco Gorder says the best spirit level is accurate to within plus or minus 0.5 millimeters per meter, or 0.0005 inches per inch, or 0.029 degrees. And that really shows the inability of flat earthers to really comprehend what's necessary. Right? They all talk about spirit levels. They're like spirit levels, like, and they don't comprehend. And the fact that this many years in, that SE Montreal still doesn't get it is a testament to how dumb he is. I mean, there's no other way to assess it, right? A spirit level identifies horizontal at a single point. That's it. Like, oh, you really believe that? That's the definition, right? So let's go with that. That's what the definition is. Now, whether or not that's accurate is a different thing, but let's first start with that being the definition. Now, once we get that as the definition, right, which you should have got 5 years ago, but you're not smart enough to, then we can move forward and say, does that definition match reality? Let's look at observations. Let's look at measurements, right? And then Shoebill brought up some measurements that he'd done, and SE Montreal's response to that, well, if you think that's good, does it? Well, if you think that's good, that's a white flag there. Again, if it's not correct, show where it's wrong, analyze it, identify, like, what was the methodology? Do something, but to just, or do better, have an observation, a measurement that's even better. Nah. Couldn't do that. Jay Donashi says, I'm not a scientist, but look at my prior super chat. Jay Donashi looking. If sun don't set, how big is flat Earth? The sun is a star. The sun goes so far it would appear as star after 3 to 4 billion miles and just above the horizon. Then another sun would appear in the east. So I get that. It's sinking in more now. So at night we see stars in the sky, right? So flat Earth is like, oh, it goes so far away you can't see it. Well, okay. In order for that to be the case, the sun would have to go so far away that it looked like just one of the other stars in the sky. And it's just, it's about as bright as them. And of course, we would know which one it was. And that's where they completely fail this, it's a local sun and it's bringing its light elsewhere. It's not a thing. If it went elsewhere, it'd have to be so far that it shrunk down to a little point, like it looked like all the other stars. And then in the morning, maybe it would then shrink down and then it would move around the sky or something. And then it would be over, and then sunrise, it would then whoop, come up and grow into full size. That's not what happens. Frisco Garter says placing such levels end to end will only make the error worse. Oh, that's a good point. And flatties don't get that. If you take something with a margin of error of, 0.01 degrees, and another thing that has a margin of error of 0.01 degrees, well, now the simplistic analysis of it is that together, from this end to this end, you have a margin error of 0.02 degrees. You've increased your margin of error. And if you put 1,000 of them end to end, now what's your margin of error? It's compounding. But it's not additive, is it? It's not additive. Because this one here, how much it's off, the angle that it's off here, 10,000 levels away, is multiplied by 10,000. Because it, right, how much it changes the end point of it down there, linear end point of it. The second one here, its error at 999,000 whatever levels away, it is also varying by just about the same amount as the previous one in its margin of error. It's super incredibly sloppy to do things like that, and they have no clue. They don't get it at all. The fact that a claimed mechanical engineer, Brian Mullen, is the guy that proposed this idea is very troubling. Anyway, Nick N said, I read this already about his fundies brain cells. Okay, Icy Spin says, ask SE to give an argument against your statement. Oh no. He has a script, right? And when I've encountered him, it's the same script. He just has the same treatment of a script. He just hits play on the script, and he'll just keep saying the same thing over and over and over. Do you really believe that? Well, I just said it 3 times, but do you really believe that? I just said it 4 times, but do you really believe that? 5 times in now. And then at the end, it's like, oh, just to note, everybody, he actually said that. I can't believe it. That was it. No evidence. Nothing to contradict it. Here's and the fact that I ask for a citation and they get butthurt. I love it. Earth is Life says, just remember that SE believes in what the James Webb Space Telescope has discovered, yet believes space doesn't exist. He's truly confused. When flatties talk about the galactic rotation problem, they're very confused too. Because in order for the galactic rotational problem to be a problem, what does it have to be? It has to be millions of light years away. But let's analyze just for a second. Flatties think that there's a grand conspiracy to cover all these things up, right? And they also think that the galaxies aren't actually that far away. They're just lights in the sky. So they think that the people made up the globe. They also made up the galactic rotational problem. Why would they make up the galactic rotational problem? That makes no sense. Why wouldn't they just say, hey, the galaxies all work well? That would be a little more sensible thing. Why put this thing that we're like, well, we don't quite understand why that works? We'll just invent that. Because this was after the heliocentric model had been existing for centuries. So it would have had to been something sitting in a boardroom, at They Incorporated, right? They're sitting there at the boardroom. They're like, hey, what do we do now? We've got everybody fooled. Hey, you know what? I got this crazy idea. Let's invent a problem with the speed at which galaxies rotate. Why the hell would we do that? No, hear me out. I don't know what comes after the hear me out part. Right? Why would they do that? It makes no damn sense. All right. PhD Tony says, more precisely, a spirit level at a point other than the one you occupy does not measure your horizontal. It's a good point. And if you want to identify a spirit level that's only 1 degree divergent from the spirit level at your point, only 1 degree divergent, right? Spirit levels are about measuring angles. That spirit level that you're going to reference has to be 69 miles away or 111 kilometers away. I don't know how you're going to take your little 6-inch spirit level and the 6-inch spirit level that's nearly 70 miles away and compare them to each other to see whether or not they are varying by 1 degree. How are you going to do that? They're not, they can't even process in their head that's what they would need to do to identify this kind of a thing. It's a problem. And they're like, oh, you're insulting me. That's an ad hum. No, dude, you're not bright and you're not tall enough to. I should have just said that. You're not tall enough to ride the ride. All right, we're all Golga Frinchins. We're all Golga Frinchins. If I got that right, for £5, says, I put a spirit level on top of my soccer ball, measured level, turned the ball underneath, still level. Oh, better get a new ball. This one's flat. people do it all the time, but it's absolutely, it shows the ridiculousness. You put a spirit level on top of a ball and you're like, oh, well, it's level. I asked the, if you remember the shaman that lives in Mexico, who's like, planes go bzzz, that guy, I'm like, well, what's your evidence that it's level or that's flat? He holds up a spirit level and he looks through the little part. He's like sticking his eye in there. I'm like, okay, but what's your evidence? This. What do you mean? Well, this. Like, how would that behave differently on a globe than on flat Earth? What do you think? He couldn't answer that. What's telling? Super telling. They don't get it. They don't even understand their own argument. JSS Tiger says, when I hear a group of flat earthers say they're derp, the theme to William Tell Overture plays in my head. Yeah? It's going through my head now. I hope you all are enjoying it in your head too. Benny Light says, can this be the start of a fund for SE Montreal to buy all the spirit levels in Montreal? I can't believe it just baffles. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, didn't watch live tonight because I want something for tomorrow. When I hear this, I'll be working. So thank you, Toon, and good morning, my future self. Well, Monkey Cat Pat Pat, I hope that now that you are 8, 9, 10, 5.5 hours in, that you are enjoying this thoroughly. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda, Beyond WX, says, hey, being gay is also cool for the record. Yes. It's okay. It's okay to not insult people in that manner. That's not an insult, right? That's the actual mean thing to say to people, right? As an insult. It's flat earthers are super aggressively happy to insult people, but then they get all butthurt when you identify that they're not smart enough to understand an engineering document. I don't know. Golga Frinches are from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the second colony ship. I do remember that now. Sleet says, you own a stock in Home Depot, don't you? Admit it. Well, last I checked, and I haven't checked for a long time, they were in the S&P 500, right? And I'm pretty sure that some of my 401k is in indexed funds to the S&P 500. So, Jesus Eber Martinez says, how would flat earthers install shelves on a cylinder column if they confuse level and flat? They could not. They could not. Vibe says, to end this derp in a positive note, you can always consider playing Master Detective. Which one is that? So the one that I closed out the stream with last time was sent to me from Vibe. And Master Detective. Oh, yes. Okay. I'll get that. Let me grab that. Paste it in there. Okay, it's downloading right now. I'll put that in a minute here. So thank you, Vipe. That's a good one. Icy Spin says, spice up your life, Flerfs. So boring. I said, you know, we went over. It's taken 2,500 years to develop our understanding of the universe, of the heliocentric or barycentric or whatever model. And they were trying to use that as a gotcha. Like, they didn't have as much time, right? Like, no. You've had more time. All cultures before them thought the earth was flat. So flat earthers have been at it longer. And the reason why those cultures gave up flat earth is because it didn't solve any problems. Like, it couldn't make any predictions. It was obviously wrong. That's why they ditched it. Not because nobody wanted it to continue. It was because it didn't work. Like, oh, well, we're going to go with this thing that works. So, yes, we built it from observing the sky. That's how we did it. Yeah. Go and do it yourself. Do the same thing for Flat Earth. Why don't you? If we could do it for the globe, oh, well, we don't have budget. We didn't use budget. We used people doing it for fun. You have all the data. Like, if I just built a model of Flat Earth, and then that wouldn't make it right. Well, go ahead and make a model of Flat Earth. Why didn't you do it yet? And making it right. Well, what would make it right? Predicting future events. That would do it. But they can't. We know why. The Earth's not flat. They're just not smart enough to get that. It's interesting, though. They all know. In this particular group, the Discord server here, they all know that Flat Earth doesn't work at all. That it's not they have no answers. But you go to Facebook. I didn't expand on this earlier. You go to Facebook, the Facebook groups, they're posting the AE map. They're making all sorts of claims about how things work. All the time. Like, the sun's in the clouds. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it's in the clouds. There's a dome firmament. Right, so they're constantly making claims on Facebook groups. Testable claims there. But over here, I think they've been at it longer in Discord. They realize none of these claims ever work. Like, oh, you mean we should give you a model so you can tear it apart? Yes. Or better yet, give us a model that doesn't get torn apart because it works. But they're like, we can't do that. Yeah, you know. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda says, as a person who gets pelted by baseball-sized hail for fun, I don't think I could willingly submit myself to anything so abrasive. What is the largest piece of hail you've personally experienced getting hit with? Not just the car, but like you. Like, what have you taken? Like, as an action, I want to know. Lisa says perspective is Flerf's safe word. How does the sunset? Perspective. No, it doesn't. It would shrink. William Foley says, if you grew up in Minnesota, you know one way boys can mark the snow. Yes. Yes. We're not supposed to do that. And yeah, I'm not going to, I don't want to do that either. Like, the thing is, I like that Antarctica is unspoiled. It's so cool. It's so cool that they're working hard and that Antarctica is just how it is. And it's not a whole lot different from how we found it. Because it's huge, right? We've got bases scattered around, but you go days. These people, crossing it, they go days without seeing anything. Nothing touched except by them. Max is debating a Facebook Flerf tomorrow. See, they're so easy to debate. They'll make claims. It's like, right? It's like vanilla. Flerf 101. They've got their whole Flerf packet from Flerf Summer Camp. They're adorable. Where the ones on Discord, they're just pompous, abrasive douche canoes that like, oh, I don't need to make, that's not my model. I don't have to make a prediction. Yeah, you do. Icy Spin says, update on stream reading of Hakeem's book for science. Upvote. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I got to reread that. Upvote on on-stream reading of Hakeem's for a book for science. Three thumbs up. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm going to start a poll. Now, I'll be aware that I would have to purchase it. And not that I'm averse to spending that money. It's that the money would go to him. That's the trade-off. If I were to do it further, it might just be painful to read. Oh, okay. We can do this, and I'll do it right now. I won't read the book. I'll read the reviews of the book by other people. That's a good one. Okay. So, I should make it a little bigger, shouldn't I? There we go. That's pretty good. Okay. So, custom reviews, a 5-star, a 4-star, and some 1-stars. So, here we go. This is the one I read earlier. If you're misfortunate enough to have received this book, place it directly in the garbage. We've got a 5-star review from the author himself. This is an excellent book. Nobody cares. You don't get to review your own book. Like, it's your own book. Sergio says, completely horrible. Everything that appears in this book is completely false. The author, a well-known... Oh, please. Matthew Hakim, well-known? No. A poorly known flat earther completely invents everything he says and does not provide a single piece of evidence to support his conspiracy. Don't waste your money on this 20-page pamphlet. From Sergio. From Jay Jenkins says, will not help change your perception on the Earth's shape. I tried plowing my garden with the book, but it was bad at this job. That's a good one. I like that. All right. I love that. Oh, 56%. See, you're wise, right? Even 20 pages of derp from Matthew Hakim is a lot. Darkstar 4400 says, hypothesis, it is not an ice wall that flerfs depend on, but a stone wall. Glenn Hughes says, morning, Mr. Toon. Good morning, Glenn Hughes. For £2, I'm guessing that you could have said top of the morning to you. And I would have said, and the rest of the day to you. And then Jay Donashi says, if you made a rigid plank more than the diameter of the Earth, eventually it would be protruding straight up out the side of the Earth. The gravity would be very intense, would be walking on the side of a building. Yep. Then, yeah, they don't get that. They don't get that. Okay, I'm going to wrap this one up. Wrap up that poll. Have net to okay. I'll see if so. Somebody said that Adam said that he would debate me on flat Earth. I don't see I don't see anything there in my email from Adam. No surprise that flat Earther didn't step up for that. So get it from the library. No, it's an ebook. So I don't. As far as I know, it's only available in digital form. So okay, did this complete the download? Looks like it did. Oh, it is paperback? Oh no. Oh no. So it's print on demand then. So, okay, Master Detective is the name of it. I need to put it in the correct folder. No, that's not it. Okay. Flerfs. What's his name? Sovereign Souls. There it is. No, that's not it. There. Okay. David Kane is his name. AKA SSUM. He's the master detective. So, so I needed to find him in my Flerfs folder so that I could put the video in there. I need this. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So now you know. I have a song folder, or not folder, a grouping of songs in my OBS, and hold on, let me focus. Master Detective 3:15. Anyway, so I have them all in a grouping, and then I have how long they are, because I want to know how long they are. So let me add this, add a media source. There we go. All right. We're almost there. We're almost there. The previous one, It's Wits It Humbly, was really good. And this one, this is good too. Okay. It's almost 1 a.m. So, I don't know. What is, I haven't worn this yet, but like, I keep seeing this patch here. But my phone, I don't, like, if you're really cold, right, you need your phone near your body, but it won't fit in there. All right. Hakeem's overview for the people. Oh my gosh. Okay. People. I'm tired. Thank you very much. This has been quite a longer one. And you know what I found? I think we can all rest assured that exactly 0 flat earthers will make any actual predictions about the flat earth. And yet we can still falsify it. Like our model, we don't make any claims. Yes, you do. You said the earth is flat. That's a claim. We can test that. You don't want it to be tested? Then back away from the claim of earth being flat. So I'm not worried about any Flerfs plotting a rebellion in Antarctica, though if they did want to go and storm the ice wall, I don't think I'll be stopping them. So anyway, 0 evidence, 0 measurements, and 0 predictions. That is the essence of Flerf today that we've discovered. Anyway, people, thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow. I'm going to be on with Craig, FTFE, on his channel, and then Thursday night, I will be doing something late, 10 p.m. or maybe later. So I'll post that ahead of time. Oh, hold on. NASA Security Force, you showed up. I'll pause. I'll wait for that. I'll put off ending for that. It says, not having a model is like predicting the future with a horoscope. The confidence in stupidity is astounding. Exactly. There's Adam. Adam, you're back. If you wanted to debate me on the subject of flat earth, Adam, then email me mctoon@mctoon.net and we can set it up. So anyway, we'll see you later, everybody.
There's a man called Sovereign Soul with an unchained mind, sitting in his room all day long, master detective in his own mind, sharing conspiracies all through the night. His theories take flight. MC Toon has Langley written all over him. He declares he's the master of detectives, he swears. Asks how air with no molecular continuity can be affected by gravity scrutiny. It's all displacement, so he pleads. No gravity needed, displacement leads. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. content state of mind proclaims a furious land in the bind. All rivers flow south except for a pair. That's the direction down they share. Events in the Bible, not Middle East bound, happened where he lives, he's found. Nile is Mississippi in his lore, a theory he won't ignore. How do you have a line perpendicular to an arc? Questions a man who left school in the dark. How does it get perpendicular to a ball? He doesn't get it, can't be real at all. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with a content state of mind proclaims a furious man in a bind. The Mandela effect he talks about, the word dilemma has changed, no doubt. Boats long ago like ropes, no ends. So how they measure speed and knots, my friends? He's telling you right now, you see, if the right people had him, what he'd be. A real master detective, no doubt. Globe is impossible, he shouts. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with a content state of mind proclaims a furious man in a bind. From ISS to space, pressure gaps are vast. Not like ocean depths, those contrasts don't surpass. We're talking extremes, you understand, but he wants to know, show me gravity, man. How does gravity affect air? He demands, doing whatever it takes to derail their plans. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with a content state of mind proclaims a furious